Hello friends. Welcome to Fictional Vortex. How are you all? So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was reincarnated as the dragon god's heir. The sage of power who trained the Sword King Naruto x Ghislaine Dedoldia. Also be sure to subscribe and like this video. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. Awakening of the Dragon's Heir. The mountain temple stood defiant against time, its ancient stone spires piercing the morning mist like the spine of a slumbering dragon. Dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of amber and gold, illuminating the weathered dragon statues that guarded the temple's sacred grounds. Within the innermost meditation chamber, a single figure sat motionless, legs crossed, palms resting on knees, Brea. Flowing like the gentlest of mountain streams. Naruto Uzumaki, though that name now felt like a half-remembered dream, opened his eyes. Again, came the weathered voice of Master Gen from across the chamber. The old monk's face was a map of wrinkles, each one earned through decades of discipline and contemplation. His silver beard flowed down to his waist, and his eyes, sharp as a hawk's despite his advanced age, missed nothing. Naruto exhaled slowly, centering himself. I almost had it that time. Almost as the distance between life and death when channeling dragon energy, Master Gen replied. His tone neither harsh nor gentle, simply matter of fact. The veil between memories thins when you reach the proper meditative state. Your past life and present existence must harmonize, not conflict. For 3 years now, Naruto had trained within these sacred walls, attempting to reconcile fragmented memories of another life with his current existence. Flashes of battles fought with techniques unknown in this world. A village hidden among leaves. Friends whose faces blurred like paintings left in the rain. And always, an unshakable determination that felt more familiar than his own heartbeat. I remember a fox, Naruto said quietly, rolling his shoulders to release the tension of hours spent in meditation. 9 tails, immense power, hatred turned to something else. Master Gen's eyes widened slightly, the equivalent of another man gasping in shock. The 9-tailed beast, such a creature existed in your past incarnation. It was sealed within me, Naruto replied. The certainty of this knowledge surprising even himself. We became partners eventually, though it took years. The monk stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps that connection prepared your soul to host dragon essence. Few mortals could contain such power without being consumed. Naruto rose to his feet in a single fluid motion that belied the hours of stillness. He was tall in this life, broad-shouldered yet lithe, with hair the color of burnished gold and eyes that shifted between sapphire blue and slitted amber depending on his emotional state. The temple's simple gray robes elegant disguised the power in his movements, the unconscious grace of a predator. I'm going to check the eastern perimeter, Naruto said, moving toward the chamber's ornate doors. Something doesn't feel right today. Master Gen raised a bushy eyebrow. Your instincts or your foresight? Both, Naruto replied without turning back. The wind carries whispers. The air outside tasted different, charged with an electricity that had nothing to do with coming storms. Naruto moved along the stone pathways, acknowledging the bows of younger acolytes with brief nods. None approached him directly. Despite his relatively short time at the temple, his status as Master Gen's personal student and the rumors of his mysterious origins kept most at a respectful distance. He preferred it that way. IAL niceties had never been his strong suit, in this life or his last. The eastern overlook provided a breathtaking view of the mountain range, 5 massive peaks that local legends claimed were actually the spines of slumbering dragons. Far below, morning mist obscured the forests and villages, creating the illusion that the temple floated among clouds. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses beyond normal human perception. A disturbance in the natural energy flow. Subtle but unmistakable. Sage mode, he whispered, though the technique manifested differently in this world. Of drawing nature's energy into himself as he once had, here he extended his consciousness outward, becoming temporarily one with his surroundings. The world transformed behind his closed eyelids. Energy flows became visible. Rivers of life force coursing through the mountains, trees, animals, and the handful of humans climbing the hidden trail toward the temple. 6 figures moved with unnatural stealth. Their energy signatures twisted, corrupted somehow. Not shinobi, but something equally dangerous in this world. Void touched. Naruto's eyes snapped open, now glowing with an inner light. He turned sharply, racing back toward the main temple complex. Master Gen, he called out, voice carrying with unnatural clarity through the morning air. Intruders approaching the eastern path. Monks emerged from various temple buildings, alarm clear on their faces. The celestial dragon temple had stood undisturbed for centuries, few would dare violate its sanctity. Master Gen appeared at the top of the central staircase, his ancient frame suddenly radiating authority that belied his apparent frailty. Sound the warning bell. Escort the younger acolytes to the sanctuary chambers. These aren't ordinary bandits, Naruto said, reaching the old monk's side. Their energy is wrong. Corrupted. Like nothing I've sensed in this world before. A shadow passed over Master Gen's weathered features. Then they come for what we protect. His penetrating gaze fixed on Naruto. Or for whom? Before Naruto could respond, a high-pitched whistling cut through the air. Instinct took over. He tackled Master Gen aside as 3 black arrows embedded themselves in the stone where they had stood moments before. The projectiles sizzled upon impact, stone melting around their shafts. Void arrows, Master Gen hissed, regaining his footing with surprising agility. They've come prepared. Naruto's hand moved to his back automatically, seeking a weapon pouch that wasn't there. Old habits. In this life, he relied more on the martial techniques Master Gen had taught him, supplemented by what he recalled from his previous existence. Get everyone inside, he said, stepping forward as more arrows rained down. With precise movements, he deflected 2 missiles with bare hands moving faster than untrained eyes could follow. I'll handle this. You cannot face void-touched assassins alone, Master Gen objected. I won't be using just this world's techniques, Naruto interrupted, a familiar cocky grin spreading across his face. His hands formed a seal that felt as natural. Al is breathing despite not having used it in this lifetime. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The gathered monks gasped as smoke erupted around Naruto, clearing to reveal 3 perfect copies of himself standing in defensive positions. The technique didn't work exactly as it had in his past life. Here, it drained both his physical stamina and the ambient draconic energy that Master Gen had been teaching him to harness. That's impossible, whispered one of the younger monks. No one can manifest physical duplicates without years of training in creation magic. Master Gen silenced him with a glance. Nothing is impossible for the dragon's heir. To Naruto, he added, do not reveal everything you are capable of. Some secrets must remain hidden, even from those who think they come prepared. Naruto nodded as his clones leapt into action, drawing the attack as fire while monks hurried to secure the temple's most vulnerable residents. Get to the sacred chamber. If they're after what I think they are, you'll need to prepare the containment seals. For a moment, Master Gen looked as though he might argue, but instead he clasped Naruto's shoulder with surprising strength. Remember who you are becoming, not just who you were. Quote, with that cryptic reminder, the old monk turned and hurried toward the temple's innermost sanctum, moving with the speed of a man a third his age. Naruto focused on the approaching threat. His clones had engaged the first 2 attackers at the edge of the temple grounds, black-clad figures wielding curved blades that seemed to drink the very light around them. Void weapons, capable of cutting through both flesh and spirit. He leapt from the staircase, covering 30 feet in a single bound before landing in a crouch. The stone beneath his feet cracked from the impact as he assessed his opponents. 6 attackers, as he'd sensed earlier. 2 engaged with his clones, 4 continuing to advance. Each wore identical black armor that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Faces concealed behind featureless masks with only narrow eye slits. The Dragon Temple is sacred ground, Naruto called out, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard. Leave now, and you might survive the day. The 4 advancing figures paused briefly, then the apparent leader spoke in a voice that sounded like stones grinding together. Surrender the vessel, and we will spare the monks. Vessel. Not the first time Naruto had been called that, in either lifetime. I've never been good at surrendering, he replied, settling into a combat stance that blended this world's martial arts with the taijutsu he remembered from Konoha. Last chance to walk away. The void-touched assassins attacked as one, moving with unnatural speed. Ordinary humans would have seen only blurs of motion. But Naruto's enhanced senses tracked each movement. Two attacked from the front while two attempted to flank him, a solid strategy against most opponents. He was not most opponents. Naruto sidestepped the first attacker's blade, grabbing the outstretched wrist and using the assassin's momentum to send them crashing into their companion. Simultaneously, he dropped into a spinning sweep kick that caught the flanking attackers off guard, sending one sprawling while forcing the other to jump back. "Is that all?" he taunted, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. Familiar rush of combat flowed through him, muscle memory from 2 lifetimes merging seamlessly. The void touched recovered quickly, circling him with weapons at the ready. This time, they moved more cautiously, probing his defenses with quick strikes rather than committing fully. "The vessel has been trained," one observed, voice distorted behind their mask. "But it does not yet comprehend what it contains." "I contain more than you can imagine," Naruto replied, eyes flashing amber. He felt something stirring within him, the draconic energy that Master Gen had been helping him access. Like the Kyuubi's chakra from his past life, this power didn't feel malevolent or separate from himself. It was his birthright in this world, as natural as breathing once he learned to access it. Void touched apparently sensed the change, shifting their stance subtly. "The awakening has begun," the leader hissed. "We must take it now, before full manifestation." They attacked again, but with a new desperation that made their movements predictable. Naruto ducked under a blade swing, drove an elbow into one attacker's solar plexus, then used their body as a springboard to launch himself a flying kick that connected solidly with another's chest. He heard ribs crack beneath the dark armor. In the distance, he sensed his 2 clones dispersing after defeating their opponents. The experience and knowledge they gained flowed back to him, confirmation that these were indeed void-touched assassins, likely sent by someone who knew exactly what was hidden at the Celestial Dragon Temple. Or who. One of the remaining attackers drew a small obsidian orb from beneath their armor. Enough games. The master requires the vessel intact, not unharmed. Before Naruto could react, the assassin smashed the orb against the ground. Black energy erupted outward in pulsing waves, instantly withering the nearby decorative plants. The stone beneath their feet cracked and darkened as though aged centuries in seconds. Void magic, antithesis to the life energy that flowed through this world and the draconic power Naruto was learning to harness. He leapt backward, avoiding the initial wave. The black energy pursued him like a living thing, reaching tendrils of corruption toward him. "You think you're the first to try binding me with dark energy?" Naruto called out, memories of struggling against the Kyuubi's influence flashing through his mind. "I've overcome worse than this." He focused inward, channeling his own energy to counteract the void magic. Golden light began to emanate from his skin, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. For a moment, the 2 forces seemed evenly matched, void and dragon, destruction and creation locked in eternal opposition. Then a scream echoed across the temple grounds. One of the younger monks had emerged from hiding, only to be caught in the periphery of the void eruption. The boy, no more than 12, collapsed as the dark energy engulfed his leg. The limb withering before Naruto's eyes. Rage surged through him, pure, protective fury that transcended both his lives. His eyes blazed fully amber now, pupils contracted to vertical slits. "Enough," he roared, and his voice carried the harmonics of something ancient and terrible. The golden light surrounding him intensified exponentially, exploding outward in a wave that neutralized the void energy instantly. The assassin staggered backward, visibly shaken by the display of power. Naruto moved before they could recover, crossing the distance between them with inhuman speed. His strikes were precise and devastating, a palm thrust that shattered a mask and the face behind it, a sweeping kick that broke another's knee, an elbow strike that collapsed a windpipe. The leader backpedaled, drawing another weapon, a chain sickle that hummed with void energy. "The vessel is further along than reported," they said, voice betraying a hint of fear for the first time. "Fall back and regroup. You don't get to walk away after this," Naruto growled, the draconic influence evident in his distorted voice. Golden scales had begun to materialize along his forearms, glinting in the morning sun. The remaining assassins threw smoke bombs that billowed into unnaturally thick black clouds. Naruto charged through regardless, relying on senses beyond sight to track his quarry. He caught the leader by the throat, lifting them easily despite their armored weight. "Who sent you?" he demanded, tightening his grip. "What master do you serve?" The void-touched assassin choked out a laugh. "One who was old when dragons were young. One who knows what you truly are, vessel. I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he snarled, the name feeling right on his tongue despite the years and lives between. "And I protect those precious to me." "Names are meaningless," the assassin rasped. "You are container, not content. And my death changes nothing." The void-touched leader's body suddenly convulsed, black energy erupting from within. Naruto released his grip and leapt backward as the assassin's form collapsed inward, consumed by the very void energy they had wielded. A suicide technique, or perhaps a failsafe to prevent capture. The dark cloud dissipated, revealing that the other assassins had used the distraction to escape. Naruto's draconic features gradually receded, scales vanishing. And eyes returning to their natural blue. The surge of power left him momentarily lightheaded, unused to channeling such energies in this body. He hurried to the injured young monk, kneeling beside the boy. The child's leg had withered to little more than skin stretched over bone, blackened veins visible beneath the surface. Void corruption, ordinarily fatal without immediate intervention. "Hold on," Naruto murmured, placing his hands over the wounded limb. He closed his eyes, focusing on the healing techniques Master Gen had taught him. They weren't as straightforward as the medical ninjutsu he'd observed in his past life. But the principle was similar, channeling life energy to counteract damage. Golden light emanated from his palms, sinking into the boy's corrupted flesh. The monk gasped in pain. Then relief as healthy color gradually returned to the limb. Not completely healed. Void corruption left lasting damage, but no longer life-threatening. "You saved him," came a voice from behind. Naruto turned to find one of the elder monks watching with undisguised awe. "Get him to the medical chamber," he instructed, rising to his feet. "He'll need specialized treatment for residual void energy." The monk bowed deeply. Of course, Dragon's Heir. That title again. One that Master Gen used rarely, and always with a gravity that suggested far more meaning than Naruto yet understood. "Where is Master Gen?" he asked, suddenly remembering his mentor's departure toward the inner sanctum. "In the sacred chamber, as you instructed," the monk replied, helping the injured boy to his feet. "He said to tell you he awaits when you are ready." Naruto nodded, casting one last look around the temple grounds. The attack had been coordinated, precise, and specifically targeted at him. The void-touched had called him vessel, with certainty, which meant someone knew exactly what he contained. Or who he was becoming. The walk to the sacred chamber took him through the heart of the temple complex. Monks were already attending to the minimal damage from the brief but intense battle. Several bowed as he passed, with a reverence that made him uncomfortable. He'd never sought adulation in either life. The sacred chamber lay at the very center of the temple, accessed through a series of progressively smaller doorways that required one to bow lower with each threshold crossed. By the time Naruto reached the final entrance, a circular opening barely 4 feet high, he was almost crawling. Master Gen had explained the symbolism once: even the mightiest must humble themselves before true wisdom. The chamber beyond was unexpected for first-time visitors. Rather than the opulent shrine most anticipated, it was a simple circular room with a packed earth floor. No ornate decorations, no golden statues, no obvious treasures. The only remarkable feature was the ceiling, a perfect dome carved to resemble overlapping dragon scales, each one inscribed with tiny, intricate symbols. Master Gen knelt at the room's center, eyes closed in meditation. Before him lay a simple wooden box, unadorned except for a single character etched into its lid, the ancient symbol for balance. "The attackers have been defeated," the old monk asked without opening his eyes. "Most of them," Naruto replied, kneeling opposite his mentor. "A few escaped. They knew exactly what they were looking for." Master Gen's eyes opened slowly, his gaze unexpectedly troubled. "I have waited for this day, hoping it would not come during my lifetime." He gestured to the box between them. "Do you know what this contains?" Naruto studied the simple container, feeling an inexplicable resonance with whatever lay within. "Something connected to me, to what I am in this life." "Not what," Master Gen corrected gently. "Who?" With careful movements, the old monk opened the box. Inside, Nestled on a bed of white silk, lay a scale the size of Naruto's palm. Unlike the golden hue of the scales that had briefly manifested on his arms during battle, this one shimmered with opalescent colors that seemed to shift and change as he watched. This is the heart scale of Ryujin, the dragon god of balance, Master Gen explained. His voice barely above a whisper. The last physical remnant of his presence in the mortal realm before his ascension to the divine plane. Naruto stared at the scale, transfixed by its shifting colors. Something about it called to him on a level beyond conscious thought. The legends say Ryujin would one day send his heir to the mortal realm, Master Gen continued. A soul reborn from another world, carrying memories and powers that would prepare them for their destiny. The old monk's eyes locked with Naruto's. The void touched called you, vessel, because they do not understand. You are not merely containing dragon essence, you are becoming what you were always meant to be. The dragon's heir, Naruto murmured, the title suddenly heavy with meaning. Master Gen nodded solemnly. You carry within you the spiritual essence of Ryujin himself, gradually awakening as your soul reconciles its past and present. The void touched serve those who would capture that essence, harness it for their own purposes. Who would have that kind of power? Naruto asked, mind racing through the limited knowledge of this world's power structures he'd accumulated during his 3 years at the temple. Before Master Gen could answer, a tremor ran through the temple, subtle but unmistakable. Both men tensed, exchanging alarmed glances. That was not natural, the old monk said, rising swiftly to his feet. Something breaches our outer defenses. Another tremor, stronger this time, accompanied by distant shouts of alarm. I thought I got all of them, Naruto growled, also standing. These are not the same attackers, Master Gen replied grimly. The void touched were merely scouts, testing your capabilities, confirming your identity. He closed the box containing the scale and thrust it into Naruto's hands. Take this and go, now. I'm not leaving you to face whatever's coming, Naruto protested. This is not a request, nor a suggestion, Master Gen said. His voice taking on an authority that brooked no argument. The scale must remain with you, and you must survive to complete your awakening. Everything else, including my life, is secondary to that purpose. A third tremor shook the chamber, dislodging dust from the scaled ceiling above. The shouts outside had transformed into screams. The western path leads to a hidden trail down the mountain, Master Gen instructed. Moving toward the chamber's entrance. Follow it to the village of Riversong. There you will find one who can guide your next steps. Who? Naruto demanded, reluctantly securing the box within his robes. You will know them by the crescent moon mark upon their brow, the old monk replied cryptically. Now go. They emerged from the sacred chamber to chaos. The temple's western wall had been breached by something massive, something that continued to tear through ancient stone with methodical destruction. Monks fled in all directions, some helping the wounded, others attempting to salvage sacred texts and artifacts. Through the massive hole in the wall, Naruto glimpsed their attacker for the first time and felt his blood run cold. A construct of void, energy given physical form. A writhing mass of darkness roughly shaped like a dragon, but wrong in ways that defied description. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, as though the void itself rebelled against being forced into such a shape. A void dragon, Master Gen whispered, horror evident in his voice. They have desecrated the sacred with the profane. The construct turned toward them, empty eye sockets somehow focusing on their position across the temple grounds. It opened a maw filled with jagged darkness and emitted a sound that was less a roar than the audible manifestation of oblivion itself. Go. Master Gen shoved Naruto toward the western path. I will hold it here. That thing will kill you. Naruto protested. Then I die fulfilling my purpose, the old monk replied with surprising serenity. As guardian of the dragon's heir, his hands began weaving complex patterns in the air, golden light trailing from his fingertips. My life has been long and full. Yours has barely begun in this world. The void dragon surged forward, moving with impossible speed for something its size. Master Gen completed his pattern and thrust both palms outward. A barrier of golden light erupted from the ground, forming a dome that encompassed the entire temple complex, save for a small opening at the western path. This will not hold for long, the old monk said, strain Eevee. dent in his voice as he maintained the massive shield. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and Naruto could see the life force draining from him with each passing moment. The next time we meet will be in another realm, my student. Understanding the sacrifice his mentor was making, Naruto bowed deeply, one final show of respect. I will make your teachings and sacrifice matter, Master. You already have, Master Gen replied with a sad smile. Now run, Dragon's Heir. Your destiny awaits. With a heart heavy with grief and determination, Naruto turned and sprinted toward the western path. Behind him, he heard the Void Dragon slam against the barrier, followed by Master Gen's voice raised in an ancient chant, his final technique, one he had mentioned but never demonstrated, the Sundering Light. Capable of purging void energy at the cost of the caster's life force. Naruto reached the mountain trail just as a blinding flash of golden light erupted from the temple, followed by an inhuman shriek of rage and pain. He didn't look back, knowing what he would see, Master Gen, giving everything to buy him time. The mountain path twisted treacherously beneath his feet as he ran, the box Kontai. Ning Ryujin's scale secure against his chest. Though physically capable of running for days without rest, Naruto's mind was a turbulent sea of emotions and fragmented memories. Master Gen's sacrifice, the Void Dragon's unnatural existence, the title, Dragon's Heir, and all it implied. After an hour of hard running, he finally slowed to assess his surroundings. The temple was far behind him now, hidden by the mountain's bulk. Ahead lay dense forest leading eventually to the lowland villages, including Riversong, where someone with a crescent moon mark apparently awaited him. Finding a secluded clearing beside a small mountain stream, Naruto allowed himself a moment's rest. He removed the wooden box from his robes and opened it once more, studying the opalescent scale within. What am I supposed to do with you? He murmured, carefully lifting the scale from its silk bedding. The moment his fingers made contact with the scale's surface, a jolt of energy surged through his body. The world around him faded, replaced by a vast, empty space illuminated by soft, diffuse light that seemed to have no source. Before him, coiled in impossible dimensions, was a dragon of such immensity that Naruto's mind could only process fragments of its true form, opalescent scales that contained universes, eyes like twin suns, claws that could rend reality itself. At last, we meet, heir of my essence, the dragon spoke. Its voice bypassing Naruto's ears to resonate directly within his mind. Ryujin, Naruto whispered, recognizing the entity instinctively. I am called that in your current world, the dragon acknowledged. Names are transient, but essence remains. Why me? Naruto asked, finding his voice. Why was I chosen? The great dragon's form shifted, coils rearranging in ways that should have been impossible. You were not chosen. You are. That's not an answer, Naruto replied, his characteristic directness asserting itself despite the overwhelming presence before him. A sound like mountains laughing rumbled through the void. Defiance even before divinity. This is why your soul was compatible with my essence. The massive head lowered until one great eye was level with Naruto. In your previous existence, you contained a being of pure chakra, the nine-tailed fox. This prepared your soul to host greater power without fracturing. Fragments of memory crystallized in Naruto's mind, the fox, Kurama, who had started as his burden and ended as his partner. But I'm not just containing your power, Naruto said slowly, remembering Master Gen's words. I'm becoming something new, perceptive, Ryujin acknowledged. The void grows stronger in your realm, threatening the balance between creation and destruction. I cannot directly intervene without destroying the very fabric I seek to preserve. So you what? Reincarnated a part of yourself in me? Naruto asked, trying to grasp the cosmic implications. A simplification, but essentially correct. Your soul, strong, adaptable, experienced in balancing opposing forces, was ideal. Within you, my essence and your unique spirit create something neither wholly dragon nor wholly human. Naruto considered this, his mind racing with implications. The void touched called me a vessel. They're working for someone who knows what I am. The great dragon's eye narrowed, radiating ancient fury. The void emperor seeks what you contain. They believe devouring dragon essence will grant them dominion over all realms. Who is this void emperor? Naruto demanded. One you once knew, in another life. The cosmic space around them began to waver. The connection weakening. Our time grows short. The scale you hold is but a key. It will help unlock the power within you gradually, as you are ready to bear it. Wait, Naruto called as the dragon began to fade. I still have questions. What am I supposed to do? Where do I go? Seek the Sword King. Ryujin's voice echoed, growing distant. She who once called you master. The past and future converge in her blade. The Sword King, Naruto repeated, grasping at the fading connection. Who is? A flash of memory cut through his confusion, a fierce young woman with wild auburn hair and determined eyes, swinging a blade too large for her frame with surprising precision. His student, centuries ago in this world, before his current incarnation. Remember who you are becoming. Not just who you were, Master Gen's voice echoed in his memory. The vision of Ryujin faded completely, and Naruto found himself back in the forest clearing, the scale now warm against his palm. Its opalescent colors had dimmed slightly, as though some of its energy had transferred into him during the communion. Night had fallen while he was in the trance, stars now visible through gaps in the forest canopy. He carefully returned the scale to its box, mind reeling from the revelations. Not just a reincarnated soul, but the heir to a dragon god. Not just containing power, but becoming something entirely new. And somewhere, a Sword King who had once been his student awaited, though she wouldn't know him in this form. Seek the Sword King, he murmured, rising to his feet and orienting himself toward where Riversong Village should lie. The first step in a journey that would apparently span realms and reawaken centuries of dormant memories. As Naruto moved through the darkened forest, he felt something shifting within him, the first true stirrings of his awakening draconic nature, catalyzed by contact with Ryujin's scale. His senses sharpened further, allowing him to navigate the pitch-black forest as easily as if it were daylight. The very air seemed to whisper secrets to him now, currents of natural energy visible as faint luminescent streams that flowed around and through all living things. He paused at the edge of a cliff that overlooked the lowlands, spotting the distant lights of what must be Riversong Village nestled beside a winding river. Beyond that, the vast unknown of a world he had yet to fully explore, a world where he was both ancient teacher and newborn heir, both human and dragon, both past and future. I won't waste the chance you gave me, Master Gen. He promised the night sky, imagining his mentor's spirit already journeying to whatever awaited beyond this realm. The void will not win while I draw breath. With renewed determination, Naruto continued his descent toward Riversong. The first light of dawn was breaking over the eastern horizon when he heard movement in the forest ahead, too deliberate to be an animal. Too quiet to be an ordinary traveler. He slipped into a defensive stance, senses straining to identify the potential threat. A figure emerged from between the trees, moving with preternatural grace. Female, tall and slender, dressed in flowing robes of silver and blue that seemed to capture and reflect the pre-dawn light. Her face remained shadowed beneath a hood, but as she drew closer, Naruto glimpsed a distinctive mark upon her brow, a crescent moon, exactly as Master Gen had described. Dragon's heir, she greeted him, her voice melodic yet carrying an undercurrent of steel. I am Lyra Stormheart, High Priestess of the Celestial Temple. I have awaited your coming. How did you find me? Naruto asked, not relaxing his guard despite her apparent knowledge of his identity. How did you know I would be here? The woman, Lyra, pushed back her hood, revealing striking features dominated by eyes of such pale blue they appeared almost silver in the dawn light. Her hair, bound in elaborate braids interwoven with thin silver chains, was the color of midnight. The dragons speak to me in dreams, she replied simply. 3 nights passed, I saw the temple fall and the air flee westward. So I came. Her gaze softened slightly. Master Gen. Naruto shook his head, grief tightening his throat momentarily. He sacrificed himself to buy me time. A void dragon attacked the temple. Lyra closed her eyes briefly, a small tremor passing through her composed features. Then the prophecies accelerate. We have less time than I feared. She opened her eyes, fixing Naruto with an intense stare. You carry the heart scale. I do, he confirmed cautiously. Ryujin spoke to me through it. Then your awakening has truly begun. She gestured toward the path ahead. Come, Riversong is not safe for us now. The void touched will have agents watching all nearby settlements. Master Gen told me to go to Riversong, Naruto countered, not yet ready to trust this stranger completely, despite the crescent mark. And there you would have found me, had I not had the foresight to intercept you first, Lyra replied with a hint of impatience. Every moment we linger increases the danger. The Void Emperor's reach grows daily. The mention of the Void Emperor, the same entity Ryujin had named, lent credibility to her words. Still, caution had been ingrained in Naruto through 2 lifetimes of hard-learned lessons. Where would we go instead? He asked. To the one place the void cannot easily penetrate, Lyra said. The Sword Sanctum, domain of the Sword King. That name again, first from Ryujin, now from this priestess. The fragmented memory of his former student flashed through Naruto's mind once more. The Sword King, he repeated. I'm supposed to seek her out. Lyra's eyebrows rose slightly. The dragons told you this directly. Then it is even more imperative we reach her quickly. She studied him with renewed interest. Few receive such clear direction from the divine realms. Naruto made his decision. If both Ryujin and this priestess pointed toward the same destination, the path was clear. Lead the way to the Sword Sanctum, then. But know that I'll be watching for any sign of deception. A ghost of a smile touched Lyra's lips. I would expect nothing less from the dragon's heir. She turned, gesturing for him to follow. The journey will take then days if we avoid the main roads, which we must. The Void Emperor has eyes everywhere. As they set off through the forest, moving parallel to but never joining the main path toward Riversong, Naruto studied his new companion surreptitiously. Her movements were too fluid for an ordinary human, yet different from the inhuman grace of the void-touched assassins. There was something almost musical in her steps, as though she moved in harmony with the world rather than simply through it. You said you're a priestess, he said after they had been traveling in silence for some time. Of what temple? The Celestial Temple, Lyra replied without breaking stride. We serve as intermediaries between the mortal realm and the dragon gods. Where your temple focused on preserving draconic knowledge. Mine specializes in prophecy and divination. And what do these prophecies say about me? Naruto asked directly. Lyra was quiet for several steps before answering. They say you will either rest, or balance to all realms or shatter them beyond repair. The dragon's heir walks the knife's edge between salvation and destruction. No pressure, Naruto muttered, earning another faint smile from the priestess. Indeed, but the prophecies also say you will not walk this path alone. She glanced at him significantly. 5 guides from 5 aspects of existence will stand beside the dragon's heir in the final confrontation. And you're one of these guides. Naruto guessed. I believe so, Lyra acknowledged. Though prophecy is never as straightforward as we wish. I know only that I am meant to guide you to the Sword King. Who may be another? They continued in silence for a time, the forest gradually thinning as they moved away from the mountain's base. In the distance, Naruto could make out vast plains stretching toward a horizon punctuated by what appeared to be floating islands, massive chunks of earth and stone suspended impossibly in the sky. The shattered plains, Lyra explained, following his gaze. Created during the last great void incursion, when the dragon gods drove back the darkness at terrible cost. The floating islands are fragments of mountains torn free during the battle. The scale of such power was difficult to comprehend. And now this Void Emperor threatens to do worse. The Void Emperor seeks not merely to damage our realm, but to collapse all realms into primordial chaos. Lyra said grimly. Where existence itself ceases. Who are they? Naruto pressed. Ryujin said it was someone I once knew, in my previous life. Lyra's steps faltered for the first time. The dragons revealed this to you. She shook her head in apparent disbelief. Even I do not know the Void Emperor's true identity. Only that they were once a divine entity who fell to corruption. The sun had fully risen now, bathing the landscape in golden light that brought Naruto's thoughts back to Master Gen and the temple that had been his home for 3 years. Gone now, along with the only person in this world who had truly known him. We should rest soon, Lyra suggested, noting his momentary distraction. Even with your enhanced stamina, continuous travel is unwise. The void touched will expect us to push ourselves to exhaustion. I can keep going, Naruto insisted, drawing on reserves of energy that had always seemed bottomless in both his lives. I have no doubt, the priestess replied with a knowing look. But rest serves purposes beyond physical recovery. Your communion with the heart scale has initiated changes within you that require integration. Sleep will accelerate this process. Reluctantly, Naruto acknowledged the wisdom in her words. Already he could feel new awareness blossoming within him, sensitivities to energies and patterns he had never consciously noticed before. The world appeared increasingly layered to his perception, physical reality overlaid with currents of power that ebbed and flowed like tides. They found shelter in a small cave formed by fallen boulders, well hidden from casual observation. Lyra produced provisions from a small pack: dried meat, hard bread, and a flask of sweet-smelling liquid that burned pleasantly going down. Dragon honey wine, she explained at his questioning look. It will help stabilize your energies during sleep. After their simple meal, Naruto settled against the cave wall, the wooden box containing the heart scale secure beside him. Despite his intention to remain vigilant, exhaustion, both physical and emotional, soon pulled him toward sleep. As consciousness faded, he found himself not in ordinary dreams, but in the same cosmic space where he had communicated with Ryujin. This time, however, the dragon god did not manifest fully. Instead, countless images flowed around and through Naruto, memories not his own, yet becoming part of him. A sword technique performed with inhuman precision. The secret name of wind that allowed one to command its currents. A mountain fortress carved into a peak of solid jade. A woman with fierce eyes and wild auburn hair, swinging a blade that drank light. The Sword King, Naruto murmured in his dream state, the image growing clearer. Ghislaine. The name came unbidden to his lips, dredged from centuries of dormant memory. Ghislaine Dedoldia, once a headstrong girl who had demanded he teach her the way of the sword, now apparently a legendary warrior in her own right. The stream of memories continued, each one a fragment of his past existence in this world, a life spent wandering, teaching worthy students, preparing the realm for what was to come. Preparing for his own return as the dragon's heir. When Naruto awoke, the cave was dark save for a small, flameless light that hovered near Lyra's sleeping form. Night had fallen, and with it came clarity. The fragmented memories from his dream communion were already fading, but the knowledge they contained remained, integrated into his consciousness as though he had always possessed it. He knew now where the sword sanctum lay and why it was significant. He understood more of this world's complex relationship with the divine and void realms that bordered it. And most importantly, he remembered Ghislaine, not completely, but enough to recognize her when they met again. If she would recognize him was another question entirely. Naruto closed his eyes, not to eat but to meditate as Master Gen had taught him. The technique came more naturally now, his consciousness expanding beyond his physical form to merge partially with the ambient energy of the world around him. In this state, he could sense potential threats approaching long before they arrived, a valuable skill for their dangerous journey ahead. The night passed uneventfully, and when dawn broke, they resumed their journey with renewed purpose. Lyra seemed to sense the change in him, studying him with heightened interest as they traversed the increasingly open terrain of the shattered plains. "You remembered something during your sleep," she observed. "It wasn't a question." "Fragments," Naruto confirmed. "Enough to know that the Sword King was once my student, centuries ago in my previous existence here." "Fascinating," Lyra murmured. "The prophecies mention your return, but not that you had walked this realm before." "There's a lot your prophecies seem to leave out," Naruto replied. A hint of his old irreverence surfacing. To his surprise, Lyra laughed, a genuine, musical sound. "Indeed, prophecy is less a map and more a series of landmarks glimpsed through fog. It tells us where to look, not what we'll find." Their journey across the shattered plains took them beneath the floating islands, massive shadows passing overhead as they navigated the otherwise exposed terrain. Twice they altered course to avoid caravans traveling the distant main road, and once they concealed themselves as a patrol of armored riders passed within 100 yards of their position. "Kingdom guards," Lyra explained once the patrol had passed. "Not void-touched, but the kingdom of Azurith has grown increasingly hostile to those connected with the dragon temples. Their new royal advisor has the king's ear, and speaks against the superstition of dragon worship." "Let me guess," Naruto said dryly. "This advisor appeared recently and wears a lot of black." Lyra's expression confirmed his suspicion. The void corrupts subtly as well as directly. Not all its servants bear obvious taint. On the third day of their journey, they encountered their first true obstacle, a wide river, swollen with spring meltwater. Its current too powerful to safely ford. The nearest bridge is 10 miles downriver, Lyra said, surveying the churning waters with a frown. But it will be watched. Naruto studied the river thoughtfully. Memories of water walking techniques from his shinobi days surfacing. I might be able to get us across, he said. Though it will require chakra control I haven't fully remastered in this life. Chakra, Lyra repeated, unfamiliar with the term. It's what we called life energy in my previous world, Naruto explained. Here you have different names for similar concepts: dragon essence, spirit force, elemental harmony. He approached the riverbank, focusing inward to gather the necessary energy. The technique would be similar to what he once knew, but adapted to this world's different energy patterns. He extended his senses, feeling the flow of the river not just physically but energetically, the boundary between water and air, the push and pull of currents. Watch your step, he warned, extending his hand to Lyra. And whatever happens, don't break contact with me. The priestess took his hand without hesitation, her trust somewhat surprising given their short acquaintance. Naruto stepped onto the water's surface, channeling energy through his feet to create tension against the liquid surface. For a heart-stopping moment, he began to sink, then the energy pattern locked into place. And he stood atop the rushing water as though it were solid ground. The dragons grant wonders, Lyra breathed, eyes wide as she cautiously followed him onto the water's surface. Step by careful step, they made their way across the river, Naruto constantly adjusting his energy output to compensate for the shifting currents beneath their feet. Halfway across, a sudden surge nearly broke his concentration. The river seemed to rise up, forming a shape almost like a curious face before collapsing back into formless water. A river spirit, Lyra whispered. They seldom show themselves to travelers. The crossing took nearly 20 minutes of intense concentration, leaving Naruto momentarily drained as they reached the far bank. Lyra supported him as he caught his breath. Her expression thoughtful. You said you haven't fully remastered these abilities, she noted. Yet what you just accomplished would challenge our most advanced mystics. Naruto shrugged. In my previous life, this would have been basic training. I have the knowledge but not all the muscle memory yet. Then the prophecies understated your potential, Lyra said, a new respect evident in her voice. If these are your basic abilities, what might you accomplish when fully awakened? The question hung between them, unanswered but weighted with implication. Naruto himself wasn't certain what his limits might be, or if he even had limits in the conventional sense. They continued westward, the landscape gradually shifting from open plains to rolling hills dotted with stands of silver-barked trees. According to Lyra, they were now entering the borderlands of the Western Duchy, technically part of the Kingdom of Azurith but largely self-governing. The Sword Sanctum lay in these lands, hidden among the highest hills. On the 6th day of their journey, disaster struck without warning. They had made camp in a sheltered hollow, Lyra's mystical ward set to alert them of approaching danger. Naruto was meditating, integrating more of the knowledge that surfaced during his communion with the heart scale, when a piercing alarm shattered his concentration. Lyra was already on her feet, her normally composed features tight with alarm. Void breach, she hissed. Massive, less than a mile away. Before Naruto could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. The air itself seemed to thicken, taking on an oily quality that made breathing difficult. In the distance, a column of absolute darkness rose into the sky, swallowing the afternoon sunlight. They've opened a direct portal to the Void Realm, Lyra said, her voice tight with horror. Only the most powerful Void Touched could attempt such a thing. Naruto grabbed the box containing the heart scale and secured it within his robes. We need to move, now. They abandoned their camp, heading west at a dead run. Behind them, the column of darkness expanded, tendrils of void energy reaching outward like hungry fingers. The very land where the portal had opened began to wither and die, plants blackening and crumbling to dust. They're searching for you, Lyra gasped as they ran. The portal allows Hem to sense the dragon essence you carry. We cannot outrun this. Naruto knew she was right. Already he could feel a horrible pulling sensation, as though something within the void recognized and coveted what he contained. He skidded to a halt, turning to face the approaching darkness. "Keep going," he instructed Lyra. "Get to the sword sanctum. Tell Ghislaine what's happening. I will not leave you to face this alone." The priestess protested. "You're not," Naruto replied, his eyes beginning to shift from blue to amber. "You're making sure I have somewhere to go after I close that portal." Lyra hesitated, clearly torn between her duty to guide him and the logic of his plan. "How will you find the sanctum?" "I remember enough," he assured her. "Now go, please." With visible reluctance, Lyra nodded. "May the dragons guard your path, Heir." She pressed something into his hand, a small crystal pendant. "This will identify you to the Sword King's sentinels. Show it and speak my name." Then she was gone, sprinting toward the distant hills with inhuman speed. Naruto turned back to face the encroaching void, the pendant secure in his pocket. The column of darkness had begun to take shape, forming a massive humanoid figure composed of swirling void energy. Its featureless face turned toward him with unerring precision, sensing the dragon essence he carried. "Vessel," it spoke, the word reverberating through the earth itself. "Surrender what you contain." "I've never been good at surrendering," Naruto called back, dropping into a combat stance as golden energy began to emanate from his skin. "And I'm not a vessel. I'm the dragon's heir." The void entity's response was to extend a massive arm, darkness stretching toward him like a spear. Naruto leapt aside with supernatural agility, the void energy blackening the earth where he had stood moments before. This was no ordinary void touched. This was something far more powerful, perhaps even an avatar of the Void Emperor himself. Naruto knew he couldn't defeat such an entity, not yet. But he didn't need to win, he only needed to close the portal and escape. Drawing on the knowledge imparted through the heart scale, Naruto began weaving complex patterns with his hands, not unlike the hand signs of his shinobi days, but adapted to this world's energy systems. Golden light trailed from his fingertips as he completed the sequence, then slammed both palms into the earth. "Celestial boundary, Dragon's ward," he shouted, channeling massive amounts of energy through his body and into the ground. A circle of Gall Den light erupted outward from the point of contact, carving symbols into the earth that burned with inner fire. The pattern expanded rapidly, racing toward the void portal even as the dark entity howled in rage. "Futile," it boomed. "Your power is incomplete, Heir." "Maybe," Naruto acknowledged, maintaining the flow of energy despite the strain it placed on his still developing abilities. "But I've never let that stop me before." The golden circle reached the base of the void portal and began to climb its length, symbols of containment and banishment flaring against the absolute darkness. The void entity thrashed, its form beginning to destabilize as the connection to its realm weakened. Naruto felt something within him respond to the confrontation, the dormant dragon essence awakening further, drawn out by necessity. Scales began to materialize along his arms and neck, gleaming gold in the afternoon sun. His vision sharpened further, the world's energy patterns now as clear to him as physical objects. With a final surge of power that left him momentarily lightheaded, Naruto completed the banishment. The void portal collapsed inward with a sound like reality itself tearing, he entity howling as it was dragged back into the nothingness from which it had emerged. Silence fell across the devastated landscape. Where the portal had stood, a perfect circle of blackened earth remained, lifeless and empty. As though the very essence of existence had been leached away. Naruto stood at the edge of this desolation, breathing heavily, the scales slowly receding back beneath his skin. The confrontation had cost him, energy reserves depleted, body aching from channeling more power than it was yet accustomed to. But he had succeeded. The portal was closed, and he had gained valuable insight into both his growing abilities and the nature of their enemy. Turning westward, Naruto began walking toward the distant hills where the sword sanctum awaited. Each step was an effort, but determination had never been something he lacked in either life. The Void Emperor had made a direct move against him, confirming that his awakening was proceeding faster than they had anticipated. Which meant he needed to accelerate his plans as well. As the sun began to set on the horizon, Naruto reached into his robes and withdrew the wooden box containing the heart scale. Opening it, he gazed at the opalescent scale that connected him to his divine heritage. "I won't waste this second chance," he promised quietly, as much to himself as to the distant Ryujin. "In this life or any other, With renewed determination, he continued westward. Somewhere ahead, beyond the rolling hills now gilded with sunset light, waited the sword sanctum and its legendary guardian, the fierce girl he had once trained. Now grown into a warrior whose reputation spanned continents. Ghislaine Dedoldia, the Sword King. His former student, his future ally, and perhaps, though he did not yet know it, something more. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Echoes of the Blade. Dawn broke reluctantly over the western hills. Mist clung to the valleys, transforming the landscape into a sea of ghostly white peaks. Birdsong greeted the new day, only silence, as though the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Atop the highest hill stood a fortress unlike any other. No conventional walls protected the sword sanctum. No gates controlled access. Instead, countless blades of varying sizes and designs had been driven into the earth, forming concentric circles that spiraled toward a central stone structure. Some swords were ancient and weathered, others gleamed as if forged yesterday. All stood as silent sentinels, points toward the sky, creating a forest of steel that would shred any unwelcome visitor who attempted to pass. Naruto approached this impossible barrier with measured steps, his body still recovering from the confrontation with the void entity. 2 days had passed since closing the portal. 2 days of pushing his still adapting body through exhaustion and pain. Whether Lyra had reached the sanctum ahead of him remained unknown. No trace of her passing marked the narrow path that wound between the outermost swords. He paused at the edge of the blade forest, studying the pattern of the weapons. Not random, he realized. The swords formed a massive, intricate symbol visible only from above, or to someone with heightened perception. A binding sigil, designed to contain and focus power rather than merely defend against physical intrusion. Clever, he murmured, newfound knowledge integrating with observation. The sword sanctum wasn't simply a fortress, it was a focus point, a nexus where the material world and the realm of spirit converged. A fitting domain for the one they called Sword King. The crystal pendant Lyra had given him pulsed with gentle warmth against his chest. He withdrew it, the translucent stone catching the early light and fracturing it into prismatic patterns. According to the priestess, this would identify him to the sanctum's guardians. If any still lived, the unnatural silence troubled him. State your purpose, stranger. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the blade forest until each sword seemed to vibrate with the words. Female, authoritative, with an edge sharp as the weapons surrounding him. Naruto held the crystal pendant before him. I seek audience with the Sword King. Lyra Stormheart sent me. Silence stretched for several heartbeats. Then the voice returned, skeptical and wary. The dragon priestess sends many supplicants. Few are worthy of the king's attention. I'm not a supplicant, Naruto replied evenly. I'm the dragon's heir. The declaration hung in the air, challenging and absolute. The swords nearest to him trembled, as though disturbed by an unfelt breeze. Then, with a sound like thousands of blades being drawn simultaneously, a path opened through the forest of steel, pawns rotating in place to create a narrow corridor leading toward the central structure. Approach, the voice commanded. Alone and unarmed, Naruto stepped into the path, acutely aware that the swords could close upon him at any moment, reducing him to ribbons regardless of his enhanced durability. The pendant continued to pulse in his hand, its rhythm increasing as he moved deeper into the sanctum's territory. The stone structure at the center revealed itself gradually, a perfect circle of polished black granite, rising no more than 2 stories high, with no visible windows or entrances. Yet as Naruto neared, a seam appeared in the seamless stone, widening into an archway just large enough for him to enter without ducking. Within lay a circular chamber illuminated by shafts of light from cleverly hidden openings in the ceiling. The floor depicted an elaborate mosaic of a dragon and sword intertwined, crafted from thousands of colored stones. At the chamber's center stood a solitary figure, back turned, examining what appeared to be a map spread across a round table. So, the figure spoke without turning, voice now unfiltered by the blade forest's acoustics. Lyra sends me the supposed dragon's heir. A derisive snort, as if I haven't heard that claim before. The figure turned, and Naruto found himself facing a woman who embodied the very concept of the warrior. Tall and powerfully built, with broad shoulders and the defined musculature of someone who had spent decades honing her body into a weapon. Her hair, wild, untamed auburn shot through with strands of prema. Chure silver, was tied back in a practical tail that reached her mid-back. A jagged scar bisected her left eyebrow and cheek, narrowly missing an eye that studied him with predatory intensity. Her Addy, spoke of functionality over ostentation. Leather armor reinforced at vital points with metal plates, worn but meticulously maintained. No crown adorned her head, no royal trappings declared her status. Only the massive sword strapped across her back, a blade almost as tall as she was, marked her as someone extraordinary. This was no delicate ruler. This was Ghislaine Dedoldia, the Sword King. Who's reputation had spread across continents. And once, centuries ago in his previous existence, his student. Lyra spoke the truth, Naruto said simply, meeting that evaluating gaze without flinching. Ghislaine circled him slowly, like a wolf assessing potential prey. You don't look like much, she declared bluntly. Too pretty, too clean. She stopped before him, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. Dragon's heir should have some fire in his belly, not just fancy words. The dismissal might have provoked him in his youth, in either lifetime. Now, he recognized it for what it was, a test. A prodding to reveal his true nature. I closed a void portal 2 days ago, he replied calmly. Banished an entity that could have consumed this entire region. Then, walked here without rest because apparently the Sword King needs convincing before she'll do her job. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed dangerously. My job, protecting this realm from the void, Naruto stated. Isn't that why you've gathered all those blades out there? To focus your power as a guardian. For a moment, he thought she might strike him. Her hand twitched toward the massive sword on her back, tension radiating from her powerful frame. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a short, harsh bark of genuine amusement. Got some spine after all, she acknowledged, stepping back. But words are wind. Show me something real. Dragon's heir. Naruto considered his options. His energy reserves had not fully replenished after the void confrontation, and revealing too much too soon might be unwise. Yet he needed this woman's cooperation. Decision made, he reached within his robes and removed the wooden box containing Ryugen's heart scale. Ghislaine's posture changed instantly, shifting aggressive evaluation to alert wariness. That box bears the seal of the Celestial Dragon Temple, she observed, all mockery gone from her voice. Master Gen's final gift before he sacrificed himself to save me, Naruto confirmed. Opening the box to reveal the opalescent scale within. Ghislaine drew a sharp breath, taking an involuntary step back. The heart scale, it's supposed to be myth. As are many things that prove quite real when the void threatens, Naruto replied, carefully lifting the scale from its resting place. The opalescent surface caught the chamber's light, refracting it into patterns that danced across the walls. May I? Ghislaine asked, extending a calloused hand. Naruto hesitated only briefly before placing the scale in her palm. Their fingers brushed during the exchange, a momentary contact that sent an unexpected jolt of recognition through him. Not physical attraction, though she was undeniably striking in her warrior's way, but something deeper. A resonance between teacher and student that transcended his current incarnation. Ghislaine examined the scale with expert attention, turning it carefully to observe how the light played across its surface. Genuine, she concluded finally. But possession of a relic doesn't make you what you claim. No, Naruto agreed, taking back the scale and returning it to its box. But it is one piece of evidence among many. Lyra didn't reach you. A shadow passed over Ghislaine's features. The priestess arrived yesterday, half dead from exhaustion. She's recovering in the healer's quarters. Her gaze sharpened. She spoke of a void breach. Massive. Said you stayed behind to close it. And did, Naruto confirmed. Alone. Skepticism colored her tone. Would you believe me if I said yes? No. Then there's little point discussing it further, Naruto said with a shrug. I came because both Ryugen and Lyra directed me to seek the Sword King. If you're not interested in what I have to say, I'll continue my journey elsewhere. He turned as if to leave, counting silently. 1, 2, 3, wait. Naruto paused, not turning back immediately. Ghislaine's footsteps approached, stopping just behind him. Ryugen spoke to you directly. Her voice had lost some of its edge, genuine curiosity replacing skepticism. Through the heart scale, Naruto confirmed, turning to face her again. He said to seek the Sword King. She who once called you master. The color drained from Ghislaine's face. What did you say? She who once called you master, Naruto repeated carefully. Those were Ryujin's exact words. Ghislaine's hand moved to her sword hilt, not drawing the weapon but gripping it like an anchor. That's impossible. My master died centuries ago, before I earned the title of Sword King. And yet here I stand, Naruto said quietly, reborn as the dragon's heir, carrying memories of a past existence in this world. Prove it, she challenged, voice hoarse with suppressed emotion. Tell me something only my master would know. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching for the fragmented memories that had surfaced during his communion with the heart scale. Images flickered through his mind, a younger Ghislaine, fierce and determined, demanding training from a wandering swordsman who carried no blade of his own. You found me by the crystal falls, he began slowly, letting the memory crystallize. I was meditating beneath the cascade. You challenged me to a duel, claiming I had no right to call myself a master when I carried no sword. His lips quirked in a half-smile. You were perhaps 16, wielding your father's blade, too heavy for your frame, but you refused to acknowledge it. Ghislaine's breathing had become shallow, her eyes wide with disbelief. I defeated you in 3 moves. Naruto continued, the memory growing clearer. You demanded I teach you how I moved so quickly without drawing a weapon. I refused initially, but you followed me for 10 days, challenging me each morning and evening until I relented. Anyone could know this story, Ghislaine whispered, though her expression betrayed her uncertainty. I've told it myself on occasion. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged, but do you tell them about the night you nearly abandoned your training? When you received news that your younger brother had fallen ill, and you packed to return home. Her sharp intake of breath confirmed he'd touched on something more private. I found you preparing to leave, he continued. You expected me to be angry. Instead, I gave you a small vial of golden liquid. Dragon tears. Ghislaine interrupted, voice barely audible. You said they could heal any illness if the person's spirit remained strong. They saved your brother, Naruto finished. And when you returned 2 weeks later, you brought me a lock of his hair, forged into the hilt of a new blade, Ghislaine completed, her composure cracking. The first sword I ever crafted myself. She stepped back, studying him with new eyes, searching his features for some trace of the man she had known centuries before. How is this possible? My master was old when he trained me, white-haired and weathered by time. You're reborn, Naruto supplied, a soul returned with purpose, guided by Ryujin's essence. Ghislaine's hand dropped from her sword hilt, her entire demeanor transformed. The aggressive evaluation was gone, replaced by a complex mixture of emotions, disbelief, hope, confusion, and a vulnerability she likely rarely displayed. If what you say is true, she said carefully, then you remember the last words you spoke to me, before you left on your final journey. A test, but one Naruto couldn't be certain of passing. His memories remained fragmented, incomplete. Yet something stirred at her question. A phrase rising from the depths of recollection. The sword is not the weapon, he said slowly, the words feeling right as they left his lips. You are the weapon. The sword is merely the extension of your will. Ghislaine's stoic facade crumbled entirely. Master, she whispered, the title carrying centuries of respect and affection. Then, recovering her composure with visible effort, she straightened. No, not exactly. You're him, but not him. I carry his memories, his knowledge, Naruto explained. But you're right, I am becoming something new. The dragon's heir, with a purpose beyond what I was before. The Sword King studied him for a long moment, then nodded decisively. The void stirs. Lyra speaks of prophecies accelerating. And now my long-dead master returns in a new form. Bearing Ryujin's heart scale, she shook her head in wonder. The world tilts on its axis. Will you help me understand what I'm becoming? Naruto asked directly. Ryujin sent me to you for a reason. Because I knew you before, Ghislaine surmised. And because the sword sanctum stands at the intersection of physical and spiritual planes. She gestured around them. This place was built on your teachings, you know. After my master disappeared, I spent decades applying what he taught me. learning to channel spiritual energy through physical forms. She moved toward the chamber's far side, where an alcove contained a simple wooden stand. Upon it rested a katana of unusual design, its sheath a deep blue that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its hilt wrapped in faded golden cord. "Ryumaru," she said, lifting the blade with reverence. "My master's only sword, though he rarely carried it. He left it in my keeping before his final journey, saying it would serve a greater purpose in time." Naruto approached slowly, drawn by an inexplicable familiarity. The sword resonated with something inside him, a harmonic vibratio. And that made the dormant dragon essence stir. "May I?" he asked, echoing her earlier question about the scale. Ghislaine extended the sheathed blade without hesitation. The moment Naruto's fingers closed around the hilt, a shock wave of recognition passed through him. Images flooded his mind. Battles fought with this very weapon against enemies long turned to dust, techniques developed through centuries of refinement. The blade's creation in dragon fire. Most clearly, he remembered commissioning the sword from ancient smiths who had learned to work with materials from the divine realm. Ryumaru had been forged specifically to channel draconic energy, designed as a focus point rather than merely a weapon. "It remembers you," Ghislaine observed, watching his reaction closely. Naruto nodded, unable to speak for a moment as the connection deepened. The sword seemed to pulse in his grip, responding to the awakening power within him. It was waiting, he finally managed. "All this time, for the dragon's heir," Ghislaine concluded. "My master knew he would return in a new form. You, prepared for this moment centuries ago." The realization was both humbling and empowering. His previous incarnation had lived and worked with purpose, laying groundwork for events now unfolding. Nothing about his current situation was accidental. A sudden commotion from outside interrupted their moment of understanding. Shouts echoed through the stone walls, followed by the distinctive sound of metal striking metal. Ghislaine was moving before Naruto could react, striding toward the entrance with practiced urgency. "Stay here," she commanded. All vulnerability vanished beneath the mantle of leadership. "Not a chance," Naruto replied, Ryumaru still gripped in his hand. The sword seemed to hum with anticipation. As eager for action as he was. The Sword King shot him an exasperated look that felt eerily familiar. She had given him the same expression countless times during her training, centuries ago. "Some things never change," she muttered, then relented with a sharp nod. "Stay behind me until we assess the threat." They emerged from the stone structure into chaos. The orderly blade forest had become a battlefield. Black armored figures, similar to the void-touched assassins who had attacked the celestial dragon temple but more numerous, clashed with defenders dressed in the gray and blue uniforms of the Sword Sanctum. Unlike the temple monks, these warriors moved with deadly precision, each wielding a blade with masterful skill. Yet they were outnumbered at least 3-1. Void-touched, Ghislaine snarled, drawing the massive sword from her back in a single fluid motion. The weapon should have been too large for practical use, yet in her hands, it moved like an extension of her body. "They've never dared attack the sanctum directly before. They're here for me," Naruto stated grimly. "Or rather, what I carry. Then they die disappointed," Ghislaine declared. Leaping into the fray without further discussion, Naruto watched for a moment, assessing both the battlefield and the Sword King's fighting style. Where the void-touched moved with unnatural, jerky speed, Ghislaine flowed like water given form. Her massive blade described perfect arcs through the air, cleaving through void-tainted armor with contemptuous ease. 3 attackers fell in as many seconds, black energy dissipating from their severed forms. Not merely skill, Naruto realized. Ghislaine was channeling energy through her sword, enhancing its cutting power beyond physical limitations. The technique was an advanced version of what he had taught her centuries ago, refined and perfected through decades of dedicated practice. Pride swelled unexpectedly in his chest. His student had surpassed expectations, becoming a master in her own right. No time for sentiment now. Naruto drew Ryumaru from its sheath, the blade emitting a soft golden glow as it contacted air for the first time in centuries. The sword felt impossibly light in his grip, balanced beyond the capabilities of ordinary craftsmanship. He moved to join the battle, instincts from 2 lifetimes of combat guiding his actions. Where Ghislaine fought with overwhelming power and precision, Naruto adopted a style that emphasized speed and efficiency. Ryumaru flickered like golden lightning as he weaved through the battlefield. Each strike precisely targeted at void-touched weak points. The void-tainted warriors noticed his presence immediately, several breaking off their current engagements to converge on his position. Their weapons, curved blades that drank light, hissed through the air as they attacked from multiple angles simultaneously. In his previous life as a shinobi, Naruto would have relied on shadow clones to counter such odds. Now, he accessed different techniques, drawing on the knowledge imparted through his communion with Ryujin. Ryumaru became a conduit for his awakening draconic essence, golden energy flowing along the blade's length as he executed a spinning defensive pattern. Dragon's breath. Circular warding, he intoned, completing the technique with a burst of energy that repelled his attackers. The nearest void touched staggered backward, their armor smoking where the golden energy had contacted it. They regrouped quickly, however, communicating through sharp gestures rather than words. Their next attack came with coordinated precision, two engaging him directly while a third circled to strike from behind. Naruto sensed the flanking maneuver without seeing it, years of battlefield awareness guiding his response. He dropped to one knee, Ryumaru sweeping in a horizontal arc that caught his frontal attackers across their midsections. Simultaneously, he extended his free hand backward, channeling energy into a condensed sphere. Spiraling dragon sphere, he called, driving the technique into the third attacker's chest as they committed to their strike. The void-touched warrior's armor caved inward, golden energy boring through corrupted metal and the entity beneath. Unlike a human opponent, the void-touched didn't bleed, their forms simply collapsed inward. Darkness dissipating into nothingness. Across the battlefield, Ghislaine had carved a path through the invaders, her massive blade reaping a terrible harvest. She fought with controlled fury, each movement economical despite the weapon's size. What might have appeared as berserker rage to an untrained observer was actually calculated precision, not a single motion wasted, not a single opening offered. As though sensing Naruto's assessment, she glanced in his direction. Their eyes met across the chaos, a moment of perfect understanding passing between them. Without words or signals, they began moving toward each other, their fighting styles adjusting instinctively to complement rather than hinder. Back to back, they created a deadly perimeter that none could penetrate. Where Ghislaine struck with overwhelming force, Naruto followed with lightning precision. When he created openings with quick feints, she exploited them with devastating power. They moved as though they had fought together for years, centuries-old training sessions translating into combat harmony. Just like Crystal Valley, Ghislaine called over her shoulder, referencing a battle from their shared past that Naruto only vaguely remembered. "Except I'm shorter now," he replied, ducking under her backswing to impale a void-touched warrior trying to exploit her recovery. A bark of laughter escaped her. "And prettier." "You noticed." Naruto shot back, their banter as natural as their coordinated movements. The tide of battle shifted perceptibly with their united front. The Sanctum defenders rallied around their king and her mysterious ally, forming a disciplined perimeter that began to push the invaders backward. The void-touched, realizing their numerical advantage was neutralized by superior skill and coordination, changed tactics. Their leader, distinguished by ornate patterns etched into otherwise uniform black armor, raised a gnarled staff topped with a pulsing obsidian orb. The same Tai-Pei of void focus Naruto had encountered during the previous attack. "They're going to trigger a mass void eruption," he warned Ghislaine, recognizing the building energy signature. "If that orb shatters, everything within 50 yards dies instantly." The Sword King's expression hardened. "Not in my sanctum." She raised her massive blade, which began to glow with accumulated energy. "Cover me." Without waiting for acknowledgement, she charged directly toward the void-touched leader, her sword leaving trails of blue-white light in its wake. Void warriors moved to intercept her, only to be cut down by Naruto's lightning-fast strikes as he cleared her path. The leader saw her coming, abandoning the void ritual to meet this direct threat. Staff and sword met in an explosion of competing energies, corruption against purification. Void versus creation. The impact created a shockwave that rippled outward, staggering combatants on both sides. Ghislaine grunted with effort, her muscles straining as she pushed against the staff. The void-touched leader hissed something in an ancient, twisted language, black energy crawling up the length of the Sword King's blade toward her hands. Naruto couldn't reach her directly, Too many opponents stood between them, and the void eruption remained a threat even interrupted. Decision made, he sheathed Ryumaru and formed a sequence of hand signs that bridged his past and present techniques. Dragon Sage Art. Binding chains. Golden energy erupted from the ground around the void-touched leader, forming ethereal chains that wrapped around their limbs and torso. The technique, part ninjutsu from his past life, part dragon magic from his awakening heritage, momentarily immobilized the powerful entity. It was all the opening Ghislaine needed. With a roar that contained centuries of defiance against corruption, she broke through the void-touched leader's guard. Her massive blade cleaved downward, splitting both staff and wielder from crown to sternum in a single devastating stroke. The obsidian orb, separated from its holder, tumbled through the air. Naruto moved without thinking, launching himself into a diving roll that brought him beneath the falling sphere. He caught it one-handed, immediately channeling counter-energy to stabilize the volatile void focus before it could detonate. For a breathless moment, the orb pulsed angrily in his grip. Void energy fighting against containment. Then, gradually, the violent oscillations subsided as Naruto's draconic essence neutralized the immediate threat. The void touched, seeing their leader destroyed and their weapon captured, lost cohesion. Some fled toward the edges of the sanctum, only to be cut down by waiting defenders. Others fought with increased desperation, seeking to inflict final damage before their inevitable defeat. Within minutes, the battle concluded. The blade forest of the sword sanctum, designed over centuries to channel and focus spiritual energy, had proved an especially inhospitable environment for void-corrupted entities. Where they fell, the swords nearest their bodies glowed with purifying light, consuming the residual darkness. Ghislaine surveyed the aftermath with critical eyes, directing her followers to tend the wounded and secure the perimeter against further attacks. Only when these immediate concerns were addressed did she approach Naruto, who stood examining the now dormant void orb in his hand. That was masterfully done, she acknowledged, nodding toward the orb. Few could have contained void energy so completely. It helps being part dragon, apparently. Naruto replied with a hint of his old irreverence. He studied the sphere thoughtfully. This might be useful. With proper examination, we could learn more about how the void touched are creating these weapons. Quote. Later, Ghislaine decided, taking the orb and securing it within a pouch at her belt. First, we need to discuss what just happened. The void touched have ever mounted a direct assault on the sanctum before today. They're getting desperate, Naruto surmised. My awakening is proceeding faster than they anticipated. Or they're growing stronger more quickly than we realized. Ghislaine countered. Either way, standing still is no longer an option. She led him back toward the central stone structure, pausing to check on wounded defenders and offer brief words of encouragement. Despite her gruff exterior, Naruto observed genuine concern for her followers, a leader who earned loyalty through respect rather than fear. Another quality she had learned well. Within the central chamber, they found Lyra awaiting them. The priestess looked pale but composed, her silver-blue robes exchanged for simpler attire more suited to recovery. She rose from a cushioned bench as they entered, relief evident in her expression. You survived the void breach, she stated, eyes examining Naruto for signs of injury or corruption. As promised, he replied with a slight smile. Though it seems trouble followed me here regardless. The void senses the dragon essence awakening within you, Lyra explained. Like shadows fleeing before approaching light, they seek to extinguish you before you reach full potential. Ghislaine propped her massive sword against the wall, rolling powerful shoulders to release battle tension. Then we need to accelerate his training. If the dragon's heir is to fulfill his purpose, he must master his abilities before the Void Emperor can mobilize greater forces. The Sword Sanctum is the ideal location for such training, Lyra agreed. Its position at the nexus of physical and spiritual planes will facilitate faster integration of his draconic essence. And I can teach him to wield Ryumaru properly, Ghislaine added. Glancing at the katana still sheathed at Naruto's side. The sword responds to him already, but controlling that connection requires discipline. Naruto listened to them discuss his training as though he weren't present. Fighting a smile at the familiar situation. How many times in his past lives had others planned his development while he stood by? Some experiences transcended reincarnation, apparently. I have some input on my own training, he interjected mildly. Both women turned to him with surprisingly similar expressions of impatient tolerance. Of course you do, Ghislaine replied with the long-suffering tone of a teacher dealing with a clever but troublesome student. Let me guess, you want to skip the foundational work and jump straight to the advanced techniques. Actually, Naruto countered, I was going to suggest we focus on integrating what I already know from my past lives with the new abilities emerging from my draconic essence. Relearning basics would waste valuable time. Lyra and Ghislaine exchanged a look of grudging approval. A sensible approach, the priestess acknowledged. The dragon's heir possesses knowledge and experience from multiple lifetimes. Building upon that foundation rather than reconstructing it from scratch would indeed be more efficient. Fine, Ghislaine conceded, but swordplay requires muscle memory, not just theoretical understanding. Your current body may carry the knowledge of techniques, but your muscles must learn the patterns anew. Then we start immediately, Naruto decided. Time is clearly not our ally. The Sword King nodded sharply. Rest today, recover your strength. Training begins at dawn tomorrow. Her green-gold eyes narrowed. And I won't go easy on you just because you used to be my master. The challenge in her voice was unmistakable. Not hostility, but a warrior's respect demanding equal effort in return. Naruto found himself looking forward to the exchange, curious how his former student's skills had evolved over the centuries of his absence. I would expect nothing less, he replied with a slight bow that contained just a hint of the teasing formality he had used with her in their previous relationship. Ghislaine's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. The East Wing contains guest quarters. Lyra will show you. She turned as if to leave, then paused. One question, Dragon's heir. Yes, in your previous incarnation. Did you know this was coming? Did you prepare me specifically for this moment? The question carried the weight of Centuri's, a student wondering if her entire development had been merely preparation for someone else's journey. Naruto considered carefully before answering. I don't remember everything from that life, he said honestly. But what I do recall suggests I taught you because I saw great potential in a stubborn, dedicated young woman. If preparing you for this moment was part of my motivation, it was second to simply wanting to see you become the best version of yourself. Ghislaine studied him intently, searching for any sign of deception. Finding none, she nodded once, satisfaction and something like relief crossing her features before her stoic mask returned. Dawn tomorrow, she reminded him, striding from the chamber with the confident gait of someone entirely comfortable in their own power. When she had gone, Lyra turned to Naruto with raised eyebrows. You handled that well. The Sword King rarely accepts outsiders so quickly, even those with proper introduction. We're hardly strangers, Naruto pointed out. Even if the relationship exists mostly in fragments of memory now. True, the priestess acknowledged. But memories can be as much barrier as bridge. She built her identity in the shadow of her master's legacy. Now that master returns in new form, younger than she is, needing her guidance rather than offering it. She shook her head. A complex dynamic, to say the least. Naruto hadn't considered that perspective. You think she resents my return. Not resents, Lyra corrected thoughtfully. But she must reconcile the man who taught her with who you are becoming. As must you. She led him through a series of corridors within the stone structure, which proved far larger inside than its exterior suggested. The architecture followed circular patterns, corridors curving gently rather than meeting at right angles, ceilings domed rather than flat. Everything designed to facilitate the flow of energy without obstruction or stagnation. The guest quarters reflected the same philosophy, a circular room with curved furniture, windows positioned to capture light at specific angles throughout the day. Simple but comfortable, with a raised sleeping platform, a meditation area, and a small adjoining bathing chamber. Rest well, Dragon's heir, Lyra said at the doorway. Tomorrow begins your true awakening. Left alone, Naruto removed Ryumaru from his belt, placing the sheathed blade on a stand clearly designed for such purpose. The sword seemed to pulse gently, responding to his proximity even inactive. He then retrieved the wooden box containing the heart scale from within his robes. Setting it beside the sword, two relics connecting him to different aspects of his complex identity, the blade representing his past incarnation, the scale symbolizing his emerging future. Between them stood his current self, still discovering what it meant to be the dragon's heir. He settled into the meditation position Master Gen had taught him, centering his breath and extending his awareness. The sword sanctum hummed with energy all around him, the thousands of blades in the surrounding forest acting as conduits and amplifiers for natural power. No woe. Ender Ghislaine had established her domain here. The location itself was a masterwork of spiritual engineering. As his meditation deepened, Naruto found himself once again in the cosmic space where he had communed with Ryujin. The dragon god did not manifest fully this time, but his presence permeated the void, watchful, evaluating, guiding without direct intervention. Images formed in the emptiness before him, memories not his own, yet becoming part of him through some mysterious process of integration. He saw Ghislaine's training from his previous incarnation's perspective, watching her progress from talented but undisciplined youth to formidable warrior. The pride he had felt as she mastered increasingly complex techniques. The decision to entrust Ryumaru to her keeping before his final journey. Most significantly, he glimpsed fragments of that journey's purpose, a pilgrimage to sacred sites across the realm, each visit strengthening the barriers between worlds, preparing for a time when those barriers would be tested. His previous self had known something was coming, had worked to create foundations for the conflict now unfolding. Had known, perhaps, that he would return in new form when needed most. The meditation ended as gently as it had begun, awareness returning to his physical form with newfound clarity. The fragmented memories were beginning to form a coherent narrative, not complete, but enough to understand the broader pattern of his existence across lifetimes. Naruto opened his eyes to find the room darkened, hours having passed in what felt like moments. A tray of food had been left beside the door, the consideration touching despite its simplicity. He ate methodically, body demanding sustenance after the battles and revelations of recent days. Through the room's single window, he could see the blade forest gleaming under moonlight, thousands of swords catching and reflecting the silver illumination. The sight reminded him of stars reflected in STILL water, beautiful in its deadly perfection. Tomorrow would begin his training with Ghislaine, a reversal of their previous roles that both amused and humbled him. The student would now teach the master, guiding him toward mastery of abilities only partially remembered. Sleep came more easily than expected, his exhausted body surrendering to rest despite the tumult of his thoughts. His dreams were filled with swords and dragons, battles fought across centuries, and a fierce young woman demanding he teach her everything he knew. Morning arrived with a bang, literally. The door to his quarters flew open, slamming against the inner wall with deliberate force. Ghislaine stood in the doorway, already fully armored despite the early hour, her massive sword strapped across her back. "Dawn," she announced unnecessarily, satisfaction evident in her tone at finding him still abed. "Training begins now, dragon's heir." Naruto rose without complaint, years of shinobi discipline overriding any desire for additional rest. He reached for Ryumaru, only to have Ghislaine shake her head. "Not yet," she said. "First, we assess your current capabilities without magical enhancement." She led him through the sanctum's winding corridors to an open courtyard at the structure's rear, a perfectly circular space surrounded by stone pillars, its floor a mosaic depicting various sword forms. Sanctum defenders observed from the periphery, curiosity evident in their respectful attention. "Tradition demands the new arrival demonstrate their skills," Ghislaine explained, unslinging her massive blade and driving it point first into the ground beside her. Normally, this would involve combat against graduated levels of opponents. But not for me, Naruto guessed. A predatory smile spread across her scarred features. "You get the honor of facing me directly." Murmurs rippled through the watching defenders. Clearly, their king rarely participated in such assessments personally. "Hand to hand only," she specified, removing her armored outer layer to reveal a simple training outfit beneath, loose pants and a sleeveless tunic that did nothing to disguise her powerful physique. No weapons, no magical enhancement. Pure physical technique. Naruto mirrored her preparation, removing his outer robes until he stood in similar attire. His build was different from hers, leaner, more speed-oriented than power-focused, but no less deadly in its own way. They circled each other on the mosaic floor, bare feet silent against the polished stone. Ghislaine moved with surprising lightness for someone of her size. Weight perfectly balanced, hands held in a guard position that offered both offensive and defensive options. "Begin," she said simply. Neither rushed the engagement. They continued circling, each evaluating the other's movement patterns, looking for tells or weaknesses. Naruto recognized the approach. He had taught it to her centuries ago, emphasizing patience over aggression in the initial phases of combat. Ghislaine struck first, a lightning-fast combination of strikes aimed at testing his reflexes rather than causing damage. Naruto slipped the attacks with minimal movement, letting muscle memory guide his responses while his mind analyzed her style. She had modified the techniques he'd taught her, adapting them to suit her larger frame and greater physical strength. Where his original style emphasized redirection and counterattack, hers focused more on dominating exchanges through superior power and precision. "Not bad," she acknowledged as he evaded a particularly complex sequence. "Your body remembers more than I expected. Muscle memory transcends lifetimes, apparently," Naruto replied, launching his own probing attack, a series of quick strikes designed to test her defensive habits. Ghislaine blocked efficiently, giving ground only when tactical advantage demanded it. "Physical skill alone won't be enough against the void touched," she warned, tearing with a sweeping leg technique that nearly caught him off balance. "Agreed," Naruto said, recovering smoothly. But integration begins with fundamentals. Their exchange accelerated, moving from evaluation to genuine testing. Ghislaine's attacks came faster, harder, forcing Naruto to employ increasingly sophisticated evasions. He responded with techniques drawn from both his shinobi training and this world's martial traditions, creating combinations his opponent couldn't easily predict. The watching defenders grew absolutely silent, witnessing a level of combat mastery few had ever observed. What began as assessment had transformed into something approaching art. Two exceptional fighters communicating through movement, each technique a statement, each counter a response in an evolving dialogue. Sweat gleamed on both their bodies as the exchange intensified further. Ghislaine's greater experience in her current form began to tell, her attacks coming with increasing precision as she identified the slight hesitations in Naruto's adapted style. A sweeping strike broke through his guard, connecting solidly with his ribs and sending him skidding backward across the mosaic floor. "Your body knows the movements," she observed, pressing her advantage with a relentless series of follow-ups, but lacks the conditioning to execute them perfectly. Naruto adapted instantly, shifting from his preferred style to something more suitable for his current physical state. Where he had been attempting to match her power previously, now he emphasized speed and unpredictability, moving in patterns designed to disrupt rather than directly challenge. It worked. Ghislaine's rhythm broke as she attempted to adjust to his new approach, creating an opening for Naruto to slip inside her guard. His palm struck her sternum, not with full force, but enough to demonstrate the vulnerability. They separated, both breathing heavily now, mutual respect evident in their evaluating gazes. "Enough," Ghislaine declared, straightening from her combat stance. "I've seen what I needed to see." The watching defenders broke into spontaneous applause, impressed by the display regardless of its inconclusive ending. Ghislaine silenced them with a raised hand, her expression serious as she addressed Naruto. "Your foundation is solid, if imperfectly translated to your current form," she assessed. "With proper conditioning, your physical techniques will serve adequately." Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "But the real challenge lies in integrating your draconic essence with both your combat skills and your spiritual abilities. That's where Ryumaru comes in," Naruto surmised. "Exactly." Ghislaine retrieved her massive sword from where it stood embedded in the ground. The blade was designed as a focus point, a bridge between physical action and spiritual energy. "Using it properly will accelerate your awakening." She gestured for him to follow, leading him toward a different section of the sanctum grounds. As they walked, Naruto noticed defenders bowing respectfully, though whether to their king or to him remained unclear. "They watched our sparring session," he noted. "What conclusions do you think they drew?" Ghislaine glanced at him, a hint of amusement softening her fierce features. "That either their king has met her match, or she's found a worthy successor." At his raised eyebrow, she added, "Don't worry, I've no intention of relinquishing my position. But succession is always on their minds." Leadership here passes through demonstration of skill, not bloodline. As it should be, Naruto approved. Their destination proved to be a smaller courtyard, this one enclosed completely by high walls with no observers permitted. At its center stood a single sword then into a stone pedestal, not an elaborate weapon, but a simple training blade with a plain hilt and unadorned guard. The Resonance Court, Ghislaine explained, where we teach advanced students to channel energy through their weapons. She gestured to the sword in the pedestal. That blade has absorbed ambient energy from the sanctum for centuries. It will serve as your initial focus point before Ryu attempt the same techniques with Ryumaru. Naruto approached the pedestal, studying the training sword with newfound perception. To his dragon-enhanced senses, the blade glowed with accumulated power, not as potent as Ryumaru, but significant nonetheless. The technique seems familiar, he said, fragments of memory surfacing. I think I developed this method myself, in my previous incarnation. You did, Ghislaine confirmed. Before you taught me, you spent decades perfecting the approach. The ability to channel spiritual energy through physical objects was your specialty. What made you legendary despite rarely carrying a sword yourself? She positioned herself beside him, demonstrating the proper stance. The principle is simple, though execution requires precision. Extend your awareness into the blade, recognizing it not as separate from yourself but as an extension of your will. Naruto nodded, the instruction resonating with both his past training and his developing draconic senses. He placed his hand on the training sword's hilt, closing his eyes to focus more completely on the energy patterns within and around the weapon. Good, Ghislaine encouraged, her voice shifting to the measured tones of an experienced instructor. Now, draw the sword while maintaining that awareness. The moment of transition, from static to motion, is when the channel forms most naturally. Following her guidance, Naruto drew the blade in a single smooth motion. As it cleared the stone pedestal, he felt the connection she had described, a pathway opening between his spiritual sense and the physical object in his hand. Energy flowed along this channel, transforming the ordinary training sword into something more. A soft golden glow emanated from the blade, reflecting his draconic nature. The light was steady but not particularly intense, a successful first attempt, but far from mastery. Excellent, Ghislaine approved. Most students require weeks to achieve any visible manifestation. Your past experience serves you well. It feels right, Naruto said, moving the glowing blade through a simple pattern. The energy followed his movements, trailing golden afterimages in the air. Like remembering something long forgotten rather than learning something new. Because it is, she replied. Your soul recognizes the technique, even if your current body must adapt to it. She drew her own massive sword, which immediately blazed with blue-white energy so intense it cast shadows despite the daylight. With practice, you'll achieve this level of manifestation and beyond. For hours, they worked on the basic channeling technique, Ghislaine correcting minor flaws in his execution with the same exacting standards he had once applied to her training. The Reavers' of roles might have been awkward with anyone else, but their shared history, fragmented though it was in his current memory, created a foundation of mutual respect that transcended conventional teacher-student dynamics. By midday, Naruto could maintain a consistent energy flow through the training sword for several minutes without faltering. The golden glow had intensified, occasionally shifting, to reveal scale-like patterns within the light, a manifestation of his draconic essence becoming more integrated with the technique. Enough for now, Ghislaine decided, noting his growing fatigue. Quote, energy channeling taxes both body and spirit. Pushing too far too quickly invites imbalance. Another lesson he had apparently taught her, now returned to him through her instruction. The cycle contained a certain poetic symmetry. They retired to a small dining area within the main structure, where simple but nourishing food awaited them. Lyra joined them midway through the meal, her color much improved from the previous day. The dragon's heir progresses quickly, the priestess observed, noting the residual golden energy still clinging to Naruto's hands, a side effect of prolonged channeling practice. As expected, Ghislaine replied around a mouthful of bread. His soul remembers what his body must relearn. The gap narrows with each repetition. And Ryumaru, Lyra inquired, has he attempted channeling through his true focus yet? Tomorrow, the Sword King decided. Today establishes the foundation. Tomorrow we build upon it. Naruto listened to their discussion with quiet attention, noting the easy rapport between two women of seemingly opposite temperaments. Lyra's serene, measured demeanor contrasted sharply with Ghislaine's blunt practicality, yet they clearly shared mutual respect forged through previous collaboration. The void touch will return, he interjected when there was a natural pause in their conversation. Yesterday's attack was merely a probing action, testing our defenses, confirming my presence. The next assault will be more coordinated, more powerful. Both women sobered at this assessment. Agreed, Ghislaine said grimly. I've doubled perimeter guards and activated additional defensive measures within the Blade Forest. But you're right, they'll come in greater force next time. Which means our window for training narrows by the hour, Lyra added. The prophecies speak of 5 guides who must stand with the dragon's heir at the final confrontation. Thus far, we have identified only 2. You and Ghislaine, Naruto surmised. The priestess nodded. The dragon priestess and the sword king. 3 others remain unnamed in the visions, the shadow, the healer, and the creator. Convenient titles, Naruto observed dryly. No, addresses are identifying characteristics. A smile flickered across Lyra's serene features. Prophecy is rarely so accommodating. But each will be drawn to your awakening energy, as we were. The difficulty lies in recognizing them amidst the chaos that surrounds your path. Then we should accelerate our plans, Ghislaine decided. Not just training, but movement. Remaining stationary invites encirclement and siege, tactically unsound when facing an enemy with superior numbers. You're suggesting we leave the sanctum? Lyra asked, surprise evident in her tone. The Sword King nodded sharply. This place has stood as a bastion against darkness for centuries. It will continue to do so without my direct presence. My duty now extends beyond these walls. The declaration carried significant weight, Naruto realized. Ghislaine was proposing to leave her domain, perhaps for the first time in decades, to accompany him on his journey. Your followers won't be pleased, he noted. My followers understand duty, she countered. The sword goes where it's needed most. Right now, that's alongside the dragon's heir. The conviction in her voice brooked no argument. Whatever personal cost this decision entailed, she had already accepted it as necessary sacrifice. Then we should determine our next destination, Lyra said practically. If we seek the remaining guides, we must discern where they might be found. Ghislaine rose from the table, moving to a wall covered in maps of varying scale and detail. The Sanctum Scouts report increased void activity in 3 primary locations, she said, indicating points on the largest map. The Shadow Citadel to the north, the Verdant Wilds to the east, and Ironhaven to the south. Shadow, Healer, Creator, Lyra murmured thoughtfully. Titles match the locations with surprising literalness. Too convenient to be coincidence, Naruto agreed, joining them at the map. Which suggests either prophecy influencing reality, or someone arranging pieces on the board to guide our movements. Either possibility concerns me, Ghislaine admitted. But standing still concerns me more. We must choose a direction. Naruto studied the map carefully, noting the distances and terrain involved in each potential journey. The Shadow Citadel lay closest, a fortress city known for its assassins and spies. The Verdant Wilds spread across vast territories to the east, home to nature spirits and healing sanctuaries. Ironhaven to the south represented the height of this world's technological achievement, where magic and machinery blended in ways found nowhere else. Each location might contain one of the prophesied guides. Each also represented significant danger, especially for someone carrying dragon essence that the void sought to capture. Before he could offer an opinion, a commotion erupted outside the dining area. A Sanctum defender burst through the doorway, face flushed with exertion. My king, the young woman gasped. UTS report movement to the west, a massive force approaching through the valley. They fly the banner of Azurith, but, she hesitated. Speak plainly, Ghislaine commanded. Their eyes, my king, are. Forward scout claims their eyes are wrong. Solid black, with no whites or pupils. The 3 companions exchanged grim looks. Kingdom soldiers marching under legitimate banners, but clearly void touched. The corruption had spread further than any of them had realized. How long? Ghislaine asked sharply. 2 hours, perhaps less, the defender replied. They march with unnatural speed. The Sword King's decision was immediate. Sound the full alert. Evacuate non-combatants through the eastern tunnels. Activate all defensive arrays. To Naruto and Lyra, she added, our timeline has just collapsed. We stand and fight, Naruto asked, already calculating strategies. Ghislaine shook her head. The sanctum will hold. It's designed to withstand sieges both physical and spiritual. But you cannot be here when they arrive. If they've committed this many resources to your capture, the Void Emperor himself may accompany the force. I won't run while others fight my battles, Naruto stated flatly. This isn't about pride, Ghislaine countered, her tone brooking no argument. This is strategy. The Sanctum defenders know their duty. You must continue your journey, find the remaining guides, complete your awakening. Otherwise, all sacrifices become meaningless. The logic was sound, however much it chafed against his instincts. Naruto had never been one to abandon companions in either of his previous lives. But this situation demanded a different approach. Sometimes the bravest action was strategic withdrawal. The eastern tunnels, he conceded reluctantly. Where do they lead? To the foothills beyond the Blade Forest, Ghislaine explained, already moving toward the door. From there, multiple paths diverge, none obvious to pursuers. And you? Lyra asked, the question Naruto had left unspoken. The Sword King paused, conflict evident in her stance if not her expression. I must direct the Sanctum's defense initially, she said slowly. But once the defensive arrays are activated, I'll follow. We'll rendezvous at the Eastern Fork. It was the most practical compromise, though Naruto disliked separating even temporarily. 2 hours, he said, making it both question and declaration. Ghislaine nodded sharply. 2 hours, not a moment longer. They parted without further discussion, the Sanctum already transforming around them as defenders prepared for siege. Naruto returned briefly to his quarters, collecting Ryumaru and the box containing the heart scale. As he secured both items, a memory surfaced, himself teaching a young Ghislaine about strategic retreat. Sometimes the best way to win is to recognize when not to fight, his past self had instructed. Choose your battlefields carefully, for they determine more than half the outcome before a single blow is struck. Now his former student applied that lesson masterfully, prioritizing the larger conflict over immediate engagement. Pride mingled with concern as Naruto followed Lyra toward the eastern section of the Sanctum, where hidden tunnels would allow their escape while the void-touched forces focused on the main structure. The evacuation routes proved remarkably well organized, with clear signage and stationed guides ensuring orderly movement. Non-combatants, primarily scholars, artisans, and support staff, proceeded calmly, carrying only essential items. The Sanctum had clearly rehearsed this scenario many times. The Sword King prepares for all contingencies, Lyra noted, observing his assessment. These tunnels extend for miles in multiple directions, some leading to hidden sanctuaries. Others to allied settlements. The void-touched may breach the Sanctum's outer defenses, but they'll find nothing of value within. Except the defenders themselves, Naruto pointed out grimly. Who chose their path with full understanding of the risks, the priestess countered. Do not dishonor their sacrifice by doubting its value. The rebuke, gentle though it was, struck home. Naruto nodded acknowledgement, focusing instead on the path ahead. The tunnel they followed sloped gradually downward, carved through solid bedrock with precision that suggested both physical labor and magical assistance in its creation. Regularly spaced crystal lamps provided soft illumination, their light somehow soothing to both eyes and spirit. They emerged eventually into a larger chamber where the evacuation routes diverged. Most non-combatants continued straight ahead, toward what Lyra explained was a hidden valley settlement long allied with the Sanctum. A smaller tunnel branched eastward, its entrance less obvious among the natural rock formations. This leads to the Eastern Fork, the priestess explained, indicating the smaller passage. Where we'll rendezvous with the Sword King. Naruto hesitated, glancing back toward the main tunnel they had traversed. His enhanced senses detected no pursuit yet, but tension radiated through the stone around them, the distant preparations for battle transmitting through the very earth. She'll come, Lyra assured him, correctly interpreting his concern. Ghislaine Dedoldia has never broken her word in all the years I've known her. It's not her intention I doubt, Naruto replied. But circumstances don't always cooperate with our plans. Nevertheless, they proceeded through the smaller tunnel, emerging after half an hour of ca. Reeful navigation into a narrow ravine hidden among the eastern foothills. The blade forest of the sanctum was no longer visible from this position, concealed behind the natural terrain. Only the high, saint spire of the central stone structure could be seen, a dark silhouette against the afternoon sky. The fork is just ahead, Lyra said, leading him along a barely discernible path that wound between weather-worn boulders. From there, we can observe the sanctum while remaining hidden ourselves. The eastern fork proved to be exactly that, a point where the ravine split in 3 different directions. Each path offering escape routes toward different regions of the realm. A natural observation point formed where the paths diverged, providing clear sightlines back toward the sanctum while remaining sheltered from casual observation. From this vantage, the approaching army became visible, a dark mass flowing through the western valley like spilled ink, their movements too coordinated, too uniform for natural soldiers. Even at this distance, something about their march pattern disturbed the eye, as though they moved simultaneously as individuals and as parts of a greater whole. Void touched on an unprecedented scale. Lyra whispered, horror evident in her voice. They've corrupted an entire battalion of kingdom soldiers. Naruto studied the advancing force with grim attention, estimating their numbers at several thousand. Far more than had ever been committed to a single target according to the reports he'd heard. The Void Emperor was escalating dramatically, suggesting either growing desperation or increasing confidence. Neither boded well for their cause. As the void-touched army reached the outer perimeter of the sanctum grounds, a shimmer passed through the blade forest. The thousands of swords planted in concentric circles began to glow with accumulated power, some blue-white like Ghislaine's energy signature, others in varied hues representing different spiritual attunements. The primary defense array activates, Lyra explained, a hint of awe in her voice despite their dire circumstances. Centuries of ambient energy collected by each blade, now unified in purpose. The glow intensified until the entire blade forest blazed with light visible even at their distant position. The void-touched army halted at its edge, seemingly reluctant to test this obvious barrier. For several tense minutes, nothing moved, a tableau of light and darkness facing off across the clear boundary of the sanctum's territory. Then a figure separated from the void-touched ranks. Tall, wrapped in flowing black robes that seemed to absorb light rather than merely block it, the entity approached the glowing blade barrier with confident steps. Though too distant to discern features clearly, something about the figure's bearing suggested authority beyond the ordinary commanders. The Void Emperor, Naruto wondered aloud. No, Lyra replied, her voice tight with tension. A lieutenant perhaps, but not the Emperor himself. The prophecies are clear. When the Emperor manifests fully in this realm, all 3 planes will tremble at the disturbance. The black-robed figure reached the edge of the blade forest and raised both arms in a commanding gesture. Darkness pooled around their feet, then shot forward like liquid shadow, making contact with the nearest glowing swords. Where darkness met light, violent energy discharges erupted, neither force immediately overcoming the other, but the conflict creating spectacular auroral effects visible even from their distant position. They test the defenses, Lyra observed, learning their strength before committing fully. The standoff continued for several more minutes, neither side gaining clear advantage. Then, without warning, the massive central doors of the sanctum's stone structure swung open. A solitary figure emerged, unmistakably Ghislaine even at this distance, her massive sword glowing with intensified energy that matched the blade forest's defenses. What is she doing? Lyra gasped. She was supposed to activate the arrays and withdraw. Naruto watched with growing concern as Ghislaine strode directly toward the confrontation point. Her weapon held ready but not yet in striking position. The black-robed Void Commander turned to face her, darkness swirling around both figures as they stood barely 10 paces apart. Though too distant to hear their exchange, the body language suggested negotiation, or perhaps ultimatum. Ghislaine's posture remained unyielding, while the Void Commander made NSIVE gestures that encompassed both the sanctum and the waiting army. They want her to surrender the sanctum, Naruto surmised, probably offering to spare her followers in exchange. An offer she would never accept, Lyra stated with absolute certainty. The Sword King would die before yielding her domain to corruption. As if confirming her assessment, Ghislaine's next action eliminated any possibility of peaceful resolution. She raised her massive blade overhead, the weapon now blazing so brightly it was painful to look at directly. With a downward stroke that carried obvious ritual significance, she drove the sword into the earth before her. The effect was immediate and spectacular. Every blade in the forest suddenly intensified its glow tenfold, the combined radiance temporal. Why blinding even at their distant observation point? When Naruto's vision cleared, he saw that the blade forest had transformed, swords now connected by arcs of energy that formed a dome-like barrier over the entire sanctum grounds. The Void Commander staggered backward, clearly affected by the massive energy discharge. The front ranks of the void-touched army similarly recoiled, some collapsing entirely as though the purifying light had severed whatever corrupt influence animated them. The sanctum's ultimate defense, Lyra breathed. I've only heard it described in ancient texts. Once activated, it can sustain itself for months without additional input, but the initial casting requires. She trailed off, horror dawning in her expression. Requires what? Naruto demanded, though he already suspected the answer. The life force of the Sword King, Lyra whispered. Not all at once, but a significant portion. Enough to. She couldn't finish the thought. Naruto was already moving, sliding down the ravine wall toward the path that would lead back to the sanctum. Ghislaine had never intended to join them at the rendezvous. She had planned this sacrifice from the moment the void-touched army was spotted. Wait, Lyra called after him. You cannot breach the barrier from outside. Not even with dragon essence. That's why she activated it, to ensure you couldn't return. Her words registered through his determination, the tactical logic forcing him to halt mid-stride. If Ghislaine had indeed activated the sanctum's ultimate defense, she had done so specifically to prevent him from attempting rescue. The barrier would repel anything attempting to enter from outside, even someone with partial divine heritage. A perfect trap, ensuring he would continue his journey rather than risk himself in a futile rescue attempt. As this realization sank in, movement at the edge of his enhanced vision caught his attention. A solitary figure was making their way up the hidden path fro. The sanctum, moving with obvious difficulty but unmistakable determination. Ghislaine, he murmured, changing direction to intercept the approaching form. The Sword King had kept her promise after all, though clearly at terrible cost. As they drew closer to each other, Naruto could see the effects of the barrier casting. Ghislaine's vital energy had been dramatically depleted, her normally robust appearance now gaunt, skin ashen. Movements pained, yet she continued forward through sheer force of will, one hand pressed against the ravine wall for support, the other clutching something wrapped in cloth. When she spotted him, a ghost of her usual challenging smile appeared. Right on time, she managed, voice raspy with exertion. Naruto reached her side just as her strength finally failed. He caught her before she could fall, supporting her weight easily with his enhanced strength. Up close, the damage was even more apparent, channeling the massive energy required for the barrier had aged her visibly. Silver strands now dominant in her auburn hair, new lines etched into her fierce features. You knew, he accused gently, helping her to a sheltered alcove in the ravine wall. You never intended to simply rendezvous and continue together. Tactical necessity, Ghislaine replied, managing a weak version of her usual dismissive shrug. The barrier requires a catalyst with deep connection to the sanctum. No one else could have activated it successfully. And the cost? Naruto pressed, though he could see it clearly before him. The Sword King met his gaze directly, no regret in her exhausted eyes. Acceptable. The barrier will hold for months. My followers are safe. The void-touched army is contained, unable to pursue you immediately. She gestured vaguely toward the sanctum, now encased in its dome of protective light. Strategic victory on all fronts. Lyra joined them, her expression grave as she assessed Ghislaine's condition. You channeled too much, too quickly, she chided, though her tone held more concern than censure. The texts recommend gradual implementation over days, not an instantaneous casting. Didn't have days, Ghislaine replied simply. Had minutes. The priestess knelt beside her, hands hovering over the Sword King's depleted form. Soft silver light emanated from her palms as she attempted to stabilize the damage, her expression growing increasingly troubled as the examination continued. Well, Naruto asked when she finally sat back. The damage isn't immediately life-threatening, Lyra said carefully. But it's extensive. She's channeled at least 20 years of life force into the barrier. 30. Ghislaine corrected matter-of-factly. Wanted to be sure it would hold. At their shocked expressions, she added, "Don't look so grim. I had plenty to spare." Benefits of clean living. The attempt at humor fell flat given her obvious deterioration, but Naruto appreciated the effort nonetheless. It was exactly the sort of stubborn defiance he would have expected from the headstrong girl who had demanded his training centuries ago. "Can you restore what she lost?" he asked Lyra. The priestess shook her head regretfully. "Life force freely given cannot be reclaimed. I can stabilize her condition, prevent further deterioration, but the years themselves are gone." Ghislaine waved away their concern with surprising vehemence given her weakened state. "Enough fussing. We have more important matters." She unwrapped the cloth-covered object she had been clutching, revealing a smaller version of her massive SWO. Road. A perfectly crafted weapon sized for more conventional use. "This is for you." Naruto accepted the blade carefully, immediately sensing its significance. Though not as inherently powerful as Ryumaru, this weapon had clearly been crafted with exceptional skill and purpose. "My first masterwork," Ghislaine explained, pride evident despite her exhaustion. "Forged after completing my training with you, with my former master. I've carried it as a secondary weapon since earning the king's blade." She gestured to the massive sword now embedded at the center of the sanctum's defense array. "It's attuned to the same energy signature as Ryumaru, but less demanding to wield. A bridge between your current capabilities and what you'll eventually achieve." The gift carried obvious emotional significance, perhaps the most personal possession she owned, representing the culmination of her training and the beginning of her independent mastery. That she would part with it spoke volumes about her commitment to their cause. "I'll wield it with honor," Naruto promised, securing the sword alongside Ryumaru at his belt. "See that you do," Ghislaine replied with a hint of her usual gruffness. Saint me 3 months of work and 2 broken fingers to forge the damn thing." Lyra completed her stabilizing treatment, the silver glow fading from her hands as she sat back with a tired sigh. "That's all I can do for now. With rest and proper care, she should recover enough strength to travel within a day or 2. "We don't have days," Ghislaine objected, attempting to rise and failing. "The void touched may be contained. But the Void Emperor has other servants. We need to move now, find the remaining guides before our enemy repositions." "You can barely stand," Naruto pointed out reasonably. "Then carry me," she snapped. Frustration at her weakness evident. "But we cannot remain here. The fork is too obvious a rendezvous point for anyone familiar with the Sanctum's evacuation routes." She had a point, tactical considerations overriding personal comfort once again. After brief discussion, they decided to move deeper into the eastern hills, where numerous small caves and sheltered valleys would provide temporary sanctuary while Ghislaine recovered minimal traveling strength. With careful coordination between Naruto's physical support and Lyra's ongoing healing interventions, they managed to transport the weakened Sword King to a secluded cave nearly 2 miles from the fork. The location offered good defensive positioning, with clear sightlines to potential approach routes, and a small freshwater spring at the rear of the cave system. Night had fallen by the time they established a rudimentary camp. Lyra foraged successfully for medicinal herbs to supplement her healing abilities, while Naruto secured the perimeter with both physical precautions and energy-based alerts similar to those he had used as a shinobi. Ghislaine, despite her protests, succumbed to exhaustion almost immediately upon reaching their sanctuary. She now slept near the small fire they had risked, her breathing steady but shallow, features relaxed for perhaps the first time since Naruto had reunited with her. She pushed herself beyond safe limits, Lyra observed quietly, adding prepared herbs to a small pot of boiling water. Even for someone of her considerable strength, the barrier activation should have been fatal. "She's too stubborn to die on someone else's terms," Naruto replied, his tone containing equal measures of exasperation and admiration. The priestess smiled faintly at this assessment, a quality you apparently recognized in her centuries ago, when you agreed to take her as student. "So it seems," he acknowledged, fragments of memory supporting this observation. "Though I remember less about my reasoning than the results of her training." They fell silent for a time, each occupied with their own thoughts as night deepened around their sheltered position. The distant glow of the sanctum's barrier remained visible through the cave entrance, a dome of soft light against the star-filled sky, testament to Ghislaine's sacrifice and determination. "We should decide our next destination," Lyra eventually said, measuring herbs into 3 separate cups. "When she wakes, Ghislaine will demand immediate action, regardless of her condition." Naruto nodded agreement, returning to the question they had been discussing before the Void-touched army's arrival. 3 potential locations, 3 remaining guides according to your prophecies. The most logical approach would be the closest destination first. The Shadow Citadel, Lyra confirmed. Home to assassins, spies, and those who walk the boundaries between light and darkness. If the guide known as the Shadow exists, that would be their most likely domain. It's also the most dangerous immediate option, Naruto noted. A city of assassins might not welcome obvious outsiders, especially those connected to dragon essence that the Void seeks to capture. True, the priestess acknowledged. But prophecy rarely follows the path of least resistance. The guides must be gathered in specific sequences to achieve their purpose in the final confrontation. Naruto considered this, weighing tactical considerations against prophetic imperatives. His natural inclination in either previous life would have been to make practical decisions rather than follow esoteric guidance. Yet in this world, prophecy clearly carried tangible weight. Reality itself seemed to bend around certain predestined patterns. The Shadow Citadel, then, he decided finally, but we approach carefully, with full awareness of the risks. No obvious displays of power or connection to the dragons unless absolutely necessary. Lyra nodded approval, finishing her preparation of the medicinal tea. She offered a cup to Naruto, who accepted it with quiet thanks. The liquid tasted bitter but carried immediate revitalizing properties. Energy flowing through his system as the herbs took effect. "Rest," the priestess advised, settling into a meditative posture near the fire. "I'll maintain watch for the first half of the night." Though reluctant to surrender vigilance entirely, Naruto recognized the wisdom in conserving strength. He positioned himself near the cave entrance, where he could respond quickly to any approach. While still benefiting from the fire's warmth. Ryumaru and Ghislaine's gifted sword rested beside him, both weapons humming faintly with resonant energy. As exhaustion gradually overcame alertness, his thoughts turned to the journey ahead. The Shadow Citadel represented a significant unknown, a place where allegiances shifted like the shadows themselves, where truth and deception blurred into indistinguishable gray. Finding a prophesied guide in such an environment would require more than combat prowess or draconic power. It would require wisdom he wasn't certain he yet possessed in this incarnation. His gaze drifted to Ghislaine's sleeping form, studying the face of a woman who had once been his student and now became his guide. The reversed dynamic contained valuable lessons about the cyclical nature of knowledge and growth, how teaching and learning formed an endless cycle rather than a linear progression. Perhaps that was the true purpose behind his reincarnation as the dragon's heir. Not merely to confront the Void Emperor with divine power, but to understand how past and present intertwined, how student became teacher and teacher became student in turn. With this thought drifting through his mind, Naruto finally surrendered to sleep. His dreams were filled with swords and dragons, battles fought across centuries, and a fierce young woman demanding he teach her everything he knew, now grown into a warrior queen who would sacrifice decades of her life to protect what she valued. The cycle continued, unbroken across lifetimes. And somewhere ahead, 3 more day awaited. Connections yet to be forged, wisdom yet to be gained, power yet to be realized. The dragon's heir slept, and the world held its breath in anticipation of what would come when he fully awakened. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Shadows of the Void. Night. The mountains exhaled mist that clung to stone like desperate lovers. 3 silhouettes moved through fog-shrouded valleys, their footsteps muffled by damp earth. No words passed between them, communication reduced to gestures, nods, subtle changes in pace. They had traveled this way for 4 days since leaving the shelter of the eastern hills, avoiding main roads and settlements where void-touched influence might have spread. Naruto led the small group, enhanced senses probing the darkness for threats. Behind him walked Lyra, elver blue robes exchanged for practical travel attire, her movements fluid and nearly silent. Ghislaine brought up the rear, still weakened from her sacrifice at the sanctum, but stubborn as ever. She'd rejected all suggestions of delay, driving herself forward through sheer force of will. The 30 years of life force channeled into the barrier had left permanent marks. Silver now dominated her once auburn hair. New lines etched her face, and her legendary stamina had diminished noticeably. Yet her sword arm remained strong. That was what mattered, she insisted. The night deepened. Fog thickened until visibility reduced to arm's length, the world beyond existence erased by swirling white. Naruto halted, raising a hand. The others stopped immediately. "We need shelter," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "This fog isn't natural." Lyra moved forward, standing at his shoulder. "Void mist," she confirmed, studying the unnatural patterns in the surrounding whiteness. "Not immediately dangerous, but disorienting. Designed to separate travelers from their path, and each other." "Wonderful," Ghislaine muttered, one hand resting on her sword hilt. The smaller blade she'd gifted Naruto gleamed faintly at his side, responding to his awakening draconic essence even when not actively channeling. Just what we needed on our final approach. Their destination lay less than I's journey ahead, the infamous Shadow Citadel, carved into the face of a sheer cliff that marked the northern boundary of civilized lands. A city of assassins, spies, and those who traded in secrets. Where allegiances shifted hourly and truth was the most valuable currency of all. "There's a formation to our right," Naruto said, enhanced perception cutting through the obscuring fog. "Natural overhang, defensible position. We'll rest there until this passes." They adjusted course, moving carefully over increasingly treacherous terrain. The overhang proved more substantial than expected, a shallow cave offering protection from both elements and observation. Ghislaine sank gratefully onto a flat stone, though she would never admit to the relief. Lyra immediately began preparing herbs from her travel pouch, creating both medicinal tea for the Sword King and a mixture that, when burned, would help mask their presence from void-sensitive entities. Naruto took position at the cave entrance, monitoring the unnatural fog that now completely obscured the valley beyond. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of the sword Ghislaine had gifted him, not Ryumaru, which remained sheathed across his back, but the smaller blade that better matched his current capabilities. Both weapons responded differently to his touch, Ryumaru with ancient knowing, this newer blade with eager readiness. "You should rest," Lyra advised, handing him a cup of steaming liquid that smelled of mint and something less identifiable. "My wards will alert us to any approach." Naruto accepted the drink but remained standing. "The fog bothers me. Too convenient in its timing. Coincidence exists even in a world of prophecy," the priestess replied with gentle pragmatism. "Not everything is orchestrated by enemy or ally. In my experience," Ghislaine interjected from her resting place deeper in the cave, "coincidence is just conspiracy lacking sufficient investigation." She sipped her medicinal tea with a grimace. "This tastes worse each time you brew it." "Effective medicine rarely pleases the palate," Lyra responded mildly. "Perhaps if you'd follow proper recovery protocols instead of driving yourself to exhaustion daily, the stronger mixtures wouldn't be necessary." The banter between them continued, familiar rhythm established over days of close travel. Naruto listened with half his attention, the rest focused outward. Something about the fog's movement pattern troubled him, subtle currents suggesting purpose rather than natural air flow. His draconic senses detected faint energy, signatures moving through the obscuring whiteness, too diffused to identify precisely. Watchers in the mist, patient, waiting, were being observed, he said quietly, interrupting the women's conversation. Ghislaine straightened immediately, fatigue forgotten as she reached for her sword. Lyra's expression remained serene, but her hands moved in subtle patterns that strengthened the protective wards surrounding their shelter. "How many?" the Sword King asked, voice dropping to a battle-ready murmur. "Uncertain," Naruto replied. "The signatures are deliberately obscured, professional work." "Shadow Citadel Sentinels," Lyra suggested. "They monitor all approaches to their territory." "Are void-touched scouts," Ghislaine countered grimly, "using the mist as cover for their corruption." Naruto shook his head slightly. "Different energy pattern from void-touched. More disciplined, controlled." He stepped back from the cave entrance, keeping his movements casual, unhurried. "They're assessing," not preparing to attack. At least not immediately. Then we give them nothing worth reporting, Lyra decided, continuing her preparations with deliberate normalcy. 3 travelers see. King shelter from unnatural fog, nothing more. They maintained this facade of ordinary travelers for hours as night deepened toward dawn. The Watchers remained, their presence a constant prickle at the edges of Naruto's awareness. He used the time to meditate, integrating more of the fragmented memories that surfaced during his connection with the heart scale. Pieces of his previous existence in this world continued to align, forming a coherent if still incomplete narrative. He remembered more of Ghislaine's training now, the stubborn young woman who had followed him for weeks, demanding instruction. Her raw talent had been immediately apparent, but it was her indomitable will that had ultimately convinced him to take her as student. That same will now pushed her body beyond reasonable limits as she refused to acknowledge the permanence of her sacrifice. His meditation deepened, awareness expanding beyond physical limitations. The Watchers in the mist came into sharper focus, individuals positioned strategically around their shelter, each maintaining precise distance from the others. Their energy signatures suggested extensive training in concealment techniques, their tients indicating professional discipline beyond ordinary scouts or sentries. Dawn arrived with glacial reluctance, fog thinning marginally as pale light filtered through the highest mist layers. The Watchers withdrew simultaneously, moving with such perfect coordination that Naruto suspected some form of telepathic communication between them. "They're gone," he informed his companions, opening his eyes as meditation concluded. Assessment completed, Lyra surmised, extinguishing the herbs that had burned through the night. "We've been categorized and filed in whatever system the shadow Otto uses to track potential threats or opportunities. And which category did we earn, I wonder?" Ghislaine mused, rising with careful movements that disguised lingering stiffness. "Threat or opportunity? Both, most likely," Naruto replied, gathering his minimal possessions. The wooden box containing Ryugen's heart scale remained secure inside his robes, its presence a constant warm pulse against his chest. "We're obviously capable, potentially valuable, and definitely outsiders. Perfect targets for exploitation," the Sword King concluded with grim humor. "This should be interesting." They resumed their journey as fog reluctantly surrendered to morning light. The terrain grew increasingly vertical, gentle foothills giving way to steep slopes and treacherous switchbacks. Vegetation changed character as well, transitioning from robust mountain flora to sparser, more specialized plants that thrived in rocky soil and limited sunlight. Many displayed unusual properties, luminescent fungi, flowers with mirror-like petals that reflected rather than absorbed light, vines that seemed to shift position when not directly observed. By midday, the Shadow Citadel became visible in the distance, a wonder of architecture and audacity. The entire city had been carved directly into a sheer cliff face that rose nearly 1,000 feet from base to summit. Countless windows, balconies, and terraces created a honeycomb pattern across the dark stone. No walls surrounded the city, none were needed. The single approach path, a narrow, winding trail with sheer drops on either side, provided all necessary defense against conventional attack. Impressive, Naruto acknowledged, studying the distant structure with enhanced vision. And almost completely indefensible against void-touched who don't fear falling. "The defenses aren't physical," Lyra explained. "The Shadow Citadel exists at the convergence of natural shadow lines, places where darkness gathers regardless of sun position. This creates a natural barrier against void corruption, which ironically cannot exist within true shadow." "Void versus shadow," Ghislaine mused. "Sounds like philosophical hairsplitting to me." "The distinction is crucial," the priestess insisted. "True shadow requires light to exist. It's created by blocking illumination, not by absence of light itself. Void represents nothingness, the negation of existence rather than simply its obscuring. Which explains why shadow walkers might oppose void-touched," Naruto concluded, pieces aligning in his tactical assessment. "Their entire power base depends on maintaining the balance between light and shadow. Void threatens to consume both." They approached the narrow path leading to the citadel, now close enough to observe details invisible from greater distance. What had appeared as random window placement revealed itself as intricate design, the entire cliff face carved to create specific shadow patterns at different times of day. Currently, with the sun at zenith, the shadows formed a distinctive spiral pattern that centered on a single point approximately halfway up the cliff. The noon gate, Lyra identified, following his gaze. Active only during midday hours. Our timing is fortunate. Or deliberately manipulated, Ghislaine muttered, ever suspicious. The approach path narrowed further as they neared the cliff base, eventually becoming a stone walkway barely wide enough for two people to pass. No guardrails protected travelers from the sheer drop to either side. Wind gusted unpredictably, adding further challenge to the precarious route. Designed to prevent large-scale attacks, Naruto observed, and to ensure visitors arrive humbled by their vulnerability. No guards visibly monitored the path. Naruto sensed numerous observers tracking their progress from concealed positions within the cliff face. The sensation of being watched intensified with each step toward the citadel proper. Threat assessment prickled across his skin. Decades of combat instinct from multiple lifetimes identifying optimal ambush points, escape routes, defensive positions. They reached the base of the cliff without incident, standing before what appeared to be a solid rock face with no visible entrance. The shadow spiral observed from distance converged precisely where they now stood, darkness deepening despite the overhead sun. Now what? Ghislaine asked, hand resting on her sword hilt, not from immediate threat perception but habitual readiness. Lyra stepped forward, raising her hand to reveal the crescent moon mark upon her palm, the same symbol that adorned her brow, though that remained concealed beneath her travel hood. 3 seekers request entrance, she stated formally. By Shadow's grace and Light's permission. The stone before them remained unchanged for several heartbeats. Then, without sound or visible movement, an opening appeared, darkness deepening until it formed a doorway of perfect black. No details of what lay beyond could be discerned, the entrance absorbing light completely. Shadow Gate, Lyra explained quietly. A test of courage and commitment. Once entered, the only path is forward. Naruto studied the unnatural opening with multiple perception layers, physical sight, energy sensitivity, draconic awareness. The doorway contained no void corruption he could detect, but neither did it reveal its nature willingly. I'll go first, he decided, stepping toward the absolute darkness. Together, Ghislaine countered, moving to his side with stubborn insistence. Separate entries invite separate processing. Better to maintain unified presence. Lyra nodded agreement, joining them at the threshold. The Shadow Citadel respects strength and caution in equal measure. Displaying both improves our position. As one, they stepped into darkness. The transition disorientated even Naruto's enhanced senses. One moment they stood before the cliff face. The next within a circular chamber illuminated by indirect light sources that created complex shadow patterns across walls and floor. No doorway remained visible behind them, only seamless stone with no indication of how they had entered. 3 figures awaited them, individuals dressed in form-fitting attire of charcoal gray, faces concealed behind featureless masks that reflected their own images back at them. The central figure stepped forward, voice emerging with deliberate neutrality that disguised gender, age, and origin. State your purpose in seeking the Shadow Citadel. Direct question. Potential trap in any response too revealing or too evasive. Naruto glanced at his companions, receiving subtle signals to take lead in this exchange. As Dragon's heir, his words would carry specific weight. We seek information, he replied, matching the neutral tone while maintaining direct eye contact with his own reflection in the mask. And possibly alliance. Information has cost. Alliance has conditions. The central figure tilted their head slightly. What do you offer in exchange? Warning. Naruto stated simply. The void encroaches. Barriers between realms weaken. What t? Rivs in Shadow now faces extinction from what exists beyond absence. The 3 masked figures remained motionless, but tension rippled through the chamber, subtle energy shifts that suggested his words had struck significant impact. The central figure straightened almost imperceptibly. Follow. A doorway appeared in the chamber wall, conventional this time, revealing a corridor beyond. Heir masked escorts led them through a complex series of passages that wound deeper into the cliff. Architectural precision became increasingly apparent. Every angle, every shadow deliberately crafted to create specific effects. Light sources remained indirect, illumination arriving from hidden locations that made shadows seem to move independently of their casters. They emerged eventually into a Larger chamber dominated by a circular table of polished black stone. Maps covered its surface. Not conventional geographical charts but complex diagrams showing energy flows, barrier points, convergence locations. Naruto recognized some symbols from his communion with the heart scale, others remained unfamiliar but resonated with importance. 7 chairs surrounded the table, 4 currently occupied by individuals whose diversity belied the uniformity of their masked escorts. An elderly man with skin like cracked parchment. A woman whose elaborate facial tattoos formed constantly shifting patterns. A figure of indeterminate gender whose form seemed slightly translucent at the edges. And a child no more than 12, eyes too ancient for the youthful face. The seekers, their escort announced. Then withdrew without further explanation. The tattooed woman spoke first, her voice melodic despite the gravity of her expression. Void encroachment accelerates beyond projected models. Your warning comes preceded by evidence. She gestured to the maps. 14 breach points identified within the past month. Containment increasingly problematic. The barriers thin, the translucent figure added. Voice echoing slightly as though speaking through water. That which should remain separate bleeds through. Contamination spreads. We know this, Ghislaine stated bluntly, typical patience exhausted by formality. What we need is information about weakening seal points specifically surrounding the Shadow Citadel region. And identification of one who might be known as the Shadow among your people. Direct approach. Bold strategy that could either earn respect or trigger rejection. The 4 seated figures exchanged glances, communication passing without words. The elderly man chuckled, the sound like dry leaves rustling. Forwardness from the Sword King. Your reputation understates your impatience. He tapped gnarled fingers against the table's edge. Yet time favors directness when existence faces compression. You know us, Naruto observed. Not a question. The dragon's heir. The Sword King. The dragon priestess. The child spoke with disconcerting maturity, small finger pointing to each in turn. Pieces moving across the board as prophecy dictates. 3 seeking 5. Balance against void. You've been expecting us, Lyra concluded. Anticipating, corrected the tattooed woman. Probability models suggested eventual convergence of prophecy elements within our territory. Timing remained variable. And now we're here, Naruto stated flatly. Will you help us or continue speaking in riddles while the void gains ground? His directness, echoing Ghislaine's approach but tempered with diplomatic restraint, shifted the chamber's atmosphere. The seated figures straightened, focus sharpening. Help takes many forms, the translucent figure replied. Information without action enables monitoring but prevents intervention. Action without information invites catastrophe through ignorance. Which do you truly seek? Both, Naruto answered without hesitation. Information about weakening barrier points and the individual prophesied as the shadow. Then action as circumstances dictate. Quote, another silent exchange between the seated figures. The child nodded once, decision apparently reached. Information first, the elderly man declared. Then determination of appropriate action. He gestured to the maps. Approach and observe. What we have gathered may illuminate your path. They moved forward, studying the complex diagrams spread across the black table. Naruto immediately identified several patterns matching fragments from his communion with Ryujin. Barrier points between realms, energy convergences where physical and spiritual planes intersected. Locations where dragon essence had once flowed freely between worlds. Most concerning were the areas marked with pulsing red symbols, breach points where void energy had penetrated the natural barriers between realms. Their number and distribution suggested not random failures but coordinated attacks, systematic weakening of specific junction points. They're creating a pattern, Naruto realized. Tracing connections between breach locations. Not just random incursions. They're weakening the barriers in a specific configuration. A summoning circle, Lyra whispered, HOR. ROR evident as she recognized the emerging design. On a scale encompassing the entire realm. They seek to create conditions for the Void Emperor's direct manifestation. How long? Ghislaine demanded, tactical mind immediately calculating threat timelines. At current progression rate, barrier integrity reaches critical failure within 67 days, the tattooed woman replied with clinical precision. Unless breach points are reinforced and expansion halted. Can they be repaired? Naruto asked. attention fixed on the largest breach indicator, a pulsing crimson symbol located less t. Han a day's journey from their current position. Temporarily, the translucent figure confirmed. Dragon essence possesses natural counter-harmonics to void corruption. Direct application can restore barrier integrity for limited duration. Quote, the implication became immediately clear. As Dragon's heir, Naruto carried precisely the energy required to repair weakened barriers, a capability that made him simultaneously their greatest weapon against the void and the primary target for those seeking to complete the summoning pattern. And the shadow? Lyra prompted, returning to their secondary objective. The prophecies speak of 5 guides who must stand with the dragon's heir. We believe one resides within your territory. The 4 seated figures exchanged another meaningful glance. The CHILD smiled, an expression that contained too much knowledge for such a youthful face. The shadow walks their own path, the elderly man said carefully. Neither allied with our council nor opposed to our objectives. One who moves between definite states, claiming allegiance to none but self-interest. That narrows it down to approximately everyone in your city, Ghislaine observed dryly. Not so, the tattooed woman countered. The one you seek bears the mark of their calling, shadow that moves independently of light's direction. You will know them when encountered, though recognition may come too late for comfort. Helpful, the Sword King muttered. We offer what certainty exists in uncertain times, the translucent figure replied without offense. The shadow operates currently, within our boundaries but accepts contracts from various interests, including, potentially, those who might wish the dragon's heir removed from consideration. The warning was clear. Their prophecy, D-Guide might currently be employed against them, an assassin contracted to eliminate the very person they were destined to assist. Wonderful, Naruto said, unconsciously echoing Ghislaine's earlier sentiment. So we need to find someone who might be trying to kill me, convince them of their prophesied role, and persuade them to help instead of harm. While also repairing a major breach point before the summoning circle completes. Succinctly summarized, the child confirmed with inappropriate cheerfulness. Though sequence remains flexible, convincing may follow attempting harm, assuming survival permits conversation. We'll provide accommodations suitable for your status and security requirements, the tattooed woman added, rising from her seat in clear dismissal. The Twilight Qua, RTER contains lodging designed for those requiring discretion. Our representatives will guide you. And the breach point, Lyra pressed, not ready to accept dismissal. Will you provide escort to the location? Or must we navigate independently? Coordinates will be supplied, the elderly man replied, also standing. Along with current intelligence regarding void-touched activities surrounding the target area. How you proceed remains your determination. The meeting concluded with frustrating abruptness, their masked escorts reappearing to guide them through another series of winding passages. The journey terminated at a small courtyard open to the sky, their first glimpse of natural light since entering the citadel. 3 doorways led from this central space to what appeared to be private quarters. Each marked with a symbol corresponding to their individual titles: dragon, sword, priestess. Efficient categorization, Ghislaine observed as their escorts departed without further instruction. Though I question the wisdom of separate accommodations. Designed to observe individual behaviors and potential divisions, Lyra agreed, examining the symbolic markings with professional interest. Standard intelligence gathering methodology. Then we disappoint them, Naruto decided, leading them toward the doorway marked with the dragon symbol. We remain together, maintain unified presence, and reveal nothing we don't intend to share. The accommodations proved surprisingly comfortable despite the clear surveillance purpose. A circular main chamber contained seating arranged for conversation, a table adequate for planning sessions, and storage for their limited possessions. 3 smaller rooms connected to this central space, each containing sleeping arrangements suite. D to individual preferences, evidence of careful research into their personal habits. Thorough, Lyra commented, examining subtle details that demonstrated the depth of the Shadow Citadel's intelligence network. They've studied each of us extensively. Which means they likely know exactly what we carry, Naruto concluded, securing the wooden box containing the heart scale within his robes. He room designated for him contained a sword stand precisely sized for Ryumaru, knowledge that could only come from specific intelligence regarding the ancient blade. We should assume total information transparency, Ghislaine agreed. Testing the security of various entry points with professional assessment. These accommodations are as much prison as protection. Observe the shadow patterns. She indicated the seemingly random play of light and darkness across the floor and walls. What initially appeared decorative revealed itself as sophisticated monitoring system, every shadow precisal. Y positioned to record movement throughout the chambers. We're being watched, Naruto confirmed, draconic senses detecting the subtle energy signatures of observation techniques. Though not, I think, with hostile intent. More evaluative. The Shadow Citadel deals in information above all else, Lyra explained, arranging her limited possessions with careful attention to presentation value. They assess our worthiness for alliance through direct observation of unguarded behavior. Then we give them something worth observing, Ghislaine suggested with characteristic directness. Let's examine what they've provided regarding the breach point. If they're watching, they'll see our serious intent rather than idle speculation. The information package awaited them on the central table, a sealed scroll containing detailed maps, observational reports, and tactical assessments of the breach location. According to these materials, the void incursion had occurred approximately 3 weeks prior, creating a persistent weakness in the barrier between realms. Located in a remote valley surrounded by unusual rock formations, the breach point continued to expand gradually despite containment efforts by Shadow Citadel operatives. Most concerning were reports of increased void-touched activity surrounding the location, evidence that the Void Emperor's forces recognized the strategic value of this particular incursion point. Numerous confrontations had occurred between Citadel agents and void-corrupted entities, with casualties reported on both sides. They've committed significant resources to monitoring this breach, Naruto observed, studying the detailed patrol schedules and observation logs, but lack the capability to repair the damage, which makes us valuable potential allies, Lyra concluded. If you can demonstrate the ability to restore barrier integrity, even temporarily, the Shadow Citadel would have significant motivation to assist our broader objectives, including helping identify this mysterious guide, Ghislaine added, examining the tactical maps with professional attention. The valley layout concerns me. Single approach path, limited withdrawal options. Perfect ambush terrain, for either side, Naruto noted. The void-touched face the same topographical challenges we do. They spent hours analyzing the provided intelligence, developing potential approach strategies and contingency plans for various scenarios. As darkness fell outside, Lyra prepared a meal from supplies that had been thoughtfully provided, another demonstration of their host's attention to detail. As the food matched their individual preferences with suspicious accuracy. We move tomorrow, Naruto decided as they concluded their planning session. Early morning provides optimal conditions for barrier repair work, according to these reports. The void-touched activity diminishes during daylight hours. I still don't like the approach route, Ghislaine insisted. Stubborn tactical caution asserting itself. Too many choke points, too few alternatives if things go wrong. Which is precisely why we'll create our own approach, Naruto countered, indicating a section of the map others might have dismissed. Dragon Essence allows certain flexibilities regarding physical limitations. I can transport us directly to this ridge overlooking the breach point, bypassing the obvious paths entirely. Quote, the Sword King studied him with narrowed eyes. You've been practicing without telling us. A slight smile. Integrating, not practicing. More of my capability. Ties awaken daily as the fragments align. This transportation technique, Lyra inquired carefully. Does it resemble the dragon flight legends from the Eastern Territories? Similar principle, different application, Naruto confirmed. Less physically demanding than actual flight, but limited to specific jumps rather than sustained movement. Useful for tactical positioning, less so for long-distance travel. Convenient timing for this particular ability to emerge, Ghislaine observed, skepticism evident. Necessity often catalyzes capability, he replied simply. The heart scale responds to genuine need. Discussion continued into early evening, details refined until all three felt comfortable with their approach strategy. They would depart before dawn, using Naruto's newly aided ability to bypass conventional routes and avoid potential observation or interception. Once at the breach location, Lyra would establish protective wards while Naruto performed the barrier repair. Rituals she had outlined based on ancient dragon texts. Ghislaine would provide perimeter security, ensuring they remained undisturbed during the delicate process. As they prepared for rest, Naruto conducted a final security sweep of their accommodations. The shadow-based observation continued unabated, but he detected no additional surveillance or immediate threats. Nevertheless, something pricked at his awareness, a subtle dissonance in the energy patterns surrounding their quarters. Someone watched with greater intensity than their host's passive systems. Someone with purpose beyond mere observation. He mentioned this concern to his companions, who adjusted their rest arrangements accordingly. Instead of utilizing the individual sleeping chambers, they established a rotating watch schedule in the main room, ensuring at least one remained fully alert throughout the night. Naruto took first watch, positioning himself where he could monitor all potential entry points simultaneously. Ryumaru rested across his lap, the ancient blade humming softly with resonant energy. The sword Ghislaine had gifted him remained at his side, ready for immediate deployment if circumstances demanded. Hours passed in meditative alertness. The dissonant energy signature remained present but took no hostile action, apparently, with continued observation. Naruto used the time to further integrate fragmented memories from his communion with the heart scale, each meditation session bringing greater clarity to his understanding of both past and potential future. He remembered more of his previous incarnation's final journey now, the pilgrimage to sacred sites across the realm, each visit strengthening barriers between worlds. That earlier self had known something approached, perhaps not the specific nature of the Void Emperor's threat, but certainly the need to prepare defenses against extra-dimensional incursion. Had he known about his own eventual rebirth as the dragon's heir? The evidence suggested some level of foreknowledge, the placement of Ryumaru with Ghislaine, the creation of sanctuaries like the Celestial Dragon Temple where Master Gen had protected the heart scale. Not coincidence. Preparation. Midnight passed. Ghislaine relieved him on watch, her movements still exhibiting the precision that had made her legendary despite her recent sacrifice. The Y exchanged minimal words. Communication developed over days of close travel allowing efficient transfer of relevant information through gesture and expression. Naruto settled into light rest rather than deep sleep, maintaining partial awareness of his surroundings even as his body recovered. The dissonant energy signature shifted position sometime during this period, moving from general observation to more specific focus. Interest transitioning to intent. Dawn approached. Lyra took final watch, her serene presence a counterpoint to Ghislaine's martial alertness. Naruto rose as first light penetrated the chamber's high windows, the three companions preparing for departure with efficient coordination. The dissonant energy signature had vanished during final watch, either withdrawn completely or masked beyond even his enhanced perception. Either possibility suggested imminent action rather than continued observation. We're being hunted, he informed the others simply. By whom? Ghislaine demanded, hand moving automatically to her sword hilt. Unknown, Naruto replied, but the observer from last night has shifted from watching to preparing. We should expect interference with our plans. The shadow, Lyra suggested. Perhaps our prophesied guide has indeed accepted a contract against you. Possible, he acknowledged, which complicates our approach to the breach point considerably. Change of plans? Ghislaine asked, practical as always. Naruto considered their options briefly, then shook his head. We proceed as discussed, but with heightened awareness. The barrier repair takes priority. Without it, the summoning circle continues toward completion regardless of our other concerns. They departed their accommodations as planned, moving through the Shad-Ao Citadel's winding passages toward an exterior balcony that would provide suitable launching position for Naruto's transportation technique. Few residents stirred at this early hour, though those They encountered watched with undisguised curiosity. Outsiders rarely moved freely through the citadel, especially those of obvious significance. The balcony offered breathtaking views across rugged terrain illuminated by pre-dawn light. Steep valleys cut between sharp ridges, creating natural boundaries between territories. In the distance, precisely where their maps indicated, an unnatural marred and otherwise pristine valley, the void breach visibly distorting reality around its perimeter. Ready? Naruto asked, completing preparations for the transportation technique. Golden energy manifested around his form, not the dramatic display of combat channeling but a more subtle radiance that clung to his outline like morning mist. Lyra and Ghislaine moved to his sides, each placing a hand on his shoulders as instructed. The contact completed necessary connection for the technique to encompass all three travelers. Remember, he cautioned, the transition will disorient even prepared participants. Maintain physical contact until I confirm complete rematerialization. With that warning delivered, Naruto activated the technique. Golden energy flared briefly, enveloping all three in translucent light. Reality distorted around them, not the absolute darkness of the shadow gate they'd experienced upon entering the citadel, but a smearing of perception as physical space compressed between departure and arrival points. For 3 heartbeats, they existed as energy rather than matter, consciousness maintained while physical form temporarily transcended conventional limitations. Then, with stomach-lurching suddenness, reality reasserted itself. They stood upon the target ridge overlooking the void breach, exactly as planned. Impressive, Lyra acknowledged, recovering her equilibrium with practiced grace. Though I wouldn't recommend the experience to those with delicate constitutions. Efficient, Ghislaine allowed more pragmatically, already scanning their surroundings for potential threats. Though the energy signature is conspicuous to any void touched in the vicinity. Unavoidable, Naruto replied, also assessing their position. The ridge provided excellent vantage over the breach location, a pulsing darkness at the valley center that devoured light without reflection. Surrounding rock formations had begun to exhibit corruption effects, surface blackening and occasionally crumbling into dust as void energy gradually consumed their substance. No void-touched creatures visibly patrolled the immediate area, though evidence of their presence remained in the form of corrupted vegetation and disturbed terrain. The Shadow Citadel's intelligence had proven accurate regarding diminished activity during daylight hours. We should proceed immediately, Lyra advised, removing ritual implements from her travel pack. The breach pulses with tidal patterns, currently at low ebb, but that will change as the day progresses. They descended from the ridge carefully, maintaining vigilant perimeter awareness as they approached the breach itself. Up close, the void incursion proved even more disturbing, a tear in reality approximately 10 feet in diameter. Edges ragged like torn fabric. Through this opening, absolute nothingness became visible, not darkness, which merely indicates absence of light, but true void, representing absence of existence itself. Lyra immediately began establishing protective wards, creating a perimeter of silver-blue energy that would shield their working from both void corruption and potential observation. Ghislaine took position at the approach path, massive sword drawn and ready, its surface already glowing with accumulated power. Naruto approached the breach directly, removing the wooden box containing Ryugen's heart scale from within his robes. The opalescent scale pulsed with increased intensity this close to the void, dragon essence naturally opposing the corruptive nothingness. The ritual requires direct essence application, Lyra explained, completing her protective circle. Place the scale at the breach's edge while channeling your awakening power through it. The resonance between your draconic nature and the scale's pure essence should create sufficient counter-harmonics to temporarily seal the damage. The procedure sounded straightforward, but Naruto immediately sensed underlying complexities. The void breach actively resisted repair attempts, pulsing with greater intensity as he approached with the heart scale. Darkness rippled outward from the tear, seeking to corrupt or consume the opposing draconic energy. Carefully, he positioned himself at the breach edge, opening the wooden box to reveal the opalescent scale within. Its shifting colors intensified further, responding to both his focused attention and the void's proximity. He lifted the scale carefully, golden energy already manifesting around his hands as he prepared to channel his awakening essence. The attack came without warning. Something whistled through the air, a projectile moving with such speed that even his enhanced reflexes barely registered its approach. Instinct rather than conscious thought saved him. Body twisting aside as the object passed through space his head had occupied milliseconds earlier. A throwing blade embedded itself in the ground behind him, its edge gleaming with unnatural sharpness. The weapon bore no obvious poison or enchantment, but its design spoke of lethal precision, a specialist's tool rather than common assassin's implement. Contact. Ghislaine called unnecessarily, already moving to intercept the threat direction, her massive sword held ready. Naruto secured the heart scale back in its protective box, tucking it safely within his robes. The breach repair would have to wait until they addressed this more immediate danger. He drew the sword Ghislaine had gifted him, better suited for rapid response than Ryumaru's more deliberate power. Perimeter breach northwest quadrant, Lyra reported calmly, her protective wards flaring as they detected additional intrusion attempts. Single assailant based on energy signature. Highly skilled in concealment. Single attacker against 3 exceptional combatants. Either supremely confident or supremely foolish. Naruto extended his senses, seeking the assailant's position among the rocky terrain surrounding the breach site. There, a flicker of controlled movement, shadow sliding between shadow with unnatural fluidity. Not void touched. The energy signature lacked corruption's distinctive resonance. Something else entirely. Disciplined, focused, professional. I have position, he informed his companions quietly. Maintain defensive formation while I investigate. Before either could object, he moved. Not with the dramatic transportation technique used earlier, but with the fluid grace of a lifetime spent in combat. His enhanced speed carried him toward the assailant's location in seconds. Sword ready but not yet channeling energy. Better to assess before escalating to full confrontation. The shadows between boulders emptied as he arrived, his quarry already relocated, anticipating pursuit. Impressive awareness and reaction speed. This was no ordinary assassin. You missed, Naruto called, voice pitched to carry across the rocky terrain without revealing his exact position. Unusual for someone of your apparent skill level. No response, but subtle movement registered at the periphery of his awareness, his target repositioning for another attempt. He tracked the motion without obvious attention, allowing the assassin to believe their new location remained undetected. The void breach takes priority over whatever contract you've accepted, he continued conversationally. Moving casually to provide his opponent apparent advantage while actually controlling engagement distance. Perhaps we could postpone your assassination attempt until after I've prevented catastrophic realm collapse. A whisper of displaced air warned him, another projectile approaching from unexpected angle. Again, instinct and enhanced reflexes allowed narrow evasion, the Seacon. D-throwing blade scoring a shallow line across his cheek before embedding itself in a nearby boulder. I'll take that as a no, Naruto observed dryly, wiping blood from the minor wound. The cut stew. More than expected. Some form of alchemical treatment on the blade, though not immediately debilitating. Enough passive response. He moved with purpose now, closing distance to the assassin's position with supernatural speed. This time, his approach prevented easy relocation, the rocky outcropping his target had chosen offering limited withdrawal options. The assassin appeared cornered briefly, then performed an impossible leap, body twisting midair to land atop a narrow stone column 30 feet away. The movement revealed their form clearly for the first time, slender but athletic, lad in form-fitting attire of deepest gray that seemed to absorb light rather than merely block it. A hood concealed their head, face hidden behind a half-mask that revealed only eyes of startling violet intensity. Impressive, Naruto acknowledged, genuinely appreciative of the physical prowess displayed. But ultimately futile. Whatever you've been paid, it's insufficient compensation for interfering with barrier repair. The assassin tilted their head slightly, studying him with calculating precision. Then, in a voice surprisingly melodic despite its cold delivery, the contract specifies your death before sunset. The barrier is irrelevant to terms. Female, young, based on vocal timbre, though experience clearly belied physical age. And absolutely committed to professional obligation regardless of consequences. Who hired you? Naruto asked, maintaining conversational tone while assessing potential non-lethal neutralization options. This assassin might well be their prophesied guide, the shadow whose assistance they sought. Killing her would be counterproductive if true. Client confidentiality is absolute, she replied, producing another throwing blade from somewhere within her shadowed attire. Nothing personal. Dragon's heir. Simply business. She knew his identity specifically, not merely targeting a random outsider. Significant. Either the Shadow Citadel's intelligence had been compromised, or someone with insider knowledge had arranged this assassination attempt. The third blade flew with even greater precision than previous attacks, forcing Naruto to channel energy into his sword to deflect rather than merely evade. Golden light flashed as the weapons connected, his blade sending the projectile harmlessly aside. The assassin's eyes widened fractiona. First genuine surprise at his capabilities. She hadn't expected energy channeling of that quality. Interesting. You're outmatched, Naruto stated factually, not boasting but offering professional assessment. 3 targets, all exceptionally combat capable. Success probability approaches 0, even for someone of your evident skill. Probability calculations account for known variables, she countered. Shifting position with liquid grace. Unknown factors remain in play. She made a subtle gesture with her left hand. Shadows around her rippled, then extruded outward like physical B stance. Tendrils of darkness extending toward Naruto with predatory intent. Not void corruption. Something else entirely. The shadows themselves responding to her control, becoming extensions of her will. A shadow walker. Precisely as the Seekers had described. Naruto adjusted his threat assessment immediately. This opponent controlled shadows as physical tools, a rare ability that made her exceptionally dangerous in any environment not flooded with uniform light. The rocky terrain surrounding the void breach, with its numerous shadow-casting formations, provided ideal conditions for her specialized skills. The shadow tendrils struck with surprising solidity, forcing him into defensive maneuvers that separated him further from his companions. Tactical isolation. Splitting stronger opponents to create manageable engagement conditions. Professional methodology, expertly applied. Keita Nightshade. Lyra's voice called from nearby, calm despite the combat situation. Your reputation precedes you, though accounts of your shadow-shaping abilities apparently understated their development. The assassin, Keita, paused momentarily, violet eyes narrowing at this recognition. Dragon Priestess, she acknowledged with minimal courtesy. Your presence was noted but deemed secondary priority. Please maintain non-interference status to avoid contractual expansion. Polite threat, Ghislaine commented. Arriving from the opposite direction, her massive sword gleaming with accumulated energy. But ultimately irrelevant. You face 3 targets who must act as one by prophetic mandate. Neutralizing the dragon's heir necessitates engaging all present. Keita assessed the deteriorating tactical situation with obvious calculation. 3 exceptional opponents now positioned strategically around her position, limiting movement options and potential escape routes. Her shadow-shaping abilities, while formidable, would be stretched beyond effectiveness against multiple simultaneous threats. Contract parameters permit strategic withdrawal when completion probability drops below acceptable threshold, she announced with professional detachment. Temporary suspension of elimination efforts now in effect. With that declaration, she stepped backward, directly into the shadow cast by the stone column upon which she stood. Her form melded with the darkness, disappearing completely from normal perception. Naruto tracked her departure through enhanced senses, following the distinctive energy signature as it moved rapidly away from their position, traveling through connected shadows like others might move through physical space. An exceptional ability, though apparently limited to areas containing sufficient natural darkness. Shadow Walker indeed, Lyra observed, as the assassin's presence faded beyond even Naruto's enhanced perception, and potentially our prophesied guide, based on both ability and nomenclature alignment. Wonderful, Ghislaine muttered, lowering her sword as immediate threat dissipated. Our alleged guide just tried to kill the person she's supposedly destined to assist. Prophecy has peculiar methods of introducing compatible allies. She'll return, Naruto stated with certainty, resheathing his blade as he rejoined his companions near the void breach. Professional pride combined with contract obligation guarantees continued attempts, which complicates our barrier repair efforts considerably, Lyra noted, examining the protective wards she had established. They remained intact despite the brief confrontation, still shielding the immediate area surrounding the void breach from both corruption spread and casual observation. We proceed as planned, Naruto decided, retrieving the wooden box containing the heart scale from within his robes. Barrier repair takes priority. Ghislaine, maintain perimeter awareness with specific attention to shadow configurations that might facilitate her return. Lyra, strengthen Protec. Tive wards against shadow-shaping intrusion specifically. Both women nodded, adjusting their activities to account for this new threat dimension. Naruto returned to his position at the breach edge, opening the box to once again reveal the opalescent scale within. Its shifting colors responded immediately to the void's proximity, pulsing with counter-harmonic energy that visibly distorted the breach's outline. Following Lyra's earlier instructions, he lifted the scale carefully and began channeling his awakening draconic essence. Golden energy flowed from his core through his arms, surrounding the scale with radiance that intensified its natural properties. The opalescent surface absorbed this channeled power, transforming and amplifying it before redirecting the combined energy toward the void breach. Where dragon essence met void, reality itself shuddered. The tear's edges began to crawl toward each other, like wound tissue seeking to close. Darkness pulsed and fought against this forced healing. Void energy resisting containment with increasing intensity. Barrier responds positively, Lyra reported, monitoring the process through her specialized perception. Estimated 20% reduction in breach diameter already achieved. Continue current application. Naruto maintained steady channeling, careful not to overextend his still developing capabilities. The heart scale grew warm against his palm, resonating with his own awakening essence in ways that felt simultaneously familiar and entirely new. This connection transcended his current incarnation, drawing on knowledge accumulated across multiple lifetimes. The void breach continued shrinking gradually, darkness compressed by the opposing dragon energy. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead as he maintained the precise balance required. Too little power would fail to complete the closure. Too much might trigger catastrophic energy discharge harmful to all present. Perimeter remains secure, Ghislaine reported from her observation position. No sign of our shadow-walking friend, though ambient darkness increases as the breach compresses. Effect or coincidence unclear. Expected interaction, Lyra explained, adjusting her protective wards to account for changing conditions. As void recedes, natural shadow reasserts dominance within affected territory. The balance shifts from corruption to concealment, from absence to occlusion. Philosophical distinctions with practical implications. The void breach's gradual closure created expanding areas of natural shadow, precisely the environment their assassin could exploit most effectively. Strategic disadvantage developing from their successful objective completion. 60% closure achieved, Lyra announced as the breach continued shrinking under Naruto's sustained effort. Remaining void concentration approaches manageable density. Movement northwest quadrant, Ghislaine warned simultaneously. Shadow patterns exhibit unnatural FL.Ow characteristics consistent with deliberate manipulation. Their assassin had returned, exactly as Naruto predicted. Professional thoroughness combined with contract obligation overriding tactical caution. He maintained focus on the barrier repair, trusting his companions to handle perimeter security while he completed this critical task. The void breach had reduced to approximately 4 feet diameter, less than half its original size and continuing to shrink under sustained application. Another few minutes would complete the closure, temporarily restoring barrier integrity at this critical junction point. Contact imminent, Ghislaine reported, her sword already glowing with combat-ready energy. Multiple approach vectors detected, shadow-shaping capabilities more extensive than initially assessed. The assassin had apparently been observing their defensive formation, identifying potential weaknesses before re-engaging. Professional methodology again, gathering intelligence before committing to action. Naruto respected the approach even while preparing to counter it. Breach closure enters final phase, Lyra announced. 90 seconds to completion. Protective wards holding against shadow intrusion attempts. Perfect timing from their opponent's perspective, striking just before objective completion, when defenders would be most committed to maintaining their primary task rather than responding optimally to secondary threats. Naruto maintained channeling discipline, trusting his companion's capabilities while monitoring the situation through enhanced peripheral awareness. The attack came from below rather than surrounding shadows, darkness erupting from the very ground beneath their feet, solidifying into tendrils that sought to entangle and immobilize. Ghislaine responded instantly, her glowing blade severing shadow constructs with energy-enhanced strikes. Lyra reinforced protective wards with counter-harmonic patterns specifically designed to disrupt shadow manipulation. Despite these defenses, one shadow tendril penetrated their perimeter, snaking directly toward Naruto as he maintained focus on the nearly closed breach. The construct struck with physical impact, wrapping around his arm and attempting to disrupt his channeling control. Rather than fighting the shadow directly, Naruto incorporated its energy into his existing pattern, adapting instantly to this new variable with the flexibility that had characterized his combat style across multiple lifetimes. The shadow tendril briefly glowed golden as his channeled dragon essence flowed through it, following the connection back to its source. A startled gasp echoed from nearby concealment, the assassin experiencing unexpected energy feedback through her shadow construct. The connection broke immediately, shadow dissipating as its controller severed the link to prevent further exposure. "Interesting approach," came Kata's voice from somewhere among the surrounding rocks. Countering intrusion by reverse channeling rather than disruption. "Technically impressive if tactically predictable," says the assassin using literal shadows to attack the dragon's heir, Naruto replied conversationally, maintaining steady channeling as the breach narrowed to mere inches. Originality seems lacking on both sides of this engagement. A dry chuckle, genuine amusement despite professional detachment. Fair assessment. Though contract fulfillment rarely requires innovation, merely effective application of established methodologies. Speaking of contracts, Lyra interjected, enforcing wards as shadow movements indicated repositioning attempts around their perimeter. Have you considered the possibility that your client's objectives might conflict with your long-term survival interests? Strategic conversation. Maintaining engagement through dialogue while barrier repair completed. Naruto appreciated the approach, channeling final energy patterns through the Heart-S. Kale as the void breach collapsed toward closure. Client motivations remain irrelevant to professional obligations, Kata replied, though subtle hesitation suggested the question had registered impact. Contract acceptance finalizes service commitment regardless of broader contextual implications. Admirably principled, Ghislaine commented, blade moving in precise patterns to counter shadow manipulations attempting to penetrate their defensive perimeter. Though potentially short-sighted given current realm state fragility. Void encroachment threatens shadow walkers disproportionately to conventional entities. Another pause in shadow movement patterns, the assassin genuinely considering this observation. Tactical opening developing through philosophical engagement rather than direct confrontation. Breach closure complete, Lyra announced as the final opening sealed under Naruto's sustained channeling. Barrier integrity temporarily restored at this junction point. Recommend immediate withdrawal to prevent energy signature detection by void-touched patrols. Naruto lowered the heart scale, golden energy gradually dissipating as channeling concluded. The void breach had completely closed, reality knitting itself back together under draconic influence. Where pulsing darkness had distorted perception, now only natural shadow remained, significant improvement, though residual energy patterns suggested the repair remained temporary rather than permanent. Barrier secured, he confirmed, carefully returning the scale to its wooden container. The simple action required more effort than expected. Sustained channeling had depleted his reserves significantly, leaving muscles trembling slightly from exertion. Impressive accomplishment, Kata's voice acknowledged from nearby concealment. Theoretical barrier repair capabilities now confirmed through direct observation. Contract value assessment recalculated based on updated target significance. Meaning, Ghislaine demanded bluntly, sword still held ready for renewed conflict. Professional fee inadequate for confirmed threat level, the assassin explained with pragmatic detachment. Contract renegotiate on required before resumption of elimination efforts. An unexpected development, professional ethics apparently including appropriate compensation relative to target difficulty. Unusual but consistent with high-level operative protocols within Shadow Walker traditions, according to fragments of knowledge surfacing from Naruto's previous incarnation. Convenient excuse for temporary withdrawal, he observed, securing the wooden box within his robes once more, though rationally justified given demonstrated capabilities. Operational assessment, not excuse, Kata corrected, professional ride evident despite continued concealment. Though tactical withdrawal remains advisable regardless of contractual reconsideration, given current energy depletion status. She had noticed his post-C handling fatigue, observational skills matching her combat capabilities. This assassin missed very little, cataloging weaknesses with methodical precision. Then we find ourselves at temporary impasse, Lyra concluded. Beginning dismantling process for protective wards now that immediate threat appeared reduced. You require contract renegotiation before continuing elimination efforts. We require rest and recovery before addressing additional breach points or defending against renewed attempts. Accurate summary. Keita agreed from shadows. 12-hour operational suspension proposed. Mutually beneficial recovery period before inevitable re-engagement. Accepted. Naruto replied before his companions could object. Something about this exchange felt important, establishing professional respect despite opposing objectives. If this assassin truly was their prophesied guide, building relationship foundation now might prove crucial later. Withdrawal commences, Keita announced formally. Contract suspension active until midnight. Elimination efforts resumed thereafter pending successful renegotiation. Her presence faded completely, shadow energy dissipating as she retreated. Through darkness pathways unavailable to conventional movement. Within moments, even Naruto's enhanced senses detected no trace of her distinctive signature. You believe she's our guide, Ghislaine stated rather than asked. Sheathing her massive sword as immediate threat passed. The evidence supports that conclusion, Lyra confirmed, completing ward dismantling with efficient movements. Shadow walking abilities. The name, Nightshade, aligning with prophetic nomenclature, her presence at this specific junction point during our arrival. Probability suggests significance beyond coincidence. Which means we need her cooperation. Not her elimination, Naruto concluded, collecting himself despite lingering fatigue. The 12-hour suspension provides opportunity to investigate her background and potential motivations. And her client, Ghislaine added practically. Knowing who wants you dead might prove equally valuable in reshaping her perspective. They departed the breach site efficiently, taking direct path back toward the observation ridge where they had initially arrived. The void incursion's closure had already improved surrounding conditions noticeably, corrupted vegetation showing signs of natural recovery, ambient energy patterns resuming normal flow characteristics. Transportation technique inadvisable in your current condition, Lyra assessed as they reached the ridge overlooking the valley. Conventional return methods recommended despite increased timeline. Naruto nodded agreement, recognizing his temporary limitations. The barrier repair had consumed more energy than anticipated, reasonable given his still developing capabilities, but leaving him insufficient reserves for advanced techniques like mass transportation. The main path should be safe enough with void-touched activity diminished, he concluded, studying potential return routes. Though I suspect our shadow-walking friend will monitor our progress regardless of which direction we choose. Let her watch, Ghislaine suggested with characteristic directness. Observation works both ways. Her methods and movements may reveal vulnerabilities we can exploit during inevitable confrontation. They selected the most direct return path toward the Shadow Citadel, maintaining defensive awareness but not expecting immediate threat given the negotiated suspension. The journey proceeded without incident. Terrain gradually transitioning from remote wilderness to the more managed approaches surrounding the cliff-carved city. As they neared the citadel's outer perimeter, Lyra suddenly halted. Attention focused on something visible only to her specialized perception. Energy disturbance ahead, she reported quietly. Void contamination signature combined with shadow manipulation patterns. Recent confrontation indicated by residual resonance. They approached cautiously, Naruto extending his own draconic senses to assess the situation. The priestess had identified accurately evidence of combat involving both void-touched entities and shadow-based abilities scarred the narrow ravine ahead. Blackened stone showed where void energy had corrupted natural materials, while distinctive shadow pattern residue suggested defensive techniques similar to those Keita had employed against them. Our assassin encountered void-touched, Ghislaine concluded, examining physical evidence with experienced assessment. Recently, within past hour based on corruption spread patterns. The confrontation appears to have moved in this direction, Lyra added, following energy trails visible to her specialized perception. Toward that rock formation, they tracked the combat evidence carefully, maintaining defensive readiness despite the apparent absence of immediate participants. The trail led to a partially concealed crevice within a massive boulder, natural formation that might provide temporary shelter during wilderness travel. Blood marked the narrow entrance, conveying Encinal crimson rather than the black ichor typical of void-touched entities. Human blood, based on both appearance and the energy signature Naruto detected through enhanced senses. Keita, he stated with certainty, recognizing the distinctive resonance from their earlier encounter. Injured and seeking concealment. Ghislaine frowned. Tactical assessment immediate. Potential trap. Displaying vulnerability to draw targets into disadvantageous engagement position. Possible, Naruto acknowledged, but inconsistent with professional methodology previously demonstrated. Shadow walkers of Heir caliber typically avoid vulnerability simulation due to reputation damage considerations. Genuine injury seems more probable, Lyra agreed, studying blood patterns with analytical precision. The void-touched likely attacked during her withdrawal, perhaps specifically targeting her based on observed interaction with our group. Significant implications if true. Their assassin might have me secondary target due to contract acceptance against the Dragon's Heir, the Void Emperor eliminating potential complications regardless of previous neutrality. Naruto approached the crevice entrance carefully, extending perception before physical presence to assess conditions within. The narrow opening widened into a small natural chamber approximately 10 feet deep, adequate temporary shelter though hardly defensible long-term. Within this space, a single figure huddled against the far wall, form partially obscured by manipulated shadows that clung like protective cocoon. Keita Nightshade, he called softly. We observed evidence of void-touched confrontation along your retreat path. Your injury status appears significant based on blood trail analysis. No response initially. Then shadows shifted slightly, revealing violet eyes narrowed with pain and suspicion. Contract suspension remains active, came her voice, noticeably strained compared to previous encounters. Eliminatio. N efforts resume at midnight per agreement. Current interaction violates operational parameters. We're not here regarding the contract, Naruto replied, maintaining non-threatening position outside the crevice entrance. Void-touched attacks on independent operators represent significant tactical development. Information exchange benefits multiple parties regardless of existing contractual obligations. Professional framing, appealing to operational logic rather than emotional considerations. Appropriate approach given their limited knowledge of her personal motivations or values. The shadows receded further, revealing more of her condition. Blood stained her right side where clawed void-touched appendage had apparently penetrated her defenses. The wound leaked darkness as well as Cr. Imson. Void corruption beginning contamination process within living tissue. Situation suboptimal, she acknowledged with remarkable understatement given obvious pain. Void-touched ambush demonstrated unusual tactical sophistication. Targeting specifically prioritized based on observed interaction with Dragon's Heir operational group. They attacked because of your association with us, Lyra translated. Moving forward to better assess the injury from safe distance. Even a professional contract against the Dragon's Heir made you target for elimination. Operational analysis supports that conclusion, Keita confirmed. Shadows periodically rippling around her form as control fluctuated with pain spikes. Previous neutrality agreement with void-touched representatives apparently utterly terminated without formal notification. They've declared you enemy regardless of your intentions, Ghislaine summarized bluntly. Professional hazard when accepting contracts involving cosmic-scale conflicts. A pained sound that might have been laughed under better circumstances. Risk assessment calculations failed to adequately account for void-touched behavioral pattern changes. Significant professional oversight. The injury looked worse as shadows continued receding, void corruption spreading visibly through surrounding tissue, blackened veins extending outward from the primary wound. Without intervention, contamination would reach critical organs within hours, transformation or death following shortly thereafter. The corruption requires immediate treatment, Lyra stated. Professional assessment overriding previous adversarial positioning. Dragon Essence provides most effective counteragent to void contamination, particularly during early spread phases. Conveni. End solution requiring trust extension to active contract target, Keita observed, pain not diminishing her situational awareness. Tactical vulnerability increases exponentially under such conditions. The contract suspension remains in effect by mutual agreement, Naruto reminded her. Professional ethics presumably extend to honoring such arrangements regardless of situational advantage. Additionally, Lyra added practically, Untreated void corruption guarantees operational capability reduction to 0 within approximately 6 hours. Treatment offers potential recovery sufficient for contract reconsideration or renegotiation at suspension conclusion. Appealing to professional self-interest rather than altruism, appropriate approach given established value priorities. Keita considered briefly. Violet eyes calculating probable outcomes despite increasingly evident pain. Limited treatment acceptance provisionally approved, she finally decided. Operational necessity override. Standard vulnerability avoidance protocols. Permission granted, however reluctantly. Naruto entered the crevice carefully, maintaining non-threatening demeanor while positioning himself where he could properly assess and treat the corruption. Lyra followed, carrying medicinal supplies that would complement draconic counteragent application. Ghislaine remained outside, maintaining perimeter security while they attended the injured assassin. Close examination confirmed initial assessment. Void-touched claws had penetrated Keita's side between ribs, the wound itself relatively narrow but corruption spreading rapidly through surrounding tissue. Her shadow manipulation abilities had slowed contamination progression somewhat, darkness responding to her control attempting to contain void energy within limited area. Clever application, Naruto acknowledged, studying her improvised containment technique. Using shadow to contain void. Theoretically contradictory energies functioning in temporary balanced opposition. Desperation encourages innovation, Keita replied, voice increasingly strained as control taxed limited remaining reserves. Effectiveness diminishes proportionally with stamina reduction. The treatment requires direct contact with corrupted tissue, Lyra explained, preparing herbal mixtures to support the primary draconic intervention. Dragon essence must see. Counteract void energy at contamination source before peripheral spread can be addressed. Keita's expression suggested this necessity represented significant professional compromise, but circumstances left few alternatives. With visible reluctance, she commanded shadows to recede completely from the wound area, revealing the full extent of corruption. Blackened tissue surrounded a narrow puncture between ribs. Dark veins spreading outward like malevolent spiderweb. This will be uncomfortable, Naruto warned, golden energy already manifesting around his hands as he prepared the treatment technique. Counterharmonic resonance creates sensation similar to intense heat as void energy dissipates. Discomfort constitutes acceptable exchange for continued operational capability, Keita replied stoically. Bracing herself against the cave wall, Naruto placed his hands directly on the corrupted area, channeling carefully measured dragon essence into the wound. Unlike the barrier repair, it had required maximum sustainable output, this treatment demanded precision rather than raw power. Too little would fail to neutralize the void energy, too much might damage already compromised tissue. Keita inhaled sharply as golden energy contacted corruption, body tensing against obvious pain. To her credit, she neither flinched away nor made further sound, discipline maintaining position despite increasing discomfort. The corruption releases as expected, Lyra observed, monitoring the process with specialized perception. Void energy dissipates under directed dragon essence application. Contamination spread already slowing in peripheral regions. The treatment continued for several minutes, Naruto carefully adjusting energy output as corruption patterns shifted and responded. Gradually, blackened tissue began returning to normal coloration, void influence receding under sustained counter-harmonic pressure. The process required significant concentration, especially given his already depleted reserves from the earlier barrier repair. Primary corruption neutralized, he announced finally, reducing channeling intensity as treatment progressed toward completion. Residual void energy traces remain but appear contained within manageable parameters. Lyra immediately applied her prepared herbal mixture to the now conventional wound, the poultice accelerating natural healing processes while providing additional protection against potential recontamination. Keita watched these ministrations with professional detachment despite evident relief as void-induced pain subsided. Treatment effectiveness exceeds preliminary estimates, she acknowledged once the procedure completed. Operational capacity restoration timeline approximately 12 hours rather than zero function deterioration. Tactically significant improvement. You're welcome, Ghislaine commented dryly from her position outside the crevice. Though I question the wisdom of restoring combat capability. Why does someone contracted for assassination against our principal objective? Professional ethics dictate contract fulfillment attempt regardless of personal obligation creation through medical intervention, Keita stated matter-of-factly. Though operational approach may reflect consideration of assistance rendered when tactically viable without compromising primary objective. An assassin's Heir, scion of gratitude, promising to kill them professionally rather than personally, perhaps with regret for necessity. Naruto found the distinction oddly appropriate given her demonstrated character. Quote, "The suspension period provides opportunity for contract reconsideration based on new information," he suggested, cleaning void-contaminated blood from his hands with materials Lyra provided. Your client appears affiliated with void-touched forces that independently targeted you for elimination. This suggests potential misrepresentation of operational parameters during initial contract negotiation. Keita's expression remained carefully neutral, but something in her violet eyes suggested this observation aligned with her own analysis. Client identity and affiliations remain confidential under professional protocols. However, tactical reassessment based on operational developments constitutes standard procedure following significant parameter shifts. Progress, however incremental, there. Assassin would at least reconsider her position given recent developments, particularly the void-touched attack specifically targeting her after observed interaction with their group. The Shadow Sea, Tattle likely records all contract arrangements within their territory, Lyra noted casually, continuing treatment of the conventional wound now that void corruption had been neutralized. As information brokers, they would maintain documentation regarding client identity and payment sources for quality assurance purposes. Subtle suggestion that they might access this information through official channels, potentially revealing connections Keita herself might not have recognized during initial contract acceptance. The assassin's expression remained unreadable, but slight tension in her posture. Suggested the implication registered impact. Contractual documentation access requires seeker-level authorization, she replied eventually. Information compartmentalization prevents operational eruption through client influence networks. Fortunate that we recently met with the seekers directly, Ghislaine commented from outside. Their interest in barrier repair success likely outweighs confidentiality protocols regarding contracts potentially endangering realm stability. Keita's eyes narrowed slightly. Speculation regarding client identity without evidence constitutes unprofessional behavior. Agreed, Naruto acknowledged easily, which is why evidence should be properly gathered and evaluated before operational decisions regarding contract continuation. The suspension period provides adequate timeline for such investigation without compromising professional obligations. The assassin considered this reasoning with evident internal calculation. Finally, she inclined her head fractionally, not quite agreement but acknowledgement of logical approach. Investigation results may influence contract reconsideration, she allowed carefully. Though professional ethics require maintaining elimination option pending conclusive evidence of client misrepresentation or contractual bad faith. Fair enough, Naruto accepted, recognizing significant concession within her professional framework. Can you travel? The Shadow Citadel provides better environment for both your recovery and our investigation than this temporary shelter. Keita performed quick self-assessment, testing mobility limitations with methodical thoroughness. Reduced operational capacity permits controlled movement at approximately 60% normal parameters. Sufficient for return journey WITH appropriate caution regarding potential secondary void-touched engagement. They departed the crevice shelter cautiously, Keita moving with deliberate precision that disguised injury-related limitations from casual observation. Though clearly weakened, her professional discipline maintained appearance of operational readiness, an assassin's version of pride overriding physical discomfort. He journey back to the Shadow Citadel proceeded without further incident, though Naruto maintained enhanced perimeter awareness throughout. If Void Touched had targeted Keita specifically based on observed interaction with their group, additional ambush attempts remained possible despite daylight hours typically showing reduced activity patterns. Upon reaching the Citadel's narrow approach path, Keita separated slightly from their group, maintaining professional distance despite temporary alliance of convenience. Her shadow manipulation abilities remained partially active despite injury, Ness occasionally rippling around her form as automated defense mechanisms responded to perceived threats. Client identity investigation proceeds through official channels, she stated as they react. Head the cliff base where the noon gate had previously manifested. Suspension period parameters remain in effect until midnight. Operational decisions regarding contract continuation dependent on EVID/ENS evaluation and recovery progression. With that declaration of intent, she stepped directly into shadow cast by overhanging rock formation, form melding with darkness before disappearing completely from conventional perception. Even Naruto's enhanced senses detected only rapidly fading energy signature as she utilized shadow pathways inaccessible to others. Charming personality, Ghislaine, observed dryly as they continued toward the citadel entrance. Though admittedly impressive professional discipline given circumstances. She's frightened, Lyra noted with surprising insight. Not of us specifically, but of implications regarding void-touched targeting. Shadow walkers typically maintain careful neutrality in larger conflicts, preserving operational independence through non-alignment policies. That neutrality appears compromised regardless of her intentions, Naruto concluded, considering broader tactical implications. The Void Emperor apparently considers any connectee onto the Dragon's Heir, even adversarial professional contracts, sufficient justification for elimination. Which potentially transforms numerous previous neutral parties into reluctant allies, Ghislaine added. Tactical mind immediately identifying strategic advantage within apparent setback. Forces previously unavailable due to professional non-alignment may reconsider position based on void-touched behavioral shifts. The noon gate awaited them at the cliff base, shadow spiral once again forming entrance point through solid rock face. They entered without ceremony, passing through moment. Airy darkness before emerging within the circular chamber where masked figures had greeted them previously. This time, a single representative awaited them, the tattooed woman from the Seeker's Council. Facial markings shifting in constant subtle patterns that drew and redirected attention in disorienting waves. Barrier repair successful, she stated without preamble. Energy signature reconfigure. Ration detected through monitoring networks. Void breach containment confirmed through direct observation. Impressive demonstration of theoretical capabilities. The repair remains temporary, Naruto cautioned. Unwilling to overstate their accomplishment. Dragon essence creates counter-harmonic resonance sufficient for physical closure, but underlying structural weakness persists. Without additional reinforcement, the breach will eventually reopen. Acknowledged, the tattooed woman replied with clinical precision. Nevertheless, summoning circle progression delayed by estimated 17 days based on preliminary calculations. Tactically significant timeline extension. We encountered unexpected complications, Lyra noted carefully. An operative contracted against the Dragon's Heir. One potentially matching prophetic parameters regarding the shadow we seek. The tattooed woman's markings shifted more rapidly, indicating either surprise or confirmation depending on interpretation. Kata Nightshade. Contract registered through appropriate channels approximately 36 hours before your arrival. Client identity classified under standard confidentiality protocols. THO's protocols may require reevaluation given recent developments, Ghislaine suggested, direct as always. The operative in question suffered void-touched attack specifically targeting her based on observed interaction with our group, suggesting client affiliation with forces directly opposed to realm stability. The Seeker's expression remained unreadable behind constantly shifting tattoos, but subtle tension in her posture suggested the information registered significance beyond routine operational updates. Contract documentation access requires council authorization, she stated after brief consideration. Evidence supporting investigation request will be presented during evening convergence. Decision expected within suspension period parameters based on operational urgency classification. Progress, however bureaucratically expressed. The Shadow Citadel's governing council would at least consider revealing client identity given potential void-touched connection, information had might prove crucial in reshaping Kata's perspective regarding her current contract. We appreciate the council's consideration, Naruto replied formally, recognizing appropriate diplomatic response to bureaucratic cooperation. The suspension period provides opportunity for recovery and preparation regardless of investigation outcome. The tattooed woman inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Quarters remain available for continued occupation. Additional amenities provided based on demonstrated alliance value following successful barrier repair operation. They were led back to Their previous accommodations in the Twilight Quarter, now enhanced with expanded resources reflecting their improved status following the barrier repair demonstration. Fresh food awaited them, along with healing supplies, reference materials regarding local void activity, and subtle improvements to living arrangements that indicated increased respect from their hosts. The Shadow Citadel values tangible results, Lyra observed as they settled into the enhanced quarters. Theoretical alliance potential generated limited cooperation. Demonstrated barrier repair capability transforms relationship parameters considerably. Pragmatic approach, Ghislaine approved, examining provided tactical maps with professional interest. Results-based evaluation rather than promised potential. Refreshy, compared to typical political alliance negotiations. Naruto moved to the chamber's high windows, studying the Shadow Citadel's complex architecture from this internal vantage point. The entire CL/IFF Face City demonstrated remarkable engineering precision. Every angle, every shadow placement deliberately designed to create specific effects. A civilization built around the manipulation and utilization of darkness as tool rather than hindrance. Our assassin will be investigating her client independently, he noted, attention focused outward while thoughts turned inward. Professional Prid. Demands verification of potential void-touched connection regardless of official information access. Which potentially places her in additional danger, Lyra concluded with thoughtful assessment. If her client truly represents void-touched interests, discovery of investigation efforts could trigger elimination attempts more substantial than initial ambush. Creating opportunity within crisis, Ghislaine suggested. Tactical mind immediately identifying potential advantage. Our prophesied guide faces threat that aligns her interests with ours regardless of professional contract obligations. Circumstances may accomplish what direct persuasion could not. The Sword King's assessment contained practical wisdom. Sometimes events themselves created alliances that rational argument could not achieve. If Kata discovered her client's void-touched connections independently, professional ethics might permit contract termination based on misrepresentation of fundamental operational parameters. Their discussion continued as afternoon progressed toward evening, analyzing potential scenarios and appropriate responses depending on how investigation results unfolded. The Council's decision regarding contract documentation access remained uncertain, but independent developments might render official channels unnecessary if Kata's personal investigation proved fruitful. As night fell across the Shadow Citadel, the cliff face transformed, thousands of precisely positioned lights activating simultaneously to create complex illumination patterns that generated equally precise shadow configurations throughout the city. From their high windows, the effect appeared magical, darkness and light dancing in careful balance that enhanced rather than opposed each other. Beautiful, Lyra acknowledged, observing the citywide transformation with scholarly appreciation. An entire civilization built upon understanding that shadow requires light to exist, neither capable of surviving without the other. Balance in opposition, Naruto mused, fragments of memory from his communion with Ryujin surfacing as he watched the shadow patterns shift and flow. Dragon and void, creation and destruction, light and shadow, the universe requires both to maintain stability. Philosophical insights notwithstanding, Ghislaine interjected practically, our immediate concern remains Conva. Inking a professional assassin to abandon her contract and join our cause instead. Preferably before midnight when the suspension period concludes. A valid point, characteristically direct. Naruto turned from the window. Considering their limited options regarding Kata Nightshade, the suspension agreement provided temporary safety, but without concrete evidence regarding her client's void-touched connections. Professional ethics would likely compel her to resume elimination efforts once the specified timeline expired. We need leverage beyond philosophical alignment, he acknowledged. Something that appeals to professional self-interest rather than merely cosmic responsibility. Their planning session continued into early evening, interrupted eventually by arrival of an official messenger from the Seekers' Council. The masked figure delivered formal notification that contract documentation review had been authorized based on evidence of potential void-touched client connections. Information would be made available following final deliberation regarding specific disclosure parameters. Progress, though slower than ideal given their midnight deadline. The bureaucratic wheels turned, but whether they would produce results within necessary timeline remained uncertain. As the messenger departed, a subtle energy shift registered at the periphery of Naruto's awareness, shadow. Patterns within their quarters moving against established illumination logic. Not immediately threatening, but definitely deliberate manipulation rather than natural occurrence. "We have company," he informed his companions quietly. Attention focused on shadow convergence near the chamber's far wall. Darkness deepened, then solidified into recognizable form as Kata Nightshade emerged from shadow. W pathways with characteristic fluid grace. Her movement still showed evidence of recent injury, slightly favored right side, marginally reduced fluidity in certain transitions, but overall recovery appeared significant compared to earlier condition. Independent investigation confirms suspected client affiliations, she announced without preamble, professional detachment slightly undermined by evident tension. Void-touched connection established through financial transaction network analysis and operational parameter comparison with previous contract patterns. Direct approach suggesting urgency beyond professional courtesy. Something had changed beyond mere confirmation of their suspicions regarding her client's connections. "You've been attacked again," Naruto deduced, noting la defensive positioning and heightened awareness indicators in her posture. Attempted elimination effort approximately 27 minutes ago, Kata confirmed with clinical precision despite obvious personal implications. 3 void-touched operatives utilizing shadow mimicry capabilities previously unobserved in corruption-based entities. Tactical sophistication suggests specific adaptatio. N to counter Shadow Walker defensive advantages. They're evolving countermeasures specifically targeting your abilities, Lyra translated with appropriate concern. Adaptation rate exceeding normal void-touched development patterns. Assessment matches operational observations, the assassin agreed, professional analysis temporarily overriding personal implications. Void-touched behavioral patterns demonstrate unprecedented strategic coordination and targeted capability development, suggesting direct control by higher intelligence rather than autonomous corruption spread, Naruto concluded. Implications immediately concerning. The Void Emperor exerts more direct influence than previously indicated by observable patterns. Kata's expression remained professionally neutral, but subtle tension revealed personal impact beneath analytical assessment. Client identity confirmed through multiple verification protocols. Nobleman Vexus Karth, ostensibly representing commercial interests regarding Dragon's Heir elimination based on potential market disruption concerns. And actually, Ghislaine prompted, cutting through diplomatic phrasing with characteristic directness. Void-touched infiltrator within Shadow Citadel advisory structure, Kata stated flatly. Corruption concealed through advanced masking techniques undetectable through standard verification protocols. Ishin provides access to classified intelligence regarding prophecy elements and potential countermeasure development. Significant revelation with immediate tactical implications. The Void-touched Ad placed operatives within the Shadow Citadel's advisory framework, accessing information regarding prophesied guides and the Dragon's Heir while simultaneously arranging elimination contracts against potential interference elements. "You've informed the Seeker's Council?" Lyra asked, immediately identifying appropriate procedural response. Information transmitted through secure channels prior to void-touched engagement. Kata confirmed. Council verification proceeds according to established protocols, though operational timeline suggests confirmation will exceed suspension period parameters. The implication became clear: official response would come too late to prevent her contractual obligation resuming at midnight. Professional ethics would technically require attempted fulfillment despite client misrepresentation, unless alternative resolution presented itself. The contract becomes void due to fundamentally misrepresented parameters, Naruto suggested, offering professional escape route within established ethical framework. Client concealed true identity and affiliations, rendering agreement invalid through deliberate deception regarding basic operational foundation. Kata considered this reasoning with evident internal calculation. Contractual invalidation typically requires council adjudication through formal processes. Standard timeline 24 to 7. Tie 2 hours depending on complexity assessment and evidence evaluation requirements. But professional judgment permits immediate suspension pending formal adjudication when operational parameters shift beyond reasonable contingency boundaries, Lyra countered, apparently familiar with Shadow Walker contractual frameworks. Client void-touched affiliation constitutes fundamental parameter shift. invalidating original agreement structure. The assassin's violet eyes narrowed slightly, assessing this interpretation against internal professional standards. Theoretical framework technically VA. Lid within established precedent regarding extreme parameter shift scenarios. Though rarely invoked due to potential reputation impact considerations. Compared to reputation impact of becoming void. Touched yourself when they inevitably target you again with increasing adaptation to your specific abilities. Ghislaine suggested bluntly. Professional standing means little when transformed into C. Erupted entity serving interests fundamentally opposed to your operational independence. Direct challenge cutting through professional rationalization to core survival concerns. Kata's carefully maintained neutrality cracked slightly. Genuine concern bleeding through disciplined exterior. Operational independence represents non-negotiable professional requirement, she acknowledged quietly. Void-touched transformation eliminates fundamental choice framework necessary for contract-based professional identity maintenance. Progress beyond purely tactical considerations to personal values recognition. Naruto seized this opening carefully, respecting professional framework while offering alternative aligned with established priorities. The prophecies speak of 5 guides who stand with the dragon's heir, he said. Maintaining conversational tone rather than dramatic declaration. One specifically identified as the shadow, master of moving between darkness and light, belonging fully to neither yet understanding both. Your abilities and position suggest potential alignment with this prophesied role. Prophecy validity remains unverified through empirical methodologies, Kata replied automatically. Though without previous conviction, operational decisions based on speculative framework invite unnecessary vulnerability to confirmation bias and selective interpretation patterns. Yet void-touched clearly consider prophecy elements sufficiently valid to commit significant resources toward disruption efforts, Lyra pointed out reasonably. Including placing infiltra, Cheon operatives within the Shadow Citadel specifically to arrange your contract against the dragon's heir. Actions suggesting prophecy validity recognition regardless of personal skepticism regarding underlying metaphysical framework. Logical observation that circumvented philosophical objections through practical evidence assessment. Kata's expression suggested internal recalculation based on this undeniably valid point, enemy behavior indicating prophecy legitimacy more convincingly than abstract arguments ever could. Temporary alliance proposal offers mutual benefit potential regardless of prophecy validity determination. She finally concluded, professional framework finding acceptable compromise between conflicting considerations. Client contract suspension pending formal conc. Ill adjudication allows operational security maintenance while investigating void-touched adaptation capabilities targeting Shadow Walker defensive methodologies. Not complete conversion to their cause, but significant practical alignment despite philosophical reservations. Naruto recognized the substantial concession within her professional value structure, maintaining technical contractual adherence while creating practical cooperation framework through formal suspension processes. Alliance parameters acceptable pending further development based on empirical observation of cooperation effectiveness, he agreed. Matching her professional terminology rather than imposing emotional framework she clearly found uncomfortable. Void-touched adaptation to Shadow Walker capabilities repression. TS significant tactical concern warranting joint investigation regardless of broader cosmic implications. Relief flickered briefly across Kata's carefully controlled features, professional face ma. Intained while personal concerns addressed through practical compromise. Her shadow manipulation abilities relaxed slightly, darkness no longer rippling defensively around her form as immediate threat perception reduced. Before further discussion could develop, abrupt energy shift registered throughout the entire chamber, shadow patterns disrupted by powerful external force that bypassed normal manipulation physics. Not Kata's abilities or Shadow Citadel security systems, something else entirely. Void breach, Lyra identified immediately, specialized perception detecting specific signature patterns. Massive energy discharge consistent with forced dimensional rupture. Distance approximately 1 kilometer based on propagation characteristics. Within the citadel itself, Ghislaine translated. Already moving toward her massive sword propped against nearby wall. They're bringing the battle directly to us rather than waiting for midnight deadline expiration. Naruto extended his draconic senses, confirming the priestess's assessment while adding concerning additional details. Multiple breach points activating simultaneously. Coordinated pattern suggesting deliberate destabilization rather than random incursion. Shadow Citadel defensive systems activating, Keita reported. Professional assessment overriding recent alliance negotiations as immediate threat demanded priority attention. Standard containment protocols engaging, though breach pattern exceeds design parameters for simultaneous incursion management. External alarms confirmed her analysis, high-pitched tones echoing throughout the cliff face city as emergency response systems activated. Outside their high windows, shadow patterns shifted dramatically as defensive configurations replaced standard illumination arrangements throughout the citadel. They're targeting the Shadow Citadel specifically because of our presence, Naruto realized, tactical implications immediately clear. Creating crisis that forces immediate response rather than allowing investigation of their infiltration operative to proceed through normal channels. Defensive diversion through overwhelming force application, Keita agreed. Professional analysis matching his own despite recent adversarial positioning. Standard methodology when covert operations face exposure risk exceeding acceptable parameters. The infill traitor, this nobleman Vexus, likely triggers the breach points from within, Lyra added, completing the tactical assessment. Using internal position to compromise defensive systems while external force applies pressure to available resources. The immediate implications required decisive response rather than continued discussion. Naruto secured the wooden box containing the heart scale within his robes. Then drew both Ryumaru and the sword Ghislaine had gifted him, dual-wielding configuration offering optimal versatility for uncertain engagement conditions. We need to reach the central breach point, he decided, channeling preliminary energy through both blades in preparation for combat. Containing the void incursion takes priority over the infiltrator himself. Without stable environment, pursuit becomes irrelevant. Agreed, Ghislaine confirmed, her massive sword already glowing with accumulated power as combat readiness activated years of battlefield instinct. Central breach, likely located in administrative quarter based on optimal system compromise positioning requirements. Northwest section, upper levels, Keita specified, shadow manipulation abilities fully engaged despite recent injury limitations. Council chambers provide direct access to primary defensive array control mechanisms necessary for coordinated breach facilitation. The professional assassin had already analyzed likely target positions based on objective parameters rather than emotional considerations, impressive tactical assessment regardless of recent adversarial status. Naruto nodded acknowledgement of her contribution, treating her as valued ally despite technically suspended contract still potentially resuming later. You know the Citadel's internal structure better than we do, he noted. Practical consideration overriding recent conflict. Most efficient approach route accounting for likely void-touched resistance positioning. Keita considered briefly, professional assessment. Chi running calculations visible in her focused expression. Shadow pathways provide optimal transit option for limited number of operatives with appropriate escort. Conventional approaches likely comp are omised through predictive tactical positioning by void-touched forces. Can you transport all of us through these shadow pathways? Lyra asked. Reasonable concern given the assassin's recent injury and energy expenditure limitations. Negative, Keita admitted without pride consideration interfering with tactical assessment. Current operational capacity permits single passenger transport maximum. Multiple transit requirements exceed available resources given recent recovery status. Then you take Naruto directly to the central breach, Ghislaine decided with characteristic direct pragmatism. Dragon Essence provides optimal countermeasure against void incursion. Lyra and I will proceed through conventional routes, engaging diversionary forces to reduce pressure on primary objective. Sound tactical assessment. Though Naruto disliked separating their group given uncertain conditions ahead, the Sword King identified his hesitation immediately, addressing unspoken concern with blunt efficiency. We've fought void-touched before, she reminded him. Massive sword resting easily across powerful shoulders despite its considerable weight. Your awakening abilities represent unique counteragent unavailable through conventional combat application. Tactical distribution of resources requires optimal positioning regardless of personal preference considerations. The Sword King's assessment aligns with objective parameters, Keita agreed, professional detachment returning as immediate threat overrode recent emotional complications. Expedited arrival at Central Breach Point potentially prevents complete defensive system compromise, preserving secondary containment options if primary barriers fail. Their logic proved irrefutable despite his instinctive preference for maintaining unified front. Naruto nodded acceptance of the tactical necessity, though not without adding specific parameters. Agreed, but with coordination requirements. No unnecessary risks, no heroic last stands. If conventional approaches prove completely compromised, withdraw and regroup rather than forcing engagement against overwhelming opposition. Both Ghislaine and Lyra acknowledged these conditions, understanding the broader strategic necessity of preserving their group intact regardless of immediate tactical considerations. The prophesied guides needed to survive this confrontation. Longer-term objectives remained viable. Shadow transit preparation complete, Keita announced, darkness gathering around her form as manipulation abilities engaged at full capacity despite recent recovery limitations. Physical contact required for passenger incorporation within Shadow Matrix. Naruto moved to her side, maintaining professional demeanor despite the unusual alliance with Somio, who had attempted his assassination mere hours earlier. Circumstances created strange companions in any conflict, but particularly when cosmic forces aligned against common interests regardless of personal history. We'll rendezvous at the council chambers, he confirmed to Ghislaine and Lyra as Shadow began enveloping both himself and Keita. Remember, containment priority over confrontation. The Void Touched likely consider this operation expendable if their primary infiltrator escapes during confusion. The Sword King and Dragon Priestess nodded understanding as darkness completed its envelopment. Reality shifted around Naruto as Keita activated her shadow walking ability, conventional physics temporarily suspended as they entered pathways invisible to normal perception. The shadow realm through which they traveled defied simple description, not quite physical space, not entirely spiritual plane, but something between existent states where darkness itself became tangible medium. They moved through this strange environment with disorienting speed, Keita guiding their passage with practiced expertise despite obvious strain maintaining transport for passenger beyond herself. Approaching destination junction, her voice informed him, sound behaving differently within shadow pathways, simultaneously intimate yet distant, immediate yet echoing. Void corruption detected within conventional space overlay. Breach expansion rate exceeds standard parameters. The shadow pathway terminated abruptly, reality reasserting itself with jarring transition as they emerged into conventional space once more. The council chambers Keita had identified lay before them, or what remained of them after Void Breach manifestation had corrupted the once elegant meeting hall. Darkness pulls at the chamber's center, not Shadow's natural absence of light, but Void's fundamental negation of existence itself. The breach expanded visibly, reality crumbling around its edges as corruption spread outward in pulsing waves. Surrounding architecture showed advanced degradation, stone blackening and occasionally dissolving into nothingness where void energy had maintained prolonged contact. Most concerning, void-touched entities moved purposefully around the breach perimeter, not mindless corruption vessels but coordinated operatives maintaining specific formation to protect central figure directing their activities. This coordinator stood directly before the breach itself, hands extended toward the void as though physically widening the tear between realms. Nobleman Vexus Karth, Keita identified quietly, Shadow still clinging to their forms as she maintained partial concealment despite transportation completion. Void corruption advanced beyond external appearance indicators. Internal transformation approximately 70% complete based on energy signature analysis. The infiltrator appeared outwardly human, elegantly dressed nobleman with aristocratic features and carefully groomed appearance. Only his eyes revealed his true nature, solid black from corner to corner, reflecting no light whatsoever. His movements demonstrated unnatural precision as he manipulated void energies with practiced expertise. Expanding the breach through deliberate application rather than random corruption spread. Containment options, Naruto asked, assessing tactical situation while remaining within shadow concealment. Direct confrontation suboptimal given numeric disadvantage and enclosed environment limitations, Keita replied with professional assessment. Void breach cont. Raw mechanism appears externally anchored rather than self-sustaining. Disrupting controller potentially collapses expansion pattern without requiring direct breach engagement. Targeting the infilter. Eder himself rather than attempting to close the breach directly, logical approach given resource limitations and tactical positioning. Naruto studied the void-touched formation, identifying potential approach vectors that might allow targeting Vexus while minimizing engagement with guardian entities. Can your shadows reach him without alerting the perimeter guards? He asked, already formulating alternate approach if this option proved non-viable. Keita assessed briefly, violet eyes narrowed with professional calculation. Negative. Void-touched adaptation to shadow-walking capabilities now includes perception sensitivity to manipulation patterns. Direct shadow extension triggers immediate detection and response. Then we create suitable distraction, Naruto decided, drawing both swords in smooth motion that produced minimal sound despite metallic components. I'll engage primary attention, drawing perimeter response toward obvious threat. You maintain concealment until optimal pause. Ishining allows direct strike against the controller. Professional assassin methodology applied to tactical situation, utilizing her specialized skills within framework that maximized effectiveness. Heil minimizing vulnerability exploitation. Keita nodded agreement, shadows deepening around her form as she prepared for precise application once opportunity presented itself. Operational synergy potentially viable despite limited coordination history, she acknowledged, professional assessment temporarily overriding recent adversarial positioning. Success probability increases approximately her 7% compared to individual engagement attempts. I'll take those odds, Naruto replied with slight smile, channeling preliminary energy through both blades in preparation for combat engagement. Golden light began emanating from the weapons, Ryumaru blazing with ancient power while Ghislaine's gifted sword glowed with more controlled intensity better suited to his current capabilities. The energy manifestation immediately attracted void-touched attention, entities nearest their position turning with unnatural synchronization as draconic essence registered against their corruption-based senses. Vexus himself remained focused on breach expansion, apparently prioritizing primary objective above peripheral security concerns. Now, Naruto stated simply, then launched forward. From shadow concealment with explosive speed that carried him directly into void-touched defensive formation. Both swords described perfect golden arcs through corruption-tainted air, Ryumaru cleaving through nearest entity with contemptuous ease while Ghislaine's blade danced in complementary pattern to maintain defensive coverage during initial engagement. Void-touched guardians responded with immediate coordinated defense. Corruption-enhanced reflexes directing multiple simultaneous attacks from varied angles. Naruto moved with fluid precision, each motion transitioning seamlessly into X's 2 lifetimes of combat experience guided his response. Where Void-touched attacked with unnatural speed and strength, he countered with superior technique and anticipation, Golden Blade's critique. Protective perimeter that neutralized numeric advantage through quality versus quantity differential. The distraction worked precisely as intended. Perimeter guardians converged on obvious draconic threat. Void-based instinct recognizing Dragon's Heir as primary target regardless of tactical situation. Their formation collapsed inward, creating defensive ring around Naruto while simultaneously exposing their controller to potential secondary approach. Keita seized opportunity with professional precision, shadow extending from concealment position toward Vexus while attention remained focused on more obvious confrontation. Her target maintained breach expansion efforts despite nearby combat, apparently confident in defensive screen's ability to contain draconic intervention without requiring personal involvement. Fatal miscalculation. Shadow tendrils reached the controller undetected, solidifying into deadly blades at final approach microsecond. The assassination attempt demonstra. TED textbook execution. Multiple simultaneous strikes targeting critical vulnerability points with precision impossible to defend against without prior awareness. Yet somehow, Vexus reacted, impossibly. Fast perception registering threat despite complete attention apparently focused elsewhere. The void-touched infiltrator twisted with unnatural flexibility, avoiding fatal strikes through movement that should have exceeded physical limitations regardless of corruption enhancement. Shadow Dancer. He hissed, voice carrying harmonic distortions that revealed advanced void contamination beneath human appearance. Your betrayal was anticipated. Contingencies implemented. The infiltrator's hands shifted from breach manipulation to direct combat orientation, void energy coalescing around his fin. Gers into wickedly curved talons that slashed toward intercepting shadow constructs. Where corruption contacted shadow, neither prevailed immediately, energies contesting dominance through fundamental opposition forces colliding at conceptual level beyond mere physical interaction. Naruto recognized opportunity within crisis. The breach expansion temporarily halted as Vexus redirected attention toward immediate threat. He redoubled combat effort against surrounding void-touched guardians, golden blades reaping terrible harvest as draconic energy purged corruption with each connecting strike. Barrier modification required. Keita called across chamber, professional assessment cutting through combat chaos with precise communication. Controller disruption alone insufficient for breach containment. Direct draconic application necessary while expansion pattern temporarily suspended. Understanding immediate implications, Naruto altered tactical approach, disengagement from guardian entity. Taking priority over continued neutralization. He channeled increased energy through both blades, creating momentary power surge that repelled nearest void touched through counter-harmonic resonance rather than physical impact. The temporary clearing provided necessary disengagement opportunity. He moved with enhanced speed toward the breach itself, guardians pursuing but temporarily distanced through power application effects. Keita maintained pressure against Vexus, shadow constructs engaging void talons in complex combat pattern that prevented controller from resuming breach expansion EF. Forts despite failing to neutralize target completely. Reaching breach perimeter, Naruto sheathed both swords in smooth motion that belied their disparate designs. The void pulsed before him, reality. Literally unraveling at dimensional boundary where nothingness consumed existence itself. Direct contact would prove instantly fatal regardless of draconic heritage, corruption overwhelming even his NHANCED resistance through sheer concentration differential. Instead, he removed the wooden box containing Ryujin's heart scale from within his robes, opening it to reveal the opalescent surface shifting with internal energies. The scale responded immediately to void proximity, colors intensifying as natural counter-harmonic properties activated against fundamental opposition force. Unlike previous barrier repair, this situation required maximum sustainable output rather than precision application, raw power necessary to counteract actively expanding breach rather than merely healing passive damage. Naruto channeled his awakening draconic essence directly through the heart scale, golden energy flowing from core outward through arms into the ancient relic. The scale absorbed and amplified this channeled power, transforming individual contribution into something greater through connection to divine essence beyond mortal comprehension. Opalescent surface blazed with accumulated energy, colors shifting through spectrum too rapidly for conventional perception to catalog individual transitions. Containment initiated, Naruto announced, voice distorted slightly as draconic aspects manifested more prominently under extreme channeling conditions. Golden scales materialized along forearms, eyes shifting from normal blue to slitted amber as awakening essence responded to dire necessity. He extended the glowing scale toward void breach, careful to maintain safe separation while establishing energetic connection between opposing forces. Dragon essence met void corruption at concept. UAL boundary rather than physical contact, fundamental creation confronting primordial negation through metaphysical interaction beyond conventional scientific explanation. The void breach responded violently, darkness pulsing with increased intensity as natural counteragent threatened its expanded influence. Reality shuddered around the confrontation point, physical space itself straining under opposing conceptual forces battling for dominance. Controller attempts disengagement, Keita reported, still maintaining combat pressure against Vexus despite growing evidence of her recent injury affecting performance duration. Void-touched guardians implementing withdrawal coverage pattern consistent with primary objective preservation rather than breach maintenance. Strategic implications immediately clear. The infiltrator recognized containment potential and prioritized escape over continued expansion efforts. Tactical victory within strategic challenge, breach closure potential increasing. While mastermind prepared extraction to preserve future operational capabilities. Focus on the breach, Naruto called back, maintaining channeling discipline despite temptation to split attention toward escaping controller. Containment priority exceeds individual neutralization importance. Professional assessment temporarily overriding personal satisfaction considerations, strategic necessity. Tai recognized despite emotional preference for preventing infiltrator escape. Keita acknowledged this prioritization with subtle gesture, maintaining sufficient pressure against Vexus to complicate WI. THD Rawal without overcommitting resources needed for self-preservation given injury limitations. The Void Breach began collapsing inward under sustained draconic counteragent application, Reality Grad. Ally reasserting dominance as Dragon Essence provided necessary foundation for dimensional repair. The process accelerated as connection strengthened, heart scale blazing with power drawn both from N. Naruto's awakening essence and some deeper wellspring connected to Ryujin himself. Void-touched Guardians attempted interference, recognizing existential threat to their incursion objective. Several broke from defensive formation to directly target Naruto during critical channeling phase, corruption-enhanced bodies launching toward him with desperate intensity. Keita responded without verbal coordination. Shadow constructs intercepting nearest attackers with precision that belied recent adversarial positioning. Professional assessment recognizing priority protection requirements regardless of previous contract obligations. Her shadow manipulation targeted vulnerable points with assassin's expertise, neutralizing immediate threats through efficiency rather than raw power. Breach containment approaching critical threshold, she reported, maintaining divided attention between multiple simultaneous operations with impressive mental discipline. Controller extraction imminent through secondary exit point. Pursuit decision required within 17 seconds before tactical advantage window closes completely. Decision point requiring immediate prioritization between competing strategic objectives. Breach containment versus infiltrator neutralization. Naruto maintained channeling discipline while calculating optimal response based on available resources and tactical positioning. Complete the containment, he instructed. Golden energy continuing to flow through the heart scale into collapsing Void Breach. I'll pursue once closure confirms. Keita nodded understanding. Shadow C. Onstruct's shifting focus from divided attention to concentrated breach support. Her manipulation abilities complemented draconic counteragent application. Darkness containing void rather than opposing it directly. Creating boundaries that focused collapse pattern while preventing peripheral expansion attempts. The coordinated effort accelerated closure process considerably, Void Breach shrinking raw. Pidley as combined approach applied multiple complementary techniques simultaneously. Reality knitted itself together around collapsing tear, dimensional integrity gradually restoring as corruption receded under sustained pressure. Meanwhile, Vexus and remaining Guardian entities completed withdrawal preparations, the infiltrator opening smaller secondary breach through which escape appeared imminent. The void-touched nobleman cast final glance toward primary operation site, solid black eyes revealing nothing of thought process behind tactical retreat. Your victory proves temporary, Dragon's Heir, he called across chamber. Voice distorted through increasingly prominent corruption manifestation. The circle nears completion regardless of individual junction point delays. The Emperor comes, and Shadow offers no concealment from true void. With that ominous declaration, Vexus stepped through secondary breach, remaining Guardians following in precise formation that maintained Protect 4. E-screen until final entity disappeared into nothingness. The smaller tear collapsed behind them, not through external application but deliberate closure from opposing side, preventing pursuit through same-dimensional pathway. Primary breach containment complete, Keita announced as larger void incursion finally collapsed completely, reality sealing seamlessly where tear had previously dominated chamber center. Dimensional integrity restored to approximately 97% of baseline parameters. Residual void energy present but contained within manageable dissipation timeline. Naruto lowered the heart scale. Golden energy gradually subsiding as channeling concluded. The temporary draconic manifestations, scaled forearms, amber eyes, receded as power requirements diminished, leaving him noticeably drained but functionally operational. He carefully returned the scale to its wooden container, securing it within his robes before addressing their next priorities. The infiltrator escaped, but breach containment represents significant tactical victory regardless, he assessed, professional analysis overriding disappointment regarding Vexus eluding neutralization. Shadow Citadel defensive integrity preserved. Summoning circle progression delayed through junction point restoration. Operational success parameters achieved despite secondary objective failure, Keita agreed. shadow manipulation diminishing as immediate threat conditions subsided. Her professional detachment showed signs of strain. Recent injury combined with extensive ability utilization clearly taking toll despite disciplined exterior. Before further discussion could develop, the chamber doors burst open, Ghislaine and Lyra arriving with combat-ready postures that relaxed slightly upon confirming contained situation. The Sword King's massive blade still glowed with recently applied energy, evidence of engagement during their separate approach journey. Breach contained. Ghislaine confirmed. Express. Ariansed eye assessing chamber conditions with tactical precision. Completely. Naruto verified. Though the controller escaped through secondary exit point before neutralization could be completed. The Shadow Citadel's defensive systems are re-establishing control throughout affected sectors, Lyra added, specialized perception detecting energy patterns invisible to conventional observation. Multiple smaller breaches similarly contained through coordinated response from Citadel security forces. Overall infiltration attempt successfully repelled despite initial penetration success. STR. Strategic victory despite tactical limitations, Ghislaine summarized with characteristic directness. Acceptable outcome given resource constraints and surprise factor considerations. Their assessment concluded as additional figures entered chamber. Masked representatives from Shadow Citadel security forces followed by the tattooed woman from Seeker's Council. Her facial markings shifted with increased rapidity, indicating either agitation or intense calculation depending on interpretation. Breach containment confirmed through monitoring networks, she stated without preamble. Void incursion. Repelled through unprecedented cooperation between Citadel forces and external allies. Council extends formal appreciation for intervention assistance during critical defensive failure. Diplomatic acknowledgement of their contribution. Carefully phrased to recognize value without creating excessive obligation. Naruto inclined his head slightly in equally measured response, alliance of convenience. Recognized without overstatement of ongoing commitment implications. The infiltrator Vexus Karth escaped through secondary breach point, he informed her, providing crucial intelligence regardless of diplomatic positioning. His void corruption appears significantly advanced despite maintaining external human appearance. Security protocols require substantial revision given demonstrated penetration capabilities. The tattooed woman's markings briefly stabilized, indication of either surprise or confirmation depending on subtle pattern interpretation. Identity verification confirms Council-S. U.S. suspicions regarding advisory structure compromise. Countermeasures implementation already proceeding through established protocols. Her attention shifted to Keita, who maintained professional neutrality despite obvious connection to recent events. Contract documentation review accelerated following infiltration confirmation. Council adjudication provides immediate invalidation based on fundament. Tall client misrepresentation and demonstrable void-touched affiliation evidence. Official resolution to contractual obligation situation, providing clean professional separation without reputation damage considerations that might have complicated Keita's position. The assassin acknowledged this determination with slight nod, violet eyes revealing momentary relief beneath disciplined exterior. Adjudication acceptance confirmed, she stated formally. Contract invalidation parameters meet professional standard requirements for obligation termination without completion. Bureaucratic confirmation of what practical circumstances had already established. Keita no longer bound by assassination contract against the Dragon's heir, free to determine next operational direction without professional ethics complications. Significant development regardless of whether prophecy considerations influenced her subsequent decisions. The Council requests your continued presence during recovery and investigation phases. The tattooed woman continued, addressing all four with formal diplomatic precision. Alliance potential against void-touched expansion demonstrates practical value regardless of longer-term commitment considerations. We'll remain temporarily, Naruto confirmed after brief glance toward his companion's confirmed shared assessment. Though our broader mission requires eventual continuation once immediate situation stabilizes. The Seeker acknowledged this limited commitment with understanding nod, pragmatic recognition of mutual benefit without unrealistic expectations regarding permanent arrangement. With formal business concluded, she departed with security contingent to address ongoing Citadel-wide response requirements, leaving the four companions alone in partially damaged council chamber. So, Ghislaine observed dryly once officials had departed, massive sword finally returned to its back-mounted position as immediate threat conditions fully subsided. R. Prophesied guide transitions from attempted assassination to battle alliance within single day. Efficient if somewhat concerning relationship development methodology. Keita maintained professional composure despite obvious commentary directed toward her recent status change. Contract invalidation creates operational independence permitting alliance consideration based on objective parameter S meant rather than obligation constraints. Prophecy validity remains independently determined through empirical observation rather than theoretical framework acceptance. In other words, Naruto translated with slight smile. You'll work with us because Void Touch now target you specifically, but reserve judgment on whether this cooperation fulfills cosmic destiny or merely represents practical temporary arrangement. Accurate summary. The assassin acknowledged, shadows briefly rippling around her form as control fluctuated with evident fatigue. Professional association offers mutual benefit potential regardless of underlying metaphysical validity considerations. Pragmatic approach. Lyra approved, recognizing significant concession within Keita's professional framework despite philosophical reservations. The prophecies speak of guides standing with the dragon's heir, not necessarily believing in every aspect of cosmic significance attached to that position. 3 guides identified, 2 remaining. Ghislaine summarized practically. The Shadow Citadel provided exactly what we sought, though through considerably more complicated methodology than anticipated. The PATH rarely follows expected patterns when cosmic forces align, Lyra observed with serene acceptance of recent chaotic developments. What matters is progress toward necessary convergence, not necessa. Riley the specific methodology through which that progress manifests. Their discussion continued as they departed damaged council chambers, moving through Shadow Citadel corridors where recovery operations proceeded with impressive efficiency despite recent widespread void incursion. The cliff-face city had weathered significant assault with minimal permanent damage, testament to centuries of care. Full defensive preparation and underlying architectural principles specifically designed to resist corruption-based attacks. Keita accompanied them with professional detachment gradually softening as immediate crisis resolution permitted more natural interaction development. Her shadow-walking abilities remained partially active even during conventional movement, darkness occasionally rippling her form as automatic defense mechanisms responded to perceived threats within unfamiliar social framework. The Shadow Citadel maintains extensive intelligence networks regarding void-touched activity throughout surrounding territories, she noted as they approached their quarters in Twilight Quarter. Operational data sharing provides mutual benefit potential during continued junction point identification and barrier repair efforts. Professional terminology masking personal decision, offering assistance through established expertise rather than emotional commitment to cause beyond self-interest alignment. Naruto recognized significant development regardless of linguistic framework, accepting offered cooperation without demanding unnecessary philosophical conversion. Your knowledge of regional shadow pathways would significantly improve our tactical mobility options, he acknowledged, respecting professional identity while recognizing practical contribution potential. Especially given void-touched adaptation to conventional travel routes and monitoring methodologies. Keita nodded agreement, violet eyes revealing momentary appreciation for straightforward practical assessment rather than dramatic prophetic significance emphasis. Shadow pathway navigation offers optimal transit options for limited operational groups requiring concealment from void-touched observation networks. Efficiency increases operational timeline potential against summoning circle completion parameters. Their arrival at assigned quarters revealed Citadel staff had already arranged additional accommodations. 4th chamber added to previous 3-room configuration, marked with shadow symbol clearly intended for Keita's occupation. The thoughtful adjustment demonstrated both Shadow Citadel's attention to detail and their immediate acceptance of changed relationship dynamics following contract invalidation and void-touched assault. Well, Ghislaine observed with characteristic directness as they settled into expanded living arrangement, our next destination requires determination now that immediate crisis resolution permits forward planning resumption. 3 potential locations for remaining guides, each presenting unique challenges and opportunities. The verdant wilds to the east, Lyra enumerated, referring to their previous planning discussions before void-touched assault interrupted deliberation. home to nature spirits and healing sanctuaries where the healer likely resides according to prophetic alignment patterns. Or Ironhaven to the south, Naruto added, recalling alternative destination possibility they had considered earlier, where magic and technology blend in ways found nowhere else. Potential location for the creator, mentioned in prophecy texts. Their newest companion listened to this discussion with professional interest, violet eyes calculating as she integrated into planning process despite recent adversarial positioning. The transitio N from assassination target to tactical ally had occurred with remarkable efficiency given circumstances, testament to both Kata's practical adaptability and the obvious threat void-touched expansion presented to her professional independence. Shadow pathway networks extend toward verdant wilds with significantly greater coverage density than southern routes, she contributed after brief analysis. Transit efficiency approximately 63% higher for eastern destinations compared to Ironhaven approach options, allowing accelerated timeline potential for multi-site investigation requirements. Practical consideration based on specialized knowledge, contributing expertise without unnecessary emotional investment in cosmic significance aspects that clearly remained philosophically uncomfortable. Naruto appreciated this professional approach, recognizing alliance development occurred through demonstrated value rather than abstract belief systems. The verdant wilds, then, he decided. Practical considerations aligning with prophetic imperatives through natural convergence rather than forced interpretation. We depart once recovery period allows sufficient regeneration for optimal operational capacity. Agreement reached through collaborative assessment rather than hierarchical command, each contributing specialized perspective toward common objective despite varied CK grounds and previous relationship complications. Their group had expanded beyond original three, incorporating Shadow Walker expertise that complemented existing capabilities while adding entirely EU tactical options previously unavailable. The Dragon's Heir, the Sword King, the Dragon Priestess, and now the Shadow, 4 of the prophesied 5 guides assembled through circumstances both planned and unexpected. Their journey continued eastward next, toward ancient forests where nature itself maintained balance between physical and spiritual realms through mechanisms older than human civilization. What awaited them there? Whether simple guide identification or complicated confrontation similar to recent Shadow Citadel experiences, remained unknown. But their strengthened group moved forward. With greater capability and growing confidence despite cosmic forces aligned against their objective. The Void Emperor had failed to prevent their alliance expansion. The summoning circle remained incomplete. Hope persisted despite darkness gathering at reality's edges. And somewhere ahead, 2 more guides awaited, connections yet to be forged, wisdom yet to be gained, power yet to be realized. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Whispers of the Wild. Dawn painted the eastern sky in watercolor hues as 4 figures departed the Shadow Citadel. They traveled light, lessons from previous journeys teaching the value of mobility over comfort. The cliff-face city diminished behind them, its unnatural geometries giving way to rolling foothills that announced the beginning of their eastward journey. Naruto led their expanded group. Senses extended to monitor their surroundings. Golden energy occasionally rippled beneath his skin when he pushed his awareness to its limits, his draconic heritage responding to conscious demand. Behind him walked Lyra, silver blue eyes constantly evaluating energy patterns invisible to ordinary perception. Ghislaine followed, massive sword strapped across her back, silver-streaked auburn hair caught in the morning breeze. Her sacrifice at the sanctum had permanently marked her, 30 years of life force channeled into protective barriers, yet her stride remained powerful, her gaze alert. Kata Nightshade brought up the rear, violet eyes scanning continuously for threats. 3 days had passed since her contract's official invalidation, yet the Shadow LKER maintained professional distance, alliance of necessity rather than emotional commitment. Darkness occasionally rippled around her form, shadow manipulation active even during routine travel. Quote, "The terrain changes dramatically beyond the next ridge," Kata informed them, voice carrying the precise cadence that characterized her speech. Transitional ecosystem begins approximately 3 kilometers ahead, marking official boundary between shadow territories and verdant wilds. "You've traveled these routes before?" Lyra inquired, always gathering information regardless of immediate relevance. Operational requirements occasionally necessitated Eastern contracts, the assassin confirmed. Though extended presence within verdant wilds territories proves problematic for shadow walkers due to ambient energy characteristics. Too much life. Naruto translated, understanding immediately. Natural energy overwhelms shadow manipulation abilities. Keita inclined her head slightly, AC. Acknowledgement without unnecessary elaboration. Her cooperation remained precise, professional, and distinctly bounded. Each contribution carefully measured, each involvement calculated for optimal efficiency without emotional investment. They crested the ridge Keita had indicated, and the landscape before them justified her warning. The stark, rocky terrain surrounding the Shadow Citadel abruptly surrendered to something entirely different. Rolling meadows dotted with flowering plants in impossible colors, trees growing in spiral patterns rather than straight trunks, streams that appeared to flow uphill in defiance of natural laws. The verdant boundary, Lyra identified, voice softening with scholarly appreciation. Where natural magic begins reasserting dominance over conventional physical limitations. Pretty. Ghislaine assessed with characteristic brevity. Defensible. Unpredictably so, the priestess replied. The verdant wilds respond to intention rather than action. Those, entering with harmony in mind find passage easy. Those bringing discord face resistance. Meaning what, exactly? The Sword King pressed, tactical mind immediately identifying potential complications. Meaning the forest decides whether you're welcome, Naruto explained, fragments of memory surfacing from his previous incarnation. Last time I traveled these paths, the trees themselves ed to block those they deemed threatening. Operational intelligence confirms environmental consciousness manifestation throughout verdant territories, Keita added with clinical precision. Convent. Ional military forces historically report 97% casualty rates when attempting forced entry. Shadow transit network effectiveness decreases proportionally with distance from boundary, reaching zero functionality approximately 30 kilometers within primary forest. Wonderful, Ghislaine muttered. An entire forest that passes judgment on travelers and potentially leaves us without our fastest escape option. This grows more appealing by the minute. The verdant wilds aren't inherently hostile, Lyra assured her. They simply respond to perceived threats with appropriate defensive measures. Enter with respect, maintain harmonious intentions, and passage remains unimpeded. My intentions toward Void Touched are far from harmonious, the Sword King pointed out reasonably. Will the forest distinguish between general aggression and specific targeting? Yes, Naruto stated with certainty born of fragmented memory. The verdant wilds understand context. They recognize void corruption as fundamental opposition to natural order. Our purpose aligns with forest preservation, which should generate favorable response despite combat-oriented capabilities. They descend from the ridge into the transitional zone, immediately experiencing subtle changes in ambient energy. The air itself felt thicker, more nourishing with each breath. Colors appeared more vibrant, sounds carried unusual clarity, and even gravity seemed slightly altered, steps feeling lighter, movements requiring less effort. Natural energy concentration increases exponentially compared to conventional territories, Lyra observed. Her specialized perception cataloging changes invisible to ordinary senses. The boundary between physical and spiritual realms thins considerably within these regions. Makes my shadows uncomfortable, Keita noted, darkness rippling around her form with unusual agitation. Manipulation requires additional concentration to maintain stable manifestation patterns. The verdant wilds emphasize light, life, and growth, Naruto explained, recalling more details as they progressed deeper into the transitional ecosystem. Shadow exists here, but as complement rather than opposition, part of natural balance rather than independent force. The assassin nodded understanding, adjusting her abilities with professional adaptation. The shadows around her form shifted subtly, aligning more harmoniously with natural patterns rather than imposing external control methodology. Within minutes, her manipulation stabilized, darkness flowing more naturally with environmental rhythms. Impressive adjustment, Lyra acknowledged. Most shadow walkers avoid these territories entirely due to compatibility difficulties. Operational effectiveness requires adaptation to varied environmental conditions, Keita replied without pride. Rigid methodology invites unnecessary vulnerability when execution framework changes. They continued eastward through increasingly unusual terrain. Ordinary meadow flowers gave way to blooms that turned to track their passage, closing petals when approached too closely. Trees grew more numerous, their configurations defying conventional forest patterns, some spiraling skyward in perfect helixes, others spreading horizontally with branches interlocking in geometrically precise latticework. Wildlife appeared occasional. Why? Creatures similar to conventional counterparts but exhibiting subtle differences that marked verdant wild adaptations. Deer with slight luminescence tracing their antlers. Birds whose feathers shifted color depending on flight direction. Small mammals with extra limbs or unusual sensory organs that seem to evaluate the travelers before retreating without alarm. The forest observes us, Naruto noted, feeling countless awareness points cataloging their passage. Not with malice, but with definite attention. Standard protocol for non-indigenous entity evaluation, Keita suggested, Professor. Echelonal assessment filtering unusual experience through familiar framework. Threat determination preceding either access permission or defensive response initiation. Less clinical interpretation. The forest decides whether we belong here, Ghislaine translated bluntly. How long before this evaluation concludes? It's continuous rather than finite, Lyra explained. The verdant wilds reassess constantly, responding to behavior and intention changes rather than making single determination upon entry. By midday, the transitional zone gave way to true verdant wild territory. The forest, proper announced itself with trees of impossible size, ancient sentinels rising hundreds of feet skyward, trunks wider than village houses, roots creating natural archways large enough for their party to pass beneath without ducking. Canopy cover increased until direct sunlight reached the forest floor only through scattered beams that shifted position throughout the day, creating continuously changing illumination patterns. They paused beside a stream whose water gleamed with subtle luminescence even in daylight. Perfectly round stones lined its bed, arranged in patterns too precise for random formation. Fish with translucent bodies revealing internal organs that glowed with soft blue light darted between these stones, occasionally pausing to observe the travelers with unexpected intelligence. We should replenish water supplies, Naruto suggested, kneeling beside the stream. The liquid here contains natural energy concentrations beneficial for stamina maintenance during extended travel periods. Lyra nodded agreement, producing water containers from her pack. The streams within verdant territories offer remarkable restorative properties when consumed with proper respect. Though I should warn, the effects sometimes include heightened perception that can disorient those unprepared for the experience. Meaning what, exactly? Ghislaine asked, eyeing the luminescent water with healthy skepticism. Meaning you might temporarily perceive energy patterns, emotional imprints, or memory echoes normally filtered by conventional consciousness, the priestess clarified. Nothing harmful, but potentially surprising for those unaccustomed to expanded awareness states. Hallucinogenic properties, Keita inquired, professional caution immediately assessing potential tactical vulnerability. Not precisely, Naruto corrected, memories of previous experience surfacing. More like, temporarily removing filters that normally limit perception to physical plane only. The effects remain manageable with proper preparation. After brief discussion, they filled their water containers and consumed modest quantities with appropriate ceremonial acknowledgement to the forest's provision. The liquid tasted unlike ordinary water, sweeter, with complex mineral notes and unusual effervescence that activated every taste receptor simultaneously. It spread warmth throughout their bodies immediately, fatigue from morning travel dissipating within minutes of consumption. Effective, Ghislaine acknowledged, rolling powerful shoulders as renewed energy flowed through her system. The silver in her hair seemed less prominent briefly, though the effect faded quickly, temporary vitality boost rather than permanent restoration of sacrificed life force. The concentration feels stronger than I remember, Naruto observed, enhanced senses detecting subtle changes in the forest's fundamental energy patterns. Natural power has increased significantly since my last visit in the previous incarnation. The verdant wilds respond to external pressures by intensifying internal fortification, Lyra explained, her specialized knowledge complementing his fragmented memories. As void incursion increases throughout surrounding territories, the forest strengthens its natural defenses proportionally. Like an immune system, Keita suggested, analytical mind framing unusual phenomenon through familiar conceptual structure. Precisely, the priestess confirmed. Though on ecosystem scale rather than individual organism level, the entire forest functions as unified entity when threatened, redirecting resources toward boundary reinforcement and internal purification processes. They continued deeper into the forest after their brief rest, the path ahead becoming less defined as conventional terrain gave way to completely wild growth patterns. No evidence of human presence marked these depths. No cut branches, no footpaths worn through undergrowth, no artificial structures interrupting natural formations. The verdant wilds maintained pristine isolation from surrounding civilizations, permitting entry to few and permanent habitation to fewer still. As afternoon progressed toward evening, the forest's illumination changed character. Sunlight filtering through dense canopy diminished, but darkness didn't immediately follow. Instead, bioluminescence activated throughout the ecosystem, flowers emitting soft purple glow, fungi along tree trunks pulsing with gentle blue radiance, even soil occasionally revealing networks of luminescent mycelium just beneath the surface. "We should establish camp before full nightfall," Naruto suggested, identifying suitable clearing surrounded by protective root formations from ancient trees. The verdant wilds undergo significant transformation during darkness transition periods. Transformation meaning what, exactly? Ghislaine asked, already assessing defensive positioning options within the proposed campsite. The balance between physical and spiritual manifestation shifts after sunset, Lyra explained, unpacking essential items with practiced efficiency. Entities that remain incorporeal during light hours sometimes assume semi-physical form after dark. Most remain harmless to respectful travelers, but awareness of their presence prevents unfortunate misunderstandings. Operational security. TIE protocols require clarification regarding potential interaction parameters, Kata stated, professional terminology masking what simpler language would call concern. Non-physical entity engagement. Methodology differs significantly from conventional threat response techniques. Avoid aggressive posturing, maintain respectful communication when approached, and request passage rather than demanding it, Naruto advised. Recalling protocols from previous incarnation experiences. Most forest spirits respond favorably to proper acknowledgement of their territorial authority. They established camp with methodical coordination, skills developed through previous journeys creating efficient partnership despite their relatively recent assembly as complete group. Lyra prepared appropriate offerings at clearing perimeter. Small arrangements of gathered items placed with ceremonial precision to indicate respectful temporary occupation rather than invasive presence. Ghislaine organized practical aspects of their encampment. Experience from countless military campaigns enabling optimal resource distribution and defensive positioning despite unusual environment. Her tactical mind adapted quickly to forest-specific requirements, incorporating natural formations into security arrangements rather than imposing external methodology. Kata secured wider perimeter through shadow manipulation, creating early warning system adapted to verdant wild energy patterns. Her professional adaptability impressed even Ghislaine, the assassin modifying specialized techniques to complement rather than oppose forest consciousness without sacrificing effectiveness. Naruto established central fire using methods appropriate for respectful travelers, specific wood arrangements, particular ignition techniques, and ceremonial acknowledgments that preceded flame creation. The resulting fire burned with unusual green-gold light, producing minimal smoke while generating optimal heat and illumination. The forest accepts our presence, Lyra confirmed as darkness settled completely around their camp. Beyond the fire's immediate radius, bioluminescence intensified, patterns shifting from random distribution to organized configurations that created distinct boundaries around their position. Not containment but definition, the forest acknowledging their occupation of this specific territory while maintaining observation. "We are approximately 63 kilometers from our primary objective," Kata noted, consulting mental mapping developed through previous operational experience in these territories. The central grove represents optimal location for locating specialized healing practitioners based on historical patterns and regional energy concentration characteristics. "The heart of the wilds," Lyra confirmed with respectful intonation, "where natural energy reaches highest concentration and the barrier between physical and spiritual planes exists at minimum sustainable thickness. If our prophesied healer resides within these territories, that location represents highest probability encounter point." assuming prophecy validity despite limited empirical verification framework. The assassin added automatically, philosophical reservation persisting despite practical alliance progression. 3 confirmed guides matching prophetic descriptors suggests pattern validity. Regardless of underlying metaphysical explanation models, Lyra countered reasonably. Statistical probability supports continuation of established methodology until contradictory evidence emerges. Regardless of cosmic significance arguments, the central grove provides optimal information gathering potential concerning void corruption impacts within verdant territories. Naruto intervened, read. Erecting discussion toward practical objectives both could support regardless of philosophical differences. Regional specialists congregate where natural energy concentrates most intensely, improving consultation opportunities beyond prophetic guide identification parameters. Keita acknowledged this reasoning with slight nod. Practical objectives providing common ground where abstract belief systems created unnecessary friction. Her professional pragmatism appreciated evidence-based approach regardless of potential metaphysical implications attached by others. As night deepened around their camp, the forest's transformation accelerated. Luminescent patterns within visible vegetation shifted from random distribution to organized configurations resembling written language, though not in any human script. The air itself seemed to thicken, carrying scents undetectable during daylight hours. Complex pheromones, ethereal blossoms, ancient decay processes enriching soil through centuries-long cycles. Most noticeably, movement increased throughout surrounding wilderness, not conventional wildlife but something less substantial yet undeniably present. Forms composed of light and shadow drifted between trees, vaguely humanoid in basic configuration but exhibiting significant anatomical differences upon closer examination. Some appeared plant-based, others resembled idealized animal forms, while most defied simple categorization entirely. Forest spirits, Lyra identified quietly, her specialized perception cataloging entities invisible to conventional observation. Semi-corporeal manifestations of ecosystem consciousness components. Individual awareness fragments within unified field comprising overall verdant wild sentience. They're curious about us, Naruto added. Draconic senses detecting emotional signatures emanating from these apparitions. Particularly about me, and Keita, interestingly. The Shadow Walker tensed slightly, violet eyes tracking entities. Her specialized perception could partially detect despite their non-standard manifestation methodology. Operational exposure concerns regarding intention reading capabilities among non-corporeal entities. Information security protocols may require adjustment if thought monitoring occurs within proximity ranges. They don't read thoughts directly, Naruto assured her, remembering details from previous incarnation experiences. More like emotional signatures and general intention patterns. Specific tactical knowledge remains secure unless deliberately projected. Their conversation paused, as one particular spirit approached their camp perimeter more directly than others had ventured. This manifestation appeared more defined than surrounding entities, clearly female-formed though with plant-like characteristics incorporated throughout its semi-transparent anatomy. Glowing green patterns resembling veins pulsed beneath skin composed of something between light and actual physical substance. She paused at exact boundary defined by Lyra's ceremonial offerings, studying each traveler with unnerving intensity despite lacking conventional eyes. Instead, her face featured luminous patterns that shifted configuration depending on observation focus, creating impression of attention without corresponding physical structures. Dragon essence returns to our realm, the spirit spoke. Voice neither entirely physical nor completely telepathic. Vibrations carried through air while meaning transferred directly to consciousness simultaneously. Ancient patterns awaken after long dormancy. The communication directed itself specifically toward Naruto, recognition evident despite his current incarnation bearing no physical resemblance to previous manifestation. The spirit Mahao perceived his fundamental essence regardless of external form changes. I come with respect for the verdant wilds, he responded, using formal address patterns recalled from fragmentary memories. Seeking harmony rather than disruption, balance rather than dominance. The spirit's luminous patterns shifted, recognition, evaluation, tentative acceptance flowing through visual configuration. That conveyed emotional content through color changes and intensity fluctuations rather than conventional expression. Yet disruption follows despite intention, she observed, attention shifting br. I.e. fly toward his companions before returning to his draconic signature. Shadow walks beside light, blade accompanies growth, structure partners with flow. Unusual combinations during unusual times. The void encroaches. Naruto explained simply. Conventional opposition methods prove insufficient against unconventional threats. Adaptation requires unexpected alliances. The spirits form ripple. Acknowledgement rather than disagreement. Recognition of practical necessity despite philosophical inconsistency. Her attention shifted specifically toward Keita, luminous patterns intensifying as she studied the Shadow Walker with particular interest. Darkness without corruption, she observed, something like approval coloring her harmonic voice patterns. Shadow maintaining definitional integrity despite void pressure. Uncommon resistance against fundamental dissolution temptation. Keita remained professionally composed despite being directly addressed by entity outside her operational experience parameters. Functional independence requires maintaining operational boundaries regardless of external influence. Attempt classification. Void corruption represents unacceptable autonomy. Compromise through fundamental identity dissolution. A sound like wind through summer leaves. The spirit's version of laughter, appreciation for precise technical language expressing essentially spiritual concept. Well stated. Shadow dancer. The verdant wilds recognize distinction between darkness and void. Balance requires shade as surely as light, while nothingness threatens both equally. The spirit's attention returned to Naruto, luminous patterns reconfiguring to communication formation. The central grove suffers external pressure despite internal resistance. Contamination spreads through root networks despite purification attempts. The tender works beyond sustainable capacity addressing symptoms while source remains untreated. Critical information delivered with minimal conversational foundation. Unusual behavior suggesting urgency beyond normal forest spirit communication patterns. Naruto recognized significance immediately. Void corruption within the central grove itself. He asked, concern evident despite controlled tone. If void-touched forces had penetrated the heart of the verdant wilds, the situation exceeded even their most pessimistic projections. Not direct penetration. The spirit clarified, patterns shifting to indicate precision importance. Tributary contamination flowing inward despite containment efforts. The primary source resides approxima. 17 kilometers northeast from your current position, ancient junction point between realms where barriers thinned naturally before becoming artificially compromised. A weakened seal point, Lyra translated, immediately understanding implications, similar to what we encountered and repaired near the Shadow Citadel, but affecting the forest's natural energy directly rather than simply creating dimensional instability. The tender maintains quarantine barriers preventing complete system contamination. The spirit continued, urgency increasing within her harmonic voice patterns. But capacity limitations approach critical threshold as corruption concentration increases beyond sustainable containment parameters. This, tender, they possess specialized purification capabilities regarding natural energy systems. Naruto inquired, tactical mind immediately identifying potential ally corresponding to their prophesied objective. The tender preserves balance between growth and decay. Monitors boundary integrity between physical and spiritual manifestation layers, and maintains harmony among consciousness fragments comprising unified forest awareness, the spirit explained. Definition exceeding simple functional description. What humans might call healing represents minor capability subset within comprehensive balance maintenance responsibility framework. Desker, Ipshin aligned perfectly with their prophesied healer, guide, specialized practitioner whose abilities extended beyond conventional medical applications into fundamental balance restoration across multiple existence planes. The coincidence seemed too precise for random chance, further supporting prophecy validity despite Keita's continued philosophical reservations. We possess potential means to address realm barrier compromise causing tributary contamination, Naruto informed the spirit, careful to promise only what experience had proven possible rather than theoretical capabilities. And successful intervention near shadow territories demonstrated repair effectiveness when dragon essence directly counters void incursion at compromise point. The spirit's luminous patterns flared. With something between hope and skepticism, cautious optimism regarding potential solution while maintaining practical reserve given numerous previous disappointment experiences. The tender should evaluate intervention methodology before implementation attempt. Incorrect application within critical natural energy convergence points could accelerate damage despite beneficial intention framework. Can you guide us to this tender? Ghislaine asked, tactical mind immediately focusing on practical next steps rather than philosophical implications. And the contamination source requiring attention. Direct guidance exceeds my manifestation range limitations, the spirit acknowledged, patterns indicating regretful constraint acceptance. However, navigation assistance remains possible through GH network communication with consciousness fragments possessing appropriate territorial range overlap capabilities. Meaning other forest spirits will guide us along the way, Naruto translated for his companions. Passing us from one territorial range to another as we travel toward the contamination source. Correct interpretation, the spirit confirmed, patterns suggesting approval regarding comprehension accuracy. Departure recommended within 6 standard time measurement units to optimize arrival positioning relative to contamination cycle fluctuations. The tender performs vital purification rituals during dawn transition period requiring external security reinforcement given current vulnerability expansion parameters. The spirit didn't wait for further discussion, her form ALR. ED dissipating around edges as communication concluded. Follow illumination pathways appearing during pre-dawn preparation period. Network coordination established for optimal guidance efficiency. The verdant wilds acknowledge your intervention intention with appropriate passage accommodation. With that final statement, the entity dispersed completely, not departing in conventional movement. Sense but redistributing consciousness components back into surrounding ecosystem awareness field. The luminescent patterns throughout nearby vegetation briefly intensified, then returned to previous configurations indicating normalized observation level rather than direct communication focus. Well, Ghislaine commented into subsequent silence, that was informative if somewhat cryptic. Typical forest spirit communication are particularly obtuse individual. Actually quite direct by verdant wild standards, Lyra noted with scholarly precision. Forest consciousness typically communicates rough symbolic impression rather than structured language approximation. This spirit made exceptional accommodation for our limited perception framework. The situation appears more urgent than we anticipated, Naruto observed, focusing on practical implications rather than communication methodology. Void corruption penetrating even here, targeting natural energy sources directly rather than merely weakening dimensional barriers. Tactical escalation suggesting coordinated strategic implementation rather than opportunistic expansion, Kata assessed, professional analysis cutting through metaphysical complexities to core threat identification. Void-touched forces demonstrate increasing pattern recognition regarding critical system vulnerability points rather than random distribution attacks. Meaning they're getting smarter, more focused, and specifically targeting natural energy sources that could potentially resist them, Ghislaine translated bluntly. Eliminating opposition, before mounting larger incursion efforts. Precisely, Naruto confirmed, tactical implications aligning perfectly with the Sword King's straightforward assessment. Which means our timetable compresses further. If they've identified the verdant wilds as significant opposition force worth specific neutralization efforts, the summoning circle completion accelerates beyond our previous estimation parameters. They adjusted plans accordingly, deciding to begin movement during pre-dawn hours as the spirit had recommended. Rest rotation established maximum recovery opportunity while maintaining constant security awareness throughout remaining night hours. The forest continued its nocturnal patterns around them, luminescence fluctuating through complex sequences, spirits moving with increasing activity as night deepened toward its natural peak period. Naruto took first watch, positioning himself where observation covered both camp perimeter and surrounding forest activity simultaneously. Ryumaru rested across his lap, the ancient blade humming softly with resonant energy responding to unusually high natural power concentration throughout surrounding environment. The sword Ghislaine had gifted him remained at his side, secondary defense ready for immediate deployment if circumstances required. His meditation during watch duty allowed deeper communion with the forest's ambient energy, not true sleep but controlled awareness expansion that provided rest benefits while maintaining security vigilance. The verdant wilds responded to this practice with apparent approval, luminesque ent patterns surrounding their camp shifting to supportive configurations that enhanced recovery efficiency while strengthening perimeter definition against potential external threats. The practice connected him more deeply with fragmented memories from his previous incarnation, experiences within these same forests centuries earlier, though under different circumstances. He recalled training sessions conducted beneath ancient trees, natural energy manipulation techniques developed through careful observation of ecosystem patterns rather than imposed external methodology. Most significantly, he remembered early manifestations of what his shinobi life had later termed sage mode, though this world's implementation differed in fundamental approach if not ultimate outcome. Where his Konoha training had emphasized drawing natural energy inward for personal power enhancement, his previous incarnation here had developed methodology emphasizing consciousness expansion outward to harmonize with existing energy fields rather than containing them within individual form. The distinction seemed critically important though he couldn't immediately articulate why. Something about sustainable balance versus temporary power acquisition, long-term harmony versus short-duration capability enhancement. The concept remained partially formed, requiring further development through practical application rather than merely theoretical contemplation. His watch concluded without incident, Lyra relieving him with serene efficiency that suggested her own rest period had included similar meditative practices adapted to her specialized capabilities. The priestess settled into observation position with practiced ease, silver blue eyes already tracking energy patterns invisible to conventional perception. The forest's consciousness fragments have been discussing you, she noted quietly as they exchanged position. Your draconic essence generates significant interest within collective awareness fields. They remember your previous manifestation despite external form differences. I'm remembering more of that time as well, Naruto acknowledged, fragmentary recollections continuing to surface through meditation practice. Particularly regarding natural energy manipulation techniques developed here specifically. Something about consciousness expansion methodology versus internal power containment approaches. The distinction represents fundamental philosophical difference between this world's harmony-based practices and your previous incarnation's acquisition-oriented techniques, Lyra explained. Specialized knowledge complementing his emerging memories. Both valid within appropriate application contexts, though sustainability factors differ significantly between approaches. The observation resonated with his partial recollections, providing conceptual framework that helped organize fragmentary knowledge into a coherent system. He settled into rest position with this sight providing productive contemplation material during transition toward sleep state. Pre-dawn arrived with subtle awareness shift throughout surrounding forest. Luminescence patterns changed chara, CTER, colors shifting from predominantly blue-purple night configurations toward green-gold morning transition arrangements. The promised guidance manifestation appeared exactly as the spirit had indicated. Small glowing orbs emerging from vegetation to form distinct pathway leading northeast from their camp position. They departed with efficient coordination, breaking camp while maintaining minimal environmental disruption in accordance with respectful traveler protocols. The luminescent pathway remained visible despite gradually increasing natural light as dawn approached, offering clear guidance through increasingly dense forest configurations where conventional navigation would have proven challenging without specialized knowledge. The contamination source lies approximately 12 kilometers ahead based on current trajectory analysis, Kata reported after 2 hours of steady progress along the guided pathway. Her shadow manipulation abilities had adjusted further to forest-specific energy patterns. Darkness flowing more harmoniously with natural configurations rather than imposing external control methodology. And likely guarded, Ghislaine added, tactical assessment automatically identifying security implications. Void-touched forces demonstrate increasing strategic sophistication. Critical vulnerability points receive proportional protection prioritization. Agreed, Naruto confirmed. Enhanced senses already detecting subtle disturbances in natural energy flow patterns ahead. Though forest-specific limitations restrict conventional deployment options, void-touched entities experience sustainability challenges within high natural energy concentration environments unless specifically adapted through specialized corruption modifications. Meaning stand. Void-touched can't survive long here, but they might have developed specialized versions that can. The Sword King translated with characteristic directness. Wonderful. Adaptation continues excel. Errating while our response methodology remains relatively static. Not entirely, Lyra countered thoughtfully. Our capabilities continue developing through experience accumulation and integration practice. The Dragon's Heir particularly demonstrates increasing mastery over awakening abilities with each successful application iteration. True enough, Naruto acknowledged silently. Each barrier repair, each combat application, each meditation session integrated more fragmented knowledge while simultaneously developing new implementation techniques adapted to his current incarnation's specific characteristics. The growth wasn't as immediately visible as Void-touched adaptation methodology, but progression continued steadily nonetheless. The luminescent guidance pathway led them deeper into increasingly ancient forest sections. Trees here predated human civilization entirely, massive trunks wider than village houses, canopies creating complete overhead coverage that transformed forest floor into perpetual twilight realm regardless of external daylight conditions. Roots created natural architecture. Arches, chambers, walkways formed through centuries of growth patterns responding to forest consciousness direction rather than random development. Wildlife changed character as well, creatures exhibiting more pronounced adaptation characteristics than transitional zone species. Deer with full bioluminescent antler racks that communicated through light pattern variations. Birds with additional wing pairs allowing hovering capabilities and precise aerial maneuvers impossible for conventional species. Small mammals with symbiotic plant components incorporated into physical anatomy, leaves growing from fur, flowers blooming along spine ridges, root systems temporarily extending into soil during rest periods. Most significantly, spiritual manifestations increased dramatically, entities visible even during daylight hours, though with reduced definition compared to nocturnal appearance parameters. These consciousness fragments observed their passage with evident interest, communication networks clearly transmitting information about their presence throughout collectee. Vey awareness fields comprising overall forest intelligence. We approach significant energy concentration threshold, Lyra announced as their guided pathway led toward massive clearing ahead. Natura. L power density increases exponentially beyond conventional measurement parameters. The central grove boundary lies approximately 1 kilometer ahead based on energetic signature progression patterns. And contamination source? Ghislaine inquired, tactical mind focusing on primary objective rather than environmental observations regardless of their impressiveness. Divergent location, Kata noted. Specialized perception detecting subtle directional indicators within their luminescent guidance pathway. Current trajectory suggests interception point preceding central grove arrival. Approx. Mately 3 kilometers northeast from current position based on continuation projections. The assassin's assessment proved accurate. Their guidance pathway abruptly altered direction before reaching the central grove proper, leading instead toward less imposing clearing dominated by unusual rock formation rising from forest floor. The stones formed rough circle approximately 30 meters in diameter, each monolith covered in ancient carvings now partially obscured by climbing vegetation that seemed reluctant to completely conceal the symbols despite otherwise aggressive growth patterns. A junction point between realms. Lyra identified immediately, specialized knowledge recognizing configuration despite natural camouflage elements. Created during world formation period when barriers between physical and spiritual planes remained naturally permeable before subsequent solidification processes established current separation parameters. A naturally thin spot in reality's fabric, Naruto translated. His own fragmented memories providing similar recognition though through different knowledge framework. Where passage between worlds occurred organically before formal boundaries. Established dimensional separation requirements. At the formation's center stood lone figure, female form with back turned toward their approach position, attention focused entirely on circular pattern traced into soil before her. Even from distance, her unusual nature became immediately apparent. Not human despite humanoid configuration. Her skin possessed subtle green undertone visible even in filtered forest light. Hair reminiscent of living vines rather than conventional follicle structures, attire seemingly grown rather than manufactured. Most significantly, energy radiated from her. Position in visible waves. Pure natural power flowing outward to create barrier between stone circle and something dark pulsing at formation center. Void corruption. Unmistakable negative presence c. Consuming existence itself rather than merely damaging physical components. The figure maintained continuous counterpressure against this corruption, channeling forest energy to prevent expansion beyond containment perimeter. The tender. Lyra whispered, recognition immediate despite never having encountered this specific entity previously. Forest consciousness component assigned physical knife. Station capabilities for specialized interaction requirements with realm boundary maintenance systems. She's containing void contamination through direct energy opposition, Naruto observed, Draken. I see senses cataloging precisely what transpired before them. Sustainable temporarily but ultimately insufficient against increasing corruption concentration without addressing source directly. There. Guided pathway terminated at clearing edge, luminescent orbs dispersing back into surrounding vegetation after completing assigned transportation assistance function. The disappearance caught the Tender's attention despite her focused containment efforts. She turned partially, revealing features confirming their initial impression regarding her non-human nature. Her face combined conventional humanoid structure with plant-like characteristics. Eyes solid green without whites or pupils, skin textured like smoothest bark with subtle grain patterns visible beneath surface, lips colored like sp. Ring leaves without artificial pigmentation. When she spoke, her voice carried harmonics impossible for human vocal structures, multiple tones simultaneously creating complex communication layers. OND conventional sound production capabilities. The Forest Consciousness Network indicated potential assistance approaching, she stated without preamble, attention divided between their arrival and ongoing containment efforts requiring continuous energy channeling. Dragon essence returns during critical threshold period. Synchronicity suggests deliberate temporal alignment rather than coincidental arrival patterning. We encountered void contamination previously, Naruto responded, approaching carefully while respecting her ongoing work's delicate balance requirements. Successfully implemented temporary repair methodology through direct draconic counteragent application against dimensional breach points. The tender studied him with solid green eyes that somehow conveyed comprehensive evaluation despite lacking conventional expressive structures. Previous incarnation recognition confirms network information accuracy. Though physical form variables introduce implementation modification requirements compared to historical application parameters. Her knowledge of his reincarnation status without prior information exchange suggested either advanced perception capabilities or comprehensive briefing through Forest Consciousness Network, possibly both simultaneously. Either way, the tender clearly recognized both his current identity and previous existence connection despite external appearance differences. The contamination source, he inquired, focusing on immediate practical concerns rather than philosophical identity confirmation discussions. Artificially enhanced natural junction point, she explained, gesturing toward dark pulsation at Stone Circle's center without relaxing containment energy channeling. Barrier thinness exploited through targeted degradation methodology rather than brute force penetration techniques. Sophisticated implementation suggesting coordinate intelligence direction rather than random corruption expansion patterning. Void. Touched forces adapting strategy toward specific vulnerability exploitation rather than generalized attack distribution. Kata summarized, professional assessment immediately identifying tactical significance within technical explanation. Correct interpretation, the tender confirmed, attention shifting briefly toward the Shadow Walker with evident interest before returning to Naruto. Containum. End maintains temporarily but requires perpetual energy commitment preventing alternative function execution. Direct source neutralization necessary for sustainable resolution implementation. We've developed effective methodology through previous experience, Naruto informed her, already evaluating contamination characteristics compared to prior encounter parameters. Though specific application N requires adaptation based on unique circumstance variables at each implementation site. Coordination increases success probability, the tender acknowledged, practical consideration overriding potential territorial authority concerns that might have complicated cooperative implementation. Your draconic counteragent provides fundamental opposition capability. My natural channeling methodology supplements rather than duplicates. Combined approach offers optimal effectiveness potential given current contamination concentration parameters. Her pragmatic assessment mirrored their own tactica. L evaluation. complementary capabilities providing superior results compared to independent application attempts. Without further discussion required, they moved immediately toward practical implementation planning rather than extended theoretical coordination conversations. The contamination pulses in regular cycles, Lyra observed, her specialized perception detecting patterns invisible to conventional observation. Peaks and ebbs following specific rhythm rather than constant output level. Tidal characteristics responding to external direction rather than autonomous expansion methodology, the tender confirmed. Her own specialized awareness providing similar pattern recognition through different perceptual framework. Void-touched forces established synchronized pulsation across multiple breach points simultaneously, creating resonance effects that enhance overall barrier degradation efficiency despite individual location containment efforts. Coordinated assault against reality itself, Naruto concluded grimly. Implications exceeding even their previous concern assessments. The summoning circle completion timeline accelerates beyond our revised estimates if synchronized. D-junction point degradation methodology proves successful across multiple simultaneous locations. Then we interrupt their rhythm, Ghislaine stated with characteristic directness, tactical mind I am. Immediately identifying practical counter-strategy despite technical complexity. Breaking synchronization at even one location disrupts overall resonance effect, potentially destabilizing entire coordination network if timing sensitivity parameters prove sufficiently precise. Logical counter approach, the tender agreed, professional appreciation evident despite continued containment demands preventing extended discussion capacity. Implementation requires precise timing alignment with contamination cycle minimum point to maximize effectiveness potential while minimizing counteraction resistance probability. When Naruto asked simply, practical implementation immediately taking priority over theoretical discussion regardless of interesting technical aspects involved. Approximately 14 minutes based on current cycle observation measurements, the tender replied with similar practicality. Minimum threshold approaching according to established pattern recognition analysis. B. Barrier thinness reaches optimal repair potential during lowest concentration manifestation period. They used available time effectively, establishing optimal positioning around stone circle parameter. While developing specific implementation roles based on individual specialized capabilities. Naruto would provide primary draconic counteragent application using the heart scale as focal point. Lyra would establish protective barrier preventing potential energy backlash during critical transition phase. Ghislaine would maintain perimeter security against possible void-touched reinforcement Al responding to repair attempt detection. Kata would utilize shadow manipulation to contain potential corruption escape attempts during neutralization process. Most importantly, the tender would redirect natural forest energy to support draconic application, complementary methodologies creating synergistic effect potentially more effective than previous repair implementation despite higher contamination concentration parameters. Her specialized knowledge regarding local energy field characteristics provided critical optimization potential unavailable during earlier junction point restoration efforts. Cycle minimum approaches. The tender announced as contamination pulsation visibly diminished according to predicted pattern recognition analysis. Optimal application window opens approximately 30 seconds from current temporal position. Naruto removed the wooden box containing Ryugen's heart scale from within his robes, opening it to reveal the opalescent surface already responding to void proximity. The scale's shifting colors intensified near corruption source, natural counter-harmonic properties activating automatically against fundamental opposition presence. Now, he tender stated precisely as contamination reached minimum threshold according to established cycle patterns. Naruto channeled awakening draconic essence through the heart scale, golden energy flowing from core outward through arms into the ancient relic. The scale absorbed and amplified this power, transforming individual contribution into something greater through connection to divine essence beyond mortal comprehension. Opalescent surface blazed with accumulated energy, colors shifting through spectrum too rapidly for conventional perception to catalog individual transitions. Simultaneously, the tender redirected natural forest energy previously used for containment purposes toward active counteragent support function. Green-gold power flowed from surrounding ecosystem through her physical form. merging with draconic channeling to create combined application methodology exceeding either individual approach effectiveness potential. Where these merged energies contacted void contamination, reality itself shuddered. The corruption pulsed violently against this forced healing, darkness fighting counteragent application with increasing resistance as neutralization progressed. Bayo. ND initial surface contact toward core infection source. Contamination exhibits unusual resistance characteristics, the tender noted, professional assessment continuing despite obvious application strain effects. Adaptive response suggesting consciousness direction rather than automated defense mechanisms. Something fights back directly, Naruto confirmed, experiencing similar resistance. TTERN recognition through different perceptual framework. Not passive corruption but active opposition methodology. The combined counteragent application continued despite this unexpected resistance enhancement. Dragon essence and natural forest energy gradually overwhelming void contamination through sheer concentration differential despite adaptive opposition techniques. The corruption's pulsations became increasingly erratic. Synchronized rhythm disrupted as neutralization penetrated deeper toward source point. Junction restoration approaching critical threshold, Lyra reported, her PR. Protective barrier maintaining stability despite increasing energy discharge events as opposing forces contested dominance within limited application space. Approximately 70% purification L. Evil achieved based on corruption density reduction measurements. Perimeter remains secure. Ghislaine confirmed from her position, massive sword held ready though currently unnecessary given absent. CE of physical void touched entities responding to repair attempt. No reinforcement approach detected through conventional observation methodology. Shadow containment maintains integrity parameters, Kata added. Her manipulation abilities adapted specifically to capture potential corruption escape attempts during neutralization process. Darkness under her control formed precise barrier complementing Lyra's protective field, creating redundant security ensuring contamination remained within treatment zone throughout application procedure. The combined approach continued with increasing EF. Effectiveness as initial resistance peaked then gradually diminished, void contamination losing cohesion as purification reached critical mass threshold where self-sustaining neutralization became possible. The tender adjusted her natural energy channeling methodology accordingly, shifting from direct opposition to harmonizing support function as draconic application provided primary neutralization capability. Synchronization disruption confirmed, she announced as corruption pulsations lost all regular pattern characteristics. Connection severance with external coordination network complete. This junction point no longer contributes to overall resonance field maintenance across multiple simultaneous breach locations. One link broken in their chain, Naruto observed, maintaining Chan Ling discipline despite encouraging progress indicators. Though many others likely remain active throughout various territories based on comprehensive strategy implementation evidence. The void contamination continued receding under sustained application pressure, darkness gradually replaced by normal junction point energy characteristics as purification reached advanced stages. The stone circle, E's ancient carvings became increasingly visible as corruption withdrew, symbols glowing faintly with renewed power as natural functions resumed after prolonged suppression beneath void influence. Restoration approaching completion parameters, the tender confirmed as contamination reduced to merely residual levels easily managed through normal forest purification processes without requiring specialized intervention methodology. Junction point returning to baseline operational status with minimal permanent degradation evidence despite prolonged corruption exposure duration. Naruto gradual, Lee reduced channeling intensity as treatment requirements diminished, careful to maintain appropriate application level without overextending into unnecessary power expenditure territory. The heart scale's glow subsided proportionally. Opalescent surface returning toward normal appearance parameters though still exhibiting heightened activity compared to dormant state conditions. Containment field no longer necessary, Lyra announced, gradually dissolving her protective barrier as energy discharge events ceased completely. Harmonization process self-sustaining without external management requirements. Shadow security similarly redundant given contamination neutralization confirmation, Kata added, professional assessment allowing appropriate resource reallocation as circumstances evolved beyond initial response requirements. Her manipulation constructs dissolved smoothly, darkness returning to normal behavior patterns rather than specialized containment configuration. With Kant, emanation successfully neutralized and junction point functionality restored to appropriate operational parameters, the tender finally relaxed, her continuous channeling posture maintained throughout entire treatment duration. Her physical form revealed strain evidence despite professional composure, subtle coloration changes indicating energy depletion after prolonged high-output requirement conditions. Effective methodology demonstration confirms historical documentation accuracy regarding Dragon Essence application potential. She acknowledged once restoration completion allowed normal communication resumption. Combined approach efficiency exceeded individual implementation capacity by approximately 63% based on comparative analysis relative to previous independent containment attempts. The junction point remains permanently vulnerable, Naruto inquired, returning the heart scale to its wooden container while maintaining conversation. Natural thinness Chiract, heuristics persist regardless of restoration implementation, the tender confirmed. Though baseline functional parameters resume normal operational status without requiring continuous specialized monitoring beyond standard awareness network observation methodology. Meaning it's fixed for now but remains a potential target for future corruption attempts, Ghislaine translated with characteristic directness. Requiring periodic verification rather than permanent solution implementation. Correct interpretation, the tender acknowledged. Though synchronization disruption significantly reduces immediate retargeting probability given coordination network destabilization effects across multiple simultaneous operation locations. Strategic victory despite tactical limitation, one vulnerability. Point addressed while overall threat condition remained active throughout broader territorial distribution. Progress nonetheless, particularly given synchronized junction degradation methodology. Interruption potentially affecting entire void-touched operational network rather than merely this specific location. The Central Grove contamination mentioned by Forest Consciousness Network. Lyra inquired, returning discussion toward their secondary objective beyond immediate junction point restoration requirements. Tributary effects diminishing already following source neutralization implementation, the tender replied. Specialized perception detecting system-wide improvements invisible to conventional observation methodology. Natural purification processes sufficient for residual contamination management without requiring specialized intervention techniques given primary source elimination. Relief accompanied this assessment. Secondary problem resolving automatically following primary source neutralization rather than demanding additional specialized treatment implementation. Resource conservation allowing appropriate recovery period before addressing next strategic object. IVs rather than requiring immediate consecutive high-demand operations. Your assistance provided critical capability enhancement during optimal temporal alignment period, the tender acknowledged. Formal gratitude expressed through practical results assessment rather than emotional appreciation framework. The Verdant Wilds recognize contribution significance with appropriate reciprocal obligation acknowledgement. We seek information regarding void-touched activity patterns throughout forest territories, Naruto responded, maintaining similar practical exchange framework rather than impose. External communication methodology upon native operational systems. Particularly concerning additional junction point vulnerability locations potentially included within synchronized degradation network coordination. Information exchange represents appropriate reciprocity implementation, the tender agreed. Professional assessment recognizing mutual benefit potential rather than one-sided assistance paradigm. Though comprehensive data compilation requires Central Grove access where unified awareness field maintains complete territorial monitoring network integration. You'll take us there? Ghislaine asked directly, tactical mind immediately focusing on practical next steps rather than extended discussion regarding theoretical information value assessment. Guide function Pravi. Scion aligns with established obligation parameters, the tender confirmed. Though temporal delay recommendation supports optimal energy recovery requirements for all participants given recent high-output application circumstances. A reasonable suggestion given their collective expenditure during contamination neutralization process. All participants showed various strain evidence despite success. SFUL outcome achievement. Naruto's draconic channeling, Lyra's extended barrier maintenance, Kata's specialized shadow manipulation adaptation, even Ghislaine's continuous combat readiness maintenance despite engagement absence. Recovery period before continuing toward secondary objective represented prudent resource management rather than unnecessary delay implementation. They established temporary rest position near restored junction point, the tender indicating appropriate location with natural shelter formation providing optimal recovery environment characteristics. The massive roots of ancient tree created protected space beneath primary trunk section, natural architecture offering both security and comfort without requiring artificial construction methodology. The central grove lies approximately 7 kilometers northwest from current position. The tender informed them once basic arrangements established according to forest protocols. Territorial transition requires appropriate preparation given significant energy density differential between standard forest configurations and core concentration manifestation characteristics. Meaning what, exactly? Ghislaine inquired. Practical mind immediately identifying potential complication implications requiring specific preparation requirements. The grove's natural energy concentration exceeds standard forest parameters by approximately 600%. Lyra explained, specialized knowledge providing translation between technical description and practical implementation requirements. Unprepared visitors XP. Ryan's various adjustment difficulties ranging from minor perception distortion to temporary consciousness displacement effects depending on individual sensitivity characteristics. Operational security concerns regarding potential vulnerability exploitation during adaptation period, Kata noted immediately, professional assessment identifying tactical weakness possibilities within specialized environment conditions. Legitimate consideration, the tender acknowledged, recognizing security implications rather than dismissing practical concerns beneath philosophical significance layers. Preparation methodology reduces vulnerability duration while improving overall adaptation efficiency compared to unassisted transition experience implementation. What preparation? Naruto asked directly, recognizing legitimate concerns while focusing on practical solution implementation rather than extended problem description continuation. Preliminary exposure through graduated concentration increments, the tender explained. Combined with specialized harmonization techniques adapted to individual baseline sensitivity parameters. My function includes transition assistance capability specifically developed for non-indigenous entity adaptation requirements. Specialized guide services beyond mere directional indication. Active assistance with physiological and consciousness adaptation. Processes necessary for safe central grove access without experiencing debilitating side effects during transition period. Another indication of their forest spirit messenger's accuracy regarding T.S. tender, representing far more than simple healing practitioner despite simplified classification terminology. They used recovery period effectively, combining physical rest with preliminary adaptation exercises under the tender's specialized guidance. Her techniques demonstrated comprehensive understanding regarding consciousness harmonization requirements within variable energy density environments. Methodology adapting specifically to each individual's unique baseline characteristics rather than imposing standardized approach regardless of personal variation factors. For Naruto, the PROCESS connected deeply with fragmented memories from previous incarnation, consciousness expansion techniques remarkably similar to what his former self had developed during extended forest dwelling periods. The practice resembled sage mode preparation from his shinobi life, though with fundamental philosophical differences regarding underlying approach methodology. Your essence remembers appropriate harmonization techniques despite conscious recollection limitations, the tender observed as she guided his specific adaptation process. Cellular memory maintains implementation patterns beyond cognitive accessibility boundaries. It feels familiar, Naruto acknowledged, consciousness gradually expanding according to her specialized direction methodology. Like remembering movement RNS practiced extensively despite not specifically recalling individual training sessions establishing muscle memory development. Appropriate analogy given implementation similarities between physical skill acquisition and consciousness expansion technique development, she approved, guiding energy flow through optimized pathways enhancing adaptation efficiency beyond standard progression parameters. Your previous manifestation established foundation patterns this incarnation builds upon despite apparent knowledge discontinuity between existential expressions. The observation aligned perfectly with his overall reincarnation experience, current capabilities developing more rapidly than expected given apparent starting point limitations, previous knowledge emerging through implementation. Ion requirements despite conscious recollection barriers. The process resembled remembering rather than learning, recovering rather than acquiring, regardless of specific ability classification category. By late afternoon, their collective adaptation preparation had progressed sufficiently for journey continuation consideration. The tender evaluated each individual's harmonization development with specialized assessment methodology, confirming appropriate progression parameters meeting minimum safety requirements for Central Grove transition implementation. Movement resumption represents acceptable risk parameters given current adaptation progression levels, she announced after completing final evaluation procedures. Though continued harmonization practice recommendation remains active, throughout approach journey for optimal transition preparation optimization. They departed with methodical coordination, the tender leading their group along specialized pathway invisible to conventional perception but clearly defined within natural energy flow patterns accessible through expanded awareness techniques. Their route wound through increasingly ancient forest sections, vegetation, demonstrating age characteristics beyond standard growth parameters even within verdant wild territories. Trees here had witnessed world formation periods, living entities older than civilizations. Consciousness fragments participating in original reality structure establishment rather than merely existing within already defined parameters. Their root systems created vast underground networks NNECTING individual specimens into unified awareness field transcending conventional separation concepts between supposedly discrete organisms. The Grove boundary approaches, the tender announced a FTER approximately 1 hour's journey along specialized pathway. Energy concentration increases exponentially beyond transition threshold. Maintain harmonization techniques with particular attention toward breathing synchronization patterns during initial exposure period. They continued forward with appropriate caution, each implementing specific adaptation techniques according to individual methodology requirements. The transition became immediately apparent despite gradual approach preparation, reality itself seeming to thicken around them, air becoming almost liquid in its energy saturation level. Light acquiring physical properties beyond mere illumination function. Colors intensified beyond conventional spectrum limitations, sounds carried information layers transcending basic auditory perception capabilities. Sense triggered memory associations accessing information beyond current lifetime accumulation parameters. Most significantly, consciousness expansion accelerated dramatically, awareness extending beyond physical form limitations into surrounding environment without requiring specific technique implementation efforts. Central Grove access achieved, the tender confirmed as they passed completely through transition threshold into forest heart proper. Adaptation appears successful across all participants given absence of significant disorientation manifestation evidence. The grove itself defied simple description through conventional language limitations. Ancient trees formed perfect circle around central clearing where massive specimen dominated landscape. Ape, a single living entity larger than villages, roots spreading visibly across surface before disappearing underground toward theoretical boundaries beyond practical observation parameters. It's true. NK rose hundreds of feet toward partially visible sky, branches creating secondary canopy level above primary forest covering. Most remarkably, the central tree hosted hundreds of structures throughout its massive form. Buildings grown rather than constructed, architecture emerging from living wood through guided development processes rather than imposed external design methodology. Lights glowed from numerous windows. Movement visible across suspended walkways connecting various sections, activity levels indicating significant population concentration despite remote location characteristics. The Central Grove community, Lyra identified with scholarly precision, where specialized practitioners from various discipline classifications gather for research implementation, knowledge exchange, and unified field theory development concerning natural energy application methodologies. A city within a tree, Ghislaine summarized more directly. Impressive construction methodology regard, less of philosophical significance considerations. Integration rather than construction represents more accurate process description, the tender corrected gently. Cooperative development through mutual growth guidance rather than imposed architectural implementation upon passive material resources. The distinction carried significant philosophical implications despite appearing merely semantic on surface examination level. Fundamental approach difference between dominating environment versus partnering with it, controlling resources versus cooperating with them, imposing will versus harmonizing intention. They approached central tree along elevated pathway formed from living wood, surface responding to their footsteps with subtle illumination patterns tracking their movement progression. Other individuals became visible as they neared community proper, some clearly human despite specialized adaptation characteristics, others resembling the tender with various plant integration manifestation levels. Still others defying simple classification categories entirely. Visitors approach with appropriate introduction protocols observed, the tender announced as they reached Prima Rye access point where pathway connected with first elevated platform levels surrounding massive trunk. Several individuals awaited them at this junction point, apparent welcoming committee assembled following their detection through comprehensive awareness network monitoring all grove access routes. The tender returns with interesting companions, observed apparent committee leader, elderly and female with remarkable vitality despite advanced chronological age indicators. Her eyes contained wisdom accumulated through decades of specialized study, body moving with fluidity belying conventional aging limitation expectations. Including essence patterns carrying historical significance recognition markers within collective memory archives. The statement directed itself specifically toward Naruto. Recognition evident despite never having encountered this individual during current incarnation manifestation. Her specialized perception clearly identified his draconic essence regardless of external form differences compared to previous existence expression. We come seeking information exchange regarding void-touched activity patterns throughout verdant territories, he responded. Maintaining formal protocol requirements while establishing practical objective parameters rather than philosophical significance discussion initiation. Direct approach without excessive preliminary conversation obligation fulfillment. The elderly woman noted with apparent approval. Practical necessity prioritization indicating appropriate urgency recognition regarding current situation development characteristics. Refreshing methodology compared to conventional diplomatic exchange requirement implementations. Her speech patterns resembled the tender's specialized communication style height lacking non-human physical characteristics, evidence of long-term grove residence influencing linguistic expression development despite original external cultural origin indicators. Adaptation extending beyond merely physical harmonization into communication methodology alignment with environmental standard patterns. The conclave gathers currently regarding precisely this subject matter classification, she continued. Gesturing toward upper community levels where significant activity concentration appeared visible even from their ground level perspective. Your arrival timing demonstra. T's either remarkable coincidence manifestation or purposeful synchronicity implementation depending on philosophical framework preference considerations. The Forest Consciousness Network likely coordinated our arrival timing deliberately, Lyra suggested, specialized knowledge recognizing unified awareness field capability regarding complex temporal alignment implementation possibilities. Chronicity representing intelligence network intervention rather than random probability manifestation. Correct assessment, the elderly woman acknowledged. Though confirmation itself carries limited practical significance regarding immediate situation response requirements. Please follow for appropriate conclave introduction implementation. She led them toward complex spiral pathway winding upward around massive trunk circumference, providing both physical access to elevated community levels and graduated adaptation opportunity for visitors unaccustomed to increasing energy concentration characteristics at higher elevations. The tender accompanied them despite apparent home territory return conditions, specialized guide function continuing beyond mere access provision into appropriate 8 introduction protocol implementation requirements. Their ascent revealed comprehensive community complexity previously unappreciated from ground level perspective. Hundreds of grown structures copied various height positions throughout central tree anatomy, connected through elaborate pathway network creating three-dimensional transportation system unlike conventional city layout designs limited to primarily horizontal expansion methodologies. Population diversity exceeded initial assessment parameters as well, practitioners from apparently every known territory visible among residents. Diverse cultural origin indicators suggesting knowledge pursuit prioritization above political boundary limitations or traditional alliance restriction patterns. Humans represented merely plurality rather than majority demographic. Numerous other species and classification categories maintaining significant presence throughout community distribution. The conclave gathers at convergence chamber near crown level. Their guide explained as spiral pathway continued upward beyond numerous branching access points leading toward various specialized community sections. Where energy concentration achieves optimal focus characteristics through natural collection methodology utilizing central trees specific conductive property manifestations. How many specialized practitioners maintain permanent residence within Grove community parameters? Lyra inquired. Scholarly interest temporarily superseding immediate practical concerns despite ongoing mission objective prioritization. Approximately 700 individuals representing 43 specialized discipline classifications maintain continuous presence, the elderly woman replied. With temporary research implementation populate. Ion fluctuating between 2 and 300 additional practitioners depending on seasonal variation factors and specific project requirement parameters. Significant knowledge concentration, Kata observed. Professional assessment automatically identifying both information resource potential and security vulnerability characteristics associated with specialized population concentration factors. Necessary critical mass achievement for certain research implementation requirements, their guide explained. Particularly regarding unified field theory development applications concerning NAT. Neural energy manipulation methodology advancement beyond conventional limitation parameters. The conversation paused as they reached apparent destination, massive platform extending outward from Sen. Tral trunk at approximately 2/3 total height position. The structure supported impressive chamber grown from living wood, walls curved in perfect acoustic enhancement configuration, ceiling ope. End to sky through precisely arranged branch pattern creating natural skylight while maintaining weather protection capabilities. Within this convergence chamber, approximately 30 individuals had assembled in roughly circular formation, representatives from various specialized discipline classifications based on distinctive attire characteristics and equipment distribution patterns. Their discussion paused as newcomer arrival registered, attention shifting toward entrance where guide introduction responsibilities initiated formal protocol implementation. Honored conclave members, I praise NT visitors demonstrating significant potential contribution capabilities regarding current situation analysis requirements, the elderly woman announced with formal intonation patterns. Including sense carrier matching historical record parameters concerning dragon manifestation cycle predictions. The announcement generated immediate reaction throughout assembled specialists, conversations. Erupting simultaneously across multiple participant groupings, excitement evident despite technical language limitations obscuring specific emotional content expression from conventional interpretation methodology. The response clearly indicated Naruto's draconic essence carried significant recognition value within this specialized community despite external form differences compared to previous incarnation manifestation. One individual separated from General Assembly, approaching their position with purposeful movement patterns indicating leadership authority within apparent organizational structure. Female form, approximately 30 chronological age units based on physical development characteristics, though specific classification category remained ambiguous given unusual appearance F. Actors transcending standard identification parameters. Her skin contained subtle luminescence resembling moonlight captured within physical form. Hair flowing like liquid silver despite apparently conventional structural composition. Eyes shifting between pale blue and soft lavender depending on observation angle and lighting condition variables. Most remarkably, a crescent moon symbol adorned her forehead. Not tattoo or artificial marking but apparently natural manifestation integrated within physical form development parameters. The dragon's heir returns during threshold event manifestation period. She stated without preliminary conversation requirements, voice carrying musical qualities beyond conventional sound production capabilities despite apparently standard vocal structure configuration. Temporal alignment confirming predictive model accuracy despite probability factor limitations regarding specific manifestation timing calculations. Her direct acknowledgement of his Specialized identity without introduction requirements suggested either advanced perception capabilities or comprehensive briefing implementation prior to arrival notification. Either possibility demonstrated significant information network effectiveness regarding specialized knowledge distribution throughout Grove community structure. "You know me," Naruto observed, neither question nor accusatio. But simple acknowledgement establishing conversation foundation parameters. "The patterns recognize themselves across manifestation boundaries," she replied cryptically before offering practical clarification. "My specialized discipline classification includes comprehensive historical record maintenance regarding dragon essence appearance cycles throughout documented existence periods. Your spec. IFIC signature contains unique identification characteristics transcending physical form limitations despite incarnation transition implementation. You are." Ghislaine prompted directly, tactical I'm focusing on immediate identification requirements rather than extended philosophical discussion regarding recognition methodology. Forgive traditional protocol observation failures during unusual circumstance manifestation periods. The woman acknowledged with slight gesture indicating apology implementation without excessive formality requirements. "I am Elysia Verdant, Principal Harmonizer. Within Central Grove Community Organizational Structure, specialized practitioner regarding natural energy integration methodologies across multiple existence plane boundary limitations." The introduction contained significant information density despite apparent simplicity: name, position, specialization, and subtle philosophical framework indication within concise communication package. Most remarkably, her name aligned perfectly with their prophesied healer guide classification, coincidence probability factors diminishing toward statistical insignificance given cumulative pattern recognition evidence across multiple identification parameters. "We recently neutralized void contamination affecting junction point approximately 7 kilometers southeast from current position," Naruto informed her. Establishing practical conversation direction rather than allowing extended identity confirmation discussion development. Evidence suggests synchronized degradation methodology implementation across multiple simultaneous locations creating resonance effect enhancing overall barrier weakening efficiency. Confirmation of theoretical model predictions developed through observation. Data compilation across numerous contamination manifestation sites. Elysia responded immediately, professional knowledge engaging directly with provided information rather than requiring extensive contextual foundation establishment. The conclave gathered specifically addressing coordinated response implementation requirements given strategic pattern recognition indicating deliberate targeting methodology rather than opportunistic expansion characteristics. The void-touched forces demonstrate increasing strategic sophistication beyond previous operational parameter assessments, Kata added. Professional analysis contributing relevant information from Shadow Walker perspective complementing existing knowledge base. Adaptation rate exceeds standard projection models regarding both tactical methodology development and specialized capability enhancement implementations. Consistent with comprehensive data compilation results from multiple independent observation networks, Elysia confirmed. Gesturing toward elaborate display visible at Conclave Gathering Center. Living wood grown into three-dimensional representation of surrounding territories with illuminated indicators marking apparent contamination locations throughout regional distribution. Pattern analysis confirms deliberate implementation rather than random expansion characteristics, suggesting coordinated intelligence direction exceeding previous threat assessment parameters. The display showed dozens of contamination points distributed throughout visible territories, not random placement but precise positioning creating specific geometric pattern across landscape representation. The configuration resembled ritual circle design, junction points strategically located at precise intervals creating energy resonance network across entire regional distribution. The summoning circle, Lyra identified immediately, specialized knowledge recognizing configuration despite implementation scale exceeding conventional manifestation parameters. Designed to create sustainable passage between realms beyond temporary breach limitations, allowing permanent connection establishment rather than merely transitory access functionality. Correct assessment, Elysia confirmed grimly. Scale implementation exceeding historical precedent parameters by approximately 300% based on comparative analysis with documented previous attempt records. Completion timeline projection indicating approximately 47 days remaining before critical threshold achievement permits final activation sequence initiation. Unless disruption implementation succeeds regarding critical junction point neutralization requirements, the tender added, specialized knowledge contributing relevant information regarding potential counter-strategy development options. Recent success demonstration confirming effective methodology availability despite advanced contamination concentration characteristics at targeted locations. The observation directed attention specifically toward Naruto, recognition regarding his draconic essence providing critical capability component unavailable through conventional countermeasure implementation options. The assembled conclave members studied him with increased interest following this implicit capability confirmation. Evaluation evident despite polite observation protocol maintenance. Your recent junction point restoration implementation provides critical strategic advantage development potential, Elysia stated directly, professional assessment cutting through. Diplomatic phrasing to core tactical significance identification. Repeated application across multiple contamination sites could potentially disrupt overall summoning circle completion timeline sufficiently for comprehensive counter-strategy development implementation before final activation sequence achievement. I've successfully closed several breach points, Naruto acknowledged without unnecessary modesty or excessive capability exaggeration. Though each requires specific adaptation methodology based on unique circumstance variables at individual locations. No standardized applicatee on protocol has emerged despite multiple successful implementation experiences. Understandable given fundamental reality structure variation characteristics across different territorial manifestation zones, Elysia replied. Specialized knowledge immediately recognizing implementation challenge factors without requiring extensive explanation development. Standardized approach methodology demons, tracking limited effectiveness potential when addressing non-standardized breach configuration characteristics despite similar fundamental contamination classification categories. Which means each closure requires custom approach. Ghislaine translated with characteristic directness. Limiting implementation efficiency potential despite individual success probability factors. Correct interpretation, Elysia confirmed. Though pattern recognition application across multiple experience implementations potentially increases efficiency development through adaptive methodology refinement SSES despite standardization limitation factors. Practical assessment recognizing learning curve potential regarding repeated application experience despite inherent customization requirements for each individual target location. Practice improving performance despite variable condition factors, reasonable expectation given normal skill development patterns across multiple implementation experiences. The conclave has identified critical junction points within overall summoning circle configuration based on comprehensive pattern analysis methodology. Elysia continued, gesturing toward specific illuminated locations within territorial display representation. 7 primary nodes demonstrating disproportionate energy contribution characteristics toward overall resonance field maintenance. Neutralization implementation across these specific locations potentially creates catastrophic disruption effect throughout entire network structure despite leaving numerous secondary points untreated. Strategic targeting recommendation. Addressing critical infrastructure elements rather than attempting comprehensive coverage across entire distribution network. Efficient resource allocation. Methodology given limited implementation timeline availability before completion threshold achievement permitted final activation sequence initiation. These 7 locations represent priority target. Recommendations based on maximum disruption potential relative to required resource expenditure parameters, Elysia explained. Specialized knowledge translating complex pattern analysis results into practical implementation guidance. Though specific approach sequence recommendations require additional assessment regarding relative contamination concentration characteristics and surrounding territorial security condition variables. Quote, "You've studied this extensively," Naruto observed, recognizing comprehensive analysis quality despite limited observation timeframe availability based on contamination emergence timeline characteristics. The Verdant Wilds recognized void pattern development approximately 73 days before external territories demonstrated awareness regarding coordinated threat condition manifestation. Elysia explained. Forest Consciousness Network Sensitivity providing early detection capabilities regarding subtle barrier degradation characteristics correct. Ing obvious contamination evidence emergence. Early warning system based on natural energy disturbance patterns rather than physical manifestation observation methodology. Lyra translated, special. IZED knowledge recognizing implementation mechanics despite technical description limitations. Correct assessment, Elysia confirmed. Though information distribution limitations regarding external territorial communication networks prevented comprehensive warning implementation beyond immediate verdant wild boundary regions. Political complexity beneath technical explanation, outside Torito. Rise likely dismissing forest consciousness communications as irrelevant mysticism rather than legitimate threat identification methodology despite superior early detection capabilities. Institutional skepticism regarding non-standard information sources creating artificial implementation delay factors despite potential value recognition opportunities. The junction point we restored today, Naru, to redirected toward practical immediate concerns rather than historical limitation analysis. It represented one of these 7 critical nodes. Affirmative, Elysia confirmed. Southernmost Primar, Y contribution node within Eastern Territorial Distribution Sector. Its neutralization potentially reduces overall network efficiency by approximately 14% based on preliminary resonance disruption measurement calculations. Though comprehensive impact assessment requires additional observation period before definitive effectiveness determination becomes possible. 1 down, 6 remaining, Ghislaine summarized practically. Prioritization recommendation regarding next target selection implementation. The direct question triggered brief consultation among conclave members, specie. Allied practitioners conferring regarding optimal approach sequence recommendations based on comprehensive data analysis results. Their discussion utilized technical terminology exceeding conventional translation capabilities. Though general content direction remained discernible despite specialized language implementation. Northwestern node demonstrates both critical contribution characteristic S and concerning contamination concentration acceleration patterns, Elysia reported after brief deliberation completion. Located approximately 230 kilometers from current position WIT. HIN territorial classification designation. Crystalline expanse, according to standard cartographic reference implementations. Frozen wasteland beyond northern mountain range, CATA translated with professional precision. Geographical knowledge immediately placing designated location within practical travel parameter framework. Minimal settlement distribution, harsh environmental conditions. Limited conventional resource availability throughout regional distribution. And likely significant void-touched security implementation given strategic value recognition parameters, Naruto added. Tactical assessment automatically identifying probable resistance distribution characteristics around critical infrastructure location. Available intelligence confirms unusual activity patterns consistent with deliberate protection methodology development, Elysia acknowledged. Though specific force distribution assessment remains incomplete given observation limitation factors regarding remit, location characteristics and challenging environmental condition variables. We'll need comprehensive intelligence compilation before implementation attempt development, Ghislaine stated with professional tactical assessment overriding immediate action impulses despite urgency recognition. Rushing unprepared into heavily defended critical infrastructure location represents unacceptable risk. Parameters given limited specialized resource availability regarding Dragon Essence application capabilities. Sound tactical evaluation regardless of pressure factors associated with timeline limitation characteristics. Proper preparation representing crucial success probability factor despite temporal restriction considerations potentially encouraging abbreviated planning implementation to address urgency requirements. The conclave can provide available intelligence compilation regarding target location characteristics, observed void-touched activity patterns, and environmental condition variables, Elysia offered. Practical assistance implementation rather than merely theoretical information exchange. Additionally, specialized equipment provision recommendation supports optimal functionality maintenance despite harsh condition manifestation throughout operational theater distribution. Your assistance is appreciated, Naruto acknowledged formally, recognizing significant contribution value beyond mere information provision into practical support implementation territory. Though neutralization methodology requires my direct participation, comprehensive preparation enhancem. ENT represents crucial success probability factor regarding implementation effectiveness potential. The Grove community recognizes mutual benefit parameters regarding successful neutralization implementation across identified critical junction points. Elysia replied with equal formality despite practical underlying consideration framework. Appropriate resource allocation supporting optimal OU. T-Com probability development represents logical contribution implementation given shared objective alignment characteristics. The conclave session continued with detailed information exchange rigor. Ding both successfully completed neutralization implementation and upcoming operation planning requirements. Technical specialists contributed relevant knowledge across multiple discipline classifications, geographical assessment, void-touched behavior pattern analysis, environmental condition variable considerations, equipment requirement recommendations, and potential travel route security evaluations. Throughout extensive discussion process, Elysia demonstrated remarkable knowledge integration capabilities, assimilating information across diverse specialized categories into coherent practical framework supporting actual implementation requirements rather than merely theoretical understanding development. Her harmonization function extended beyond natural energy manipulation into comprehensive knowledge field integration supporting practical application methodology. Sufficient information exchange completed regarding immediate planning requirement parameters, she eventually concluded as discussion reached natural transition point. Though comprehensive preparation implementation benefits from rest period incorporation before detailed operation development continuation. Your journey today included both significant physical travel requirements and demanding energy manipulation implementation activities. The observation contained accurate assessment regarding their coercive condition despite professional composure maintenance throughout extended conclave interaction period. Fatigue manifestation remained controlled but increasingly evident across all participants. Naruto's draconic channeling, Lyra's specialized perception maintenance, Ghislaine's continuous security awareness, and Kata's shadow manipulation adaptation all representing significant energy expenditure requirements despite individual discipline characteristics. Appropriate accommodation arrangements await within visitor residence section. Elysia continued, practical consideration implementation regarding basic necessity requirements rather than merely intellectual exchange continuation without physiological limitation recognition. Where recovery implementation can proceed with optima. Efficiency enhancement through specialized environmental support characteristics unique to Grove community design parameters. The invitation represented both practical necessity recognition and BTLE status acknowledgement within Grove organizational structure, visitor accommodations apparently varying significantly based on perceived importance classification relative to community objective alignment characteristics. Their group clearly received priority designation given immediate arrangement availability despite apparent high occupation density throughout overall community distribution. They followed Elysia through impressive pathway network connecting various community sections throughout massive central tree anatomy. The specialized transportation system demonstrated remarkable design efficiency despite organic growth methodology rather than conventional construction implementation. Pathways providing both optimal movement facilitation and continued harmonization support rough subtle energy field maintenance along entire route distribution. The visitor residence section occupies middle canopy position, Elysia explained as they traveled along suspended walkway CTing major trunk structure with substantial branch extension supporting numerous grown buildings. Where energy concentration provides optimal recovery enhancement characteristics without excessive density potentially causing adjustment difficulty manifestations among those lacking extensive adaptation experience development. Their destination proved impressive despite practical function prioritization over aesthetic consideration frameworks. Several connected structures grown from living wood in roughly circular pattern around central open space creating communal gathering area while maintaining individual privacy accommodation through appropriate separation characteristics. The architecture demonstrated remarkable integration between functional requirement fulfillment and natural growth. WTH pattern preservation without imposing excessive artificial design elements upon fundamental biological processes. Each residence unit provides specialized adaptation supporting individual recovery Rye optimization based on personal energy interaction characteristics, Elysia continued, indicating 5 separate structures apparently designated specifically for their group occupation. The living material responds to occupant needs through direct consciousness interaction rather than requiring explicit communication implementation regarding specific requirement parameters. The buildings adjust themselves automatically based on who's staying in them, Ghislaine translated with characteristic directness. Convenient design methodology regardless of implementation mechanics. Correct interpretation despite terminology simplification, Elysia acknowledged without pedantic correction implementation despite technical description precision limitations within summarized translation. SIM. IOTIC relationship rather than automated response mechanism represents more accurate process description, though practical outcome manifestation remains identical regardless of conceptual framework preference. She guided each toward specifically selected accommodation unit apparently chosen through deliberate matching process rather than random distribution methodology. The selection demonstrate remarkable insight regarding individual preferences despite limited prior interaction experience, each structure exhibiting subtle characteristic alignment with occupant personality despite standardized external appearance maintenance. REST implementation recommendation supports optimal recovery efficiency development. Elysia suggested once basic orientation completion provided necessary fun. Sessional understanding regarding accommodation utilization parameters. Community dining gathering occurs approximately 3 hours hence, where additional information exchange opportunities become AVA. I label through broader specialist interaction potential beyond formal conclave participation limitations. You've been extremely helpful, Naruto acknowledged, recognizing both practical assistance, provision and underlying cooperation significance beyond mere hospitality obligation fulfillment. The information provided already represents significant contribution toward effective counter-strategy. Y implementation regarding void-touched expansion methodology disruption requirements. Mutual benefit recognition supporting appropriate resource allocation decisions, Elysia replied with typical Grove communication patterns despite clearly understanding more conventional interaction formats based on observed adaptation capabilities during varied conversation exchanges. Though personal contribution implementation potential extends beyond mere information provision parameters into direct participation consideration territory given specialized harmonization capabilities potentially enhancing G-Dragon Essence application effectiveness through synergistic methodology development. The statement contains significant implication density beneath apparent simple observation surface, suggesting both practical capability contribution potential and personal involvement consideration beyond mere local assistance provision. Not quite direct participation offer but definitely capability declaration regarding potential future cooperation implementation beyond current interaction limitations. We welcome any assistance improving neutralization effectiveness given critical timeline limitatio. NS regarding summoning circle completion prevention requirements, Naruto responded carefully, acknowledging implied offer without presuming specific commitment parameters beyond stated capability indication. Discussion continuation recommendation following appropriate REST implementation period, Elysia suggested, practical consideration regarding current condition limitations temporarily setting future planning requirements despite obvious importance recognition. Where comprehensive capability assessment supports optimal integration methodology development regarding combined approach. Potential concerning junction point neutralization application effectiveness enhancement. With that recommendation, she departed to allow appropriate rest period utilization without unnecessary conversation obligation continuation despite obvious additional discussion potential regarding numerous subject matter classifications. The consideration demonstrated both practical efficiency prioritization, ion and personal boundary respect within professional interaction framework, qualities suggesting significant cooperation potential regardless of specialized capability contribution value assessment. Naruto's designated accommodation demonstrated remarkable responsiveness despite minimal occupancy duration, interior configuration subtly adjusting toward optimal functionality support regarding is specific recovery requirements even without conscious communication implementation. The living structure seemed to evaluate his condition through direct energy interaction assessment, providing Appropriate environmental modification supporting efficient restoration processes based on individual need characteristic identification. Most notably, meditation space appeared within central room area. Perfect cushioned depression forming in living floor material with surrounding structural elements creating ideal acoustic properties supporting concentration development despite external environmental sound distribution. The feature corresponded exactly with his personal practice preference despite no explicit communication regarding specific requirement parameters. He utilized this specialized space immediately, recognizing optimal recovery methodology given recent energy expenditure requirements during junction point neutralization implementation. Meditation providing superior restorative on efficiency compared to conventional rest techniques, particularly regarding draconic essence integration processes following active channeling application activities. His practice connected deeply with both recent experiences and fragmentary memories from previous incarnation. Consciousness expansion techniques developed during extended forest dwelling periods creating familiar implementation patterns despite incomplete recollection regarding specific development methodology details. The process resembled his shinobi life's sage mode preparation while incorporating fundamental philosophica differences better aligned with current world's natural energy interaction characteristics. Most significantly, the grove's unique environmental properties enhanced this practice beyond previous implementation experiences. Specialized energy concentration providing ideal external field characteristics supporting optimal internal harmonization development without requiring excessive individual effort expenditure. The living architecture actively participated within meditation process, creating cooperative relationship rather than merely passive container functionality during practice implementation. This enhanced methodology accelerated recovery processes dramatically compared to conventional rest techniques or even standard meditation implementation within normal environmental conditions. Naruto found his energy reserves replenishing with remarkable efficiency, draconic essence reintegrating with improved harmonization characteristics following recent channeling activities during junction point neutralization procedures. Beyond mere physical recovery benefits, the specialized practice triggered additional memory integration processes regarding his previous incarnation NCES, particularly concerning natural energy manipulation techniques developed specifically within verdant wild territories. Knowledge fragments crystallized into coherent methodology understanding, providing comprehensive theoretical framework supporting practical application development beyond mere instinctive implementation capabilities. Most critically, he recognized fundamental connection point between his previous world's sage mode techniques and this world's consciousness expansion practices, different implementation methodologies addressing similar functional objectives through varied philosophical approach frameworks. Where shinobi training emphasized drawing natural energy inward for personal capability enhancement, his previous incarnation here had developed complementary methodology emphasizing consciousness expansion outward for environmental harmonization achievement. The distinction represented not opposing approaches but complementary methodologies potentially combined through appropriate integration techniques into superior hybrid application transcending individual implementation limitations. Synthesis rather than selection, combination rather than choice, perspectives providing valuable contribution toward comprehensive capability development beyond singular approach restrictions. This insight carried significant practical application potential RDING future junction point neutralization activities, potentially enhancing effectiveness through methodological integration rather than merely increased power application considerations. Efficiency, improvement through approach refinement rather than simply expenditure enhancement. Quality development rather than merely quantity increase. His meditation concluded naturally as optimal recovery threshold achievement permitted conscious practice termination without artificial interruption requirements. The accommodation responded immediately to this transition, subtle environmental adjustments, supporting comfortable return toward normal awareness states without jarring transition experiences sometimes accompanying abrupt meditation conclusion implementations. Naruto emerged from his court to find his companions similarly refreshed following their individual recovery periods, each having utilized specialized accommodation features supporting optimal restoration processes according to personal methodology preferences. Their collective condition showed remarkable improvement compared to arrival status despite relatively brief rest implementation duration, testament to grove envy. Ronmant's exceptional recovery enhancement capabilities. Elysia awaited them within central gathering area between individual residences, her presence providing both appropriate hospitality representation and practical guidance functionality regarding community navigation requirements. She had changed attire during interim period, previous formal conclave participation garments replaced with more practical clothing better suited toward potential travel preparation activities despite maintained elegance characteristics within simplified design parameters. REST implementation appears success. Full based on energy signature stabilization evidence, she observed as they gathered, specialized perception immediately assessing their condition through direct field interaction rather than merely visual observation methodology. Recovery achievement exceeding standard projection models given implementation duration limitations relative to previous expenditure requirements. The accommodations proved remarkably effective. Lyra acknowledged professional appreciation recognizing exceptional quality despite extensive previous experience regarding various specialized recovery environment characteristics throughout diverse territorial distributions. Particularly regarding harmonization support features enhancing natural integration processes beyond conventional REST implementation efficiency parameters. The Grove community developed specific visitor adaptation methodologies through extensive research implementation regarding diverse physiological requirement variables across multiple species classification categories. Elysia explained, professional knowledge evident despite conversational delivery format rather than formal presentation methodology. Practical necessity given. Regular knowledge exchange activities involving practitioners from various territorial origins despite differing baseline adaptation characteristics. She guided them toward community dining location. Impressive structure grown around massive branch intersection point where natural formation created ideal spatial arrangement supporting large gathering implementation without requiring extensive architectural modification beyond basic functional enhancement additions. The location buzzed with activity, diverse community members engaged in both sustenance consumption activities and knowledge exchange processes simultaneously throughout specialized interaction environment. Community dining implementation supports both nutritional requirement fulfillment and information exchange optimization. Through designed interaction opportunity enhancement, Elysia explained as they entered impressive space. Hierarchical structure limitations diminish within gathering environment, allowing speciali Z knowledge distribution across conventional boundary restrictions often limiting information flow patterns within more formal interaction frameworks. Indeed, the environment demonstrated remarkable integration between apparently disparate activities, nutrition and education, sustenance and communication, physical maintenance and intellectual development occurring simultaneously without artificial separation characteristics often imposed through conventional cultural implementation methodologies. The approach represented Grove community philosophical framework regarding holistic functionality integration rather than compartmentalized activity classification typical throughout external territorial cultural manifestations. Their arrival generated noticeable attention despite relatively subdued acknowledgement implementation according to apparent community interaction protocols. Various specialists observed their group with evident interest, particularly focusing on Naruto's draconic essence signature despite external appearance normalcy maintenance. Recognition extended beyond mere theoretical acknowledgement into apparent historical significance appreciation based on subtle reaction quality characteristics visible throughout gathering distribution. Your presence generates significant interest despite community habituation regarding unusual visitor classification categories. Elysia noted as she guided them toward appropriate seating arrangement within circular table configuration supporting optimal interaction potential while maintaining comfortable conversation implementation capabilities. Dragon Essence manifestation represents profound historical significance within Grove community knowledge preservation records beyond mere theoretical interest development RDING unusual energy signature characteristics. They know about my previous incarnation. Naruto inquired, seeking clarification regarding specific recognition parameters rather than merely general interest classification understanding. The Central Grove maintains comprehensive historical documentation regarding dragon cycle manifestation periods throughout recorded existence timeline, Elysia confirmed. including specific interaction records concerning your previous form's extended residence implementation within verdant territories approximately 3 centuries before current manifestation emergence. I lived here, Naruto asked, surprise evident despite fragmentary memory recollection suggesting periodic visitation rather than permanent habitation establishment during previous incarnation expression. Approximately 73 seasonal cycles according to preserved documentation records, Elysia clarified, during which significant natural energy manipulation methodology development occurred through cooperative research implementation between your previous manifestation and specialized Grove practitioners across diverse discipline classifications. The information ignited with emerging memory fragments despite providing significantly more specific duration parameters than his current recollection capabilities could independently confirm. His previous incarnation had apparently maintained extended Grove residence rather than merely periodic visitation implementation, contributing substantial methodology development regarding natural energy manipulation technique. UES through collaborative research activities with specialized community practitioners. I remember parts, he acknowledged, honesty preferable to pretended comprehensive recollection despite potential status enhancement opportunities through exaggerated memory claim implementations. Though specific details remain fragmentary despite increasing integration processes during recent consciousness expansion practice implementation. Expected outcome given incarnation transition characteristics and temporal separation duration parameters, Elysia replied with professional understanding rather than disappointed expectation adjustment. Cellular memory maintains implementation patterns despite conscious recollection limitations, allowing functional capability restoration without requiring comprehensive historical knowledge preservation across manifestation boundaries. Her assessment aligned perfectly with his personal experience regarding awakening abilities, functional capabilities turning through implementation requirements despite incomplete conscious understanding regarding underlying theoretical framework development. Practice preceding comprehension, application advancing ahead of explanation. Doing remembering before knowing recalled. Their conversation paused briefly as specialized community members provided impressive sustenance arrangement, food items demonstrating both exceptional nutritional density characteristics and remarkable flavor profile development despite apparent simplicity regarding presentation methodology. The offerings represented perfect balance, between functional requirement fulfillment and sensory appreciation enhancement. Practical necessity addressed through enjoyable implementation methodology rather than mere efficient delivery mechanics. This is incredible, Ghislaine acknowledged after sampling various provisions, practical appreciation recognizing exceptional quality despite typically restrained response patterns regarding non-combat related experiences. Flavor complexity exceeding any previous culinary encounter despite extensive territorial distribution exposure throughout professional career development. The Grove community applies unified field theory regarding comprehensive experience optimization across apparently separate functionality classifications, Elysia explained, pleased by positive response despite modest presentation methodology. Nutritional science integration with sensory enhancement development creating holistic consumption experience rather than merely addressing basic sustenance requirements through efficient delivery mechanics. The philosophy extended beyond mere food preparation into fundamental approach methodology regarding all experience aspects throughout community function. Implementation, integration rather than separation, unification rather than compartmentalization, wholeness rather than fragmentation across every activity classification regardless of apparent purpose distribution parameters. As their meal progressed, various community specialists approached their table for brief interaction opportunities, some offering specific information regarding northern junction point characteristics based on personal observation experiences, others providing specialized equipment recommendations supporting harsh environment operation requirements, still others simply expressing appreciation regarding successful southeastern node neutralization implementation earlier that day. Throughout these numerous brief exchanges, Elysia demonstrated remarkable knowledge NTEG ration capabilities, facilitating introductions, translating specialized terminology into more accessible communication formats, and ensuring conversation maintained productive direction despite diverse participant background characteristics across multiple discipline classifications. Her harmonization function extended beyond merely natural energy manipulation into comprehensive social Action optimization supporting effective knowledge distribution across conventional boundary limitations. Community information exchange implementation confirms critical importance classification regarding Northwestern Junction Point neutralization requirements. She summarized after particularly significant specialist consultation regarding latest observation data compilation results. Contamination concentration increases approximately 12% faster than standard projection models predicted based on previous measurement comparison analysis, suggesting deliberate acceleration implementation rather than merely natural progression characteristics. They're prioritizing specific nodes within overall network distribution, Naruto concluded. Tactical assessment immediately recognizing strategic significance despite technical description complexity. Allocating additional resources toward critical junction points following our successful neutralization implementation demonstrating potential threat recognition regarding overall summoning circle completion vulnerability factors. Correct interpretation, Elysia confirmed. Adaptive response indicating intelligence direction, rather than merely automated expansion methodology. Strategic reconfiguration following tactical setback experience rather than continuing unchanged implementation patterns despite effectiveness reduction evidence. Which means our window for effective counter-strategy implementation narrows faster than initial projection models indicated, Ghislaine observed with characteristic directness, tact. ICAL mind immediately identifying practical implication beneath technical assessment complexity. Accelerating our own response timeline becomes necessary despite preparation quality reduction risks associated with compressed planning implementation requirements. Accurate assessment regarding competing risk factor evaluation necessity, Elysia acknowledged. Though complete preparation abandonment represents unacceptable vulnerability creation despite urgency recognition, suggesting optimal balance requirement between acceleration implementation and essential preparation maintenance. 2 days. Naruto decided after brief consideration regarding competing factor evaluation. Sufficient for critical preparation implementation without allowing excessive contamination progression before response initiation. We depart for Northwestern Junction Point at dawn following tomorrow's comprehensive planning completion. The timeline represented reasonable compromise between competing requirements, allowing essential preparation implementation while acknowledging urgency factors necessitating prompt response initiation despite ideal readiness preference considerations under less time-sensitive circumstance manifestations. Not perfect but optimal given reality constraint parameters rather than theoretical preference conditions. The Grove community can provide necessary support implementation regarding both information compilation completion and specialized equipment provision within established timeline parameters, Elysia confirmed after brief calculation regarding resource allocation requirements supporting stated departure schedule. Though personal contribution implementation recommendation extends beyond mere preparation assistance into direct participation considerati. On territory given specialized harmonization capabilities potentially enhancing neutralization effectiveness through synergistic methodology development. The statement represented more direct participation offer compared to earlier capability indication, specific expedition inclusion proposal rather than merely theoretical assistance provision suggestion. Her specialized abilities apparently of faring significant enhancement potential regarding junction point neutralization effectiveness despite lacking direct draconic essence application capabilities comparable to Naruto's awakening power manifestation. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated, he acknowledged immediately, recognizing potential value without requiring extensive capability demonstration evidence beyond already observed harmonization function implementation during previous interaction experiences. Particularly given Northwestern Junction Point's apparently increased contamination concentration characteristics, requiring maximum neutralization effectiveness development through all available enhancement methodology implementations. Particularly since you clearly know the territory better than we do, Ghislaine added practically. Tactical assessment recognizing navigation value beyond merely technical capability contribution potential. Local knowledge often proves more valuable than raw power applicati. On when operating within unfamiliar environment parameters despite specialized capability availability. Both considerations represent valid assessment regarding potential contribution implementation value. Elysia acknowledged without false modesty or excessive capability exaggeration. honest evaluation recognizing actual assistance potential without unnecessary qualification reduction or ANAP. Appropriate enhancement claim developments. Though comprehensive capability discussion recommendation supports optimal integration methodology development during tomorrow's detailed planning implementation rather than preliminary summary requirement fulfillment during current interaction limitations. The suggestion represented reasonable conversation direction adjustment given current circumstance. Limitations. Public dining environment providing suboptimal discussion conditions regarding sensitive capability disclosure requirements potentially including classified information distribution beyond appropriate security protocol implementation parameters. Detailed planning discussion better suited toward more controlled environment conditions supporting proper information security maintenance. Throughout comprehensive capability assessment implementation. Their meal concluded with informal agreement regarding next day's planning session implementation, comprehensive preparation development, and including specialized equipment provision, detailed intelligence compilation review, optimal route determination, and specific capability integration methodology establishment supporting maximum utilization effectiveness potential during Northwestern Junction Point operation execution. Most significantly, their group would expand further. Elysia's participation representing both practical capability enhancement and apparent prophetic alignment regarding healer guide identification despite her specialized classification extending significantly beyond mere medical practitioner limited. Ion parameters within Grove community functional description terminology. The Dragon's Heir, the Sword King, the Dragon Priestess, the Shadow, and now the Healer, 5 guides assembled according to prophetic prediction parameters despite varied pathway manifestations regarding specific identification methodology implementation across diverse circumstance variables throughout journey progression development. As they returned toward visitor residence section following meal completion, Naruto found himself reflecting on this remarkable convergence pattern despite apparently random encounter distribution characteristics throughout their journey progression development. Each guide joining through different circumstances yet ultimately aligning perfectly with prophetic description parameters. Beyond reasonable coincidence probability calculations despite varied personal motivation factors regarding specific participation decision implementation. You're contemplating pattern recognition significance beyond mere statistical probability evaluation frameworks, Elysia observed as they walked along elevated pathway connecting dining structure with residence section location. Her special is perception apparently extending beyond merely physical observation capabilities into subtle consciousness pattern detection territories despite limited prior interaction experience development. He coincidence exceeds reasonable probability distribution expectations, Naruto acknowledged, honest assessment preferably to artificial skepticism maintenance despite legitimate scientific methodology. Limitations regarding metaphysical pattern evaluation parameters. 5 guides with specific characteristic alignments matching prophetic description parameters despite apparently unconnected origi. Distribution factors throughout diverse territorial classifications. Unified field theory suggests apparent separation represents perceptual limitation artifact rather than fundamental reality characteristic, Elysia replied. Specialized knowledge offering alternative interpretive framework beyond conventional causality relationship understanding. Connection existing prior to recognition development. Pattern preceding observation implementation. Wholeness manifesting through apparently separate components despite perception fragmentation limitations regarding comprehensive relationship appreciation capabilities. The philosophy aligned with Grove Community's fundamental approach methodology regarding integrated functionality development across apparently separate classification categories. Unification rather than compartmentalization. Wholeness rather than fragmentation, integration rather than separation throughout reality perception implementation rather than merely specific activity functionality development. Meaning our meeting was inevitable regardless of specific circumstance manifestation variables. Naruto asked, seeking clarification regarding philosophical implication parameters rather than merely abstract concept appreciation development. Meaning separation itself represents artificial construct rather than fundamental reality characteristic, Elysia clarified. The guides always existed as integral components within unified functionality field despite apparent individual manifestation perception through conventional observation limitation frameworks. Profound philosophical concept despite practical application limitation parameters within immediate operational requirement conditions. Theoretical framework providing context appreciation Dedoldia. P meant rather than specific tactical implementation methodology regarding current junction point neutralization operation planning development. They reached visitor residence section where individual REST implementation could continue following extensive information exchange activities during community dining participation. Tomorrow would bring comprehensive preparation completion, detailed planning finalization, and specialized equipment provision supporting Northwestern Junction Point neutralization operation requirements despite compressed timeline implementation necessity following accelerated contamination progression discovery. REST continuation recommendation supports optimal functionality maintenance despite extensive information processing requirements throughout current interaction implementation duration. Elysia suggested as they reached central gathering area between individual accommodations, where subconscious integration processes potentially organize acquired knowl. DGE into coherent implementation framework supporting effective utilization capabilities during tomorrow's comprehensive planning development activities. Sound recommendation despite seemingly inexhaustible energy manifestation throughout extended interaction period. Practical consideration regarding optimal performance maintenance through appropriate recovery implementation rather than unnecessary continuation beyond productive threshold achievement despite apparent capacity availability. Quality optimization through balance maintenance rather than quantity maximization through continuous activity implementation regardless of diminishing return probability factors. As Naruto returned to his specialized accommodation, he found the living structure had further adapted to his specific requirement parameters. Meditation space enhanced with subtle environmental modifications supporting improved practice implementation efficiency based on observed utilization patterns during previous session completion. The responsiveness demonstrated remarkable intelligence characteristics despite apparently non-sentient classification according to conventional evaluation frameworks. He utilized this enhanced space for final daily practice implementation, continuing natural energy harmonization development following significant progress achievement during earlier session completion. The methodology connected more deeply with both his previous incarnation's specialized techniques and his shinobi life's sage mode practices, integration potential becoming increasingly apparent through continued implementation experience despite philosophical approach differences regarding fundamental application parameters. Most significantly, he recognized potential enhancement implementation regarding G-junction point neutralization methodology through combined approach development rather than merely individual technique application, his awakening draconic essence providing fundamental opposition capability while consciousness expansion practices potentially improving application efficiency through enhanced control implementation rather than merely increased power utilization. Synthesis rather than selection, combination rather than choice, integration rather than separation, philosophical approach matching Grove community's fundamental methodology regarding comprehensive functionality optimization through unified field application rather than compartmentalized technique implementation across artificially separated capability classifications. The practice concluded naturally as optimal integration threshold achievement permitted appropriate termination implementation without artificial interruption requirements. His condition had reached peak performance parameters despite recent high output application activities during Southeastern Junction Point neutralization operation, recovery complete and capability restoration achieving maximum potential within current development stage limitations. Tomorrow would bring comprehensive preparation implementation, detailed planning finalization, and expedition departure arrangement completion supporting Northwestern Junction Point neutralization operation requirements. Their expanded group would face significant challenges despite thorough preparation methodology, harsh environmental conditions, potentially enhanced void-touched security implementation, and accelerated contamination concentration characteristics creating substantial difficulty factors regardless of specialized capability availability throughout operation execution. Yet their capability continued developing through both individual progression and collective integration improvement, each guide contributing unique specialized functionality within comprehensive operational framework supporting enhanced overall effectiveness potential beyond merely separate component implementation efficiency parameters. Their unity representing strength beyond numeric consideration factors. their integration creating capability exceeding merely additive calculation measurements regarding individual contribution value assessments. The dragon's heir closed his eyes, consciousness expanding outward into surrounding environment through practiced implementation methodology despite relatively recent rediscovery processes regarding specific technique parameters. Heir's awareness extended beyond physical form limitations, connecting with natural energy flows throughout grove community distribution, sensing countless consciousness fragments comprising unified forest. Awareness field throughout verdant wild territories. The pattern became increasingly clear despite complex manifestation characteristics, connection existing beyond apparent separation, unity persisting despite perceived fragmentation. Wholeness remaining fundamental despite observation limitation artifacts creating artificial division perception through conventional awareness restriction parameters. 5 guides now gathered according to prophetic alignment parameters, preparing to confront accelerating void-touched expansion methodology threatening fundamental reality stability maintenance. Across multiple realm distribution classifications. Their journey continuing northward tomorrow, facing increasing resistance despite growing capability development throughout continued progression implementation. The void advances. Balance responds. The cycle continues. Chapter 4 End. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.